GG!
Paano nito nabago yung buhay mo at yung pananaw mo sa buhay?
Sobrang dami nagbago sa financially, tsaka yung routine ko sa buhay, yung ginagawa ko sa buhay, tsaka pag lumalabas ako ganun, may mga nakakilala na sa akin.
Feeling ko, abang tumatagal, parang napapansin ko sa sarili ko na mas madisiplina ako and mas mature.
Siguro yung biggest lesson ko lang yung balance lang sa lahat ng bagay.
Tapos ngayon talaga, ito na talaga yung feeling ko buhay ko eh.
Siya, sino yun? Si Gary? Esmeralda? Edith. Si Edith. Edith. Arnold. Edith. Edith niya. Look. Edith. Grabe. Edith. Yan si Grak. 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 Grak, 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 grak. Uy, naunaw kanina sa Edith. Sige, all one. Pinagbigyan kasi nila ako eh. Lancelot! Lancelot! Lancelot. Si Lance. Lance! Sabay tayo, bar. Yan.
Okay, 3, 2.
Granger. Granger! Granger. 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 Si Lucian. Granger. Ay, wala ako.
Okay.
Okay, sabay ulit. Competitive. Florin. 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 Ay, Florin. 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 Wala.
Okay, 4.
Lapu-lapu. Ano yan? Sino yan? Kalea. Bruno. Lapu-lapu? Lapu nga. Ay, palakol. Parang bagong hero yan ah. Hindi si Popol. Wala, hindi ko alam yan. Sino yan?
What's yun sa?
Ay, palakol! Ay, palakol pala yun! Ay!
Ay!
Ah, sumatik. Siya ako nagmamatilde. Matilda. Ate. Yay! Ano yun? Matilda may palakol.
Gising na ako nang di bahala ako sa swerte. Sabi mo, mag-win streak ko to. Dahil sa'yo, tambak na ako!
Talagang swertehin, basahin mo na ang current patch notes. Andito na ang Ready for Next, the biggest gameplay update of the year. Break through boundaries with the new Broken Walls map update. MLBB, we are ready for next.
Andito na ang Ready for Next, the biggest gameplay update of the year. The all-new Dangerous Grass Map update. Use it to your advantage. MLBB, we are ready for the next.
Napag-iwanan ka na rin ba? Andito na ang Ready for the Next, the biggest gameplay update of the year. Get a head start with the new Flying Cloud map update. MLBB, we are ready for the next.
Hoy, ano ba mga bulag ba kayo? Hindi parang mga bulag kasi wala ba kayo nakikita? Mga bulag!
then we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas, face the golden sun and repping for the 3 stars. Look at us, to the top, no ifs, no buts. Winning any game para to sa PINAS. Di mo matitinag aming boses sa new level. Nasa kalye man o mobile, you know I become a legend. Listen, open fire, we unite, we winners. But with pressure, like diamonds are made of. Switching the lane na parang gera. HP Racing made a setup. But kakatang buhat ni Hilda, full dome SS parang Laila. Susundan ko ang iyong wakas. Kasama pataas, tagumpay natin to. Dahil tayo'y malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi to atas. Kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi to atas. Kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Laging MLBB, no surrender, no retreat. Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve. Laging MLBB, no surrender, no retreat. Giving 100 on my all, cause we just cannot be defeated. We are unstoppable, immune and invulnerable. Ready ang equipment, lahat frozen, mala, crowd control. Pakita on the jab, east to the southeast. Taas ang matawad, proud and loud, cause every enemy we devour. Susundan ko ang iyong wakas. Kasama pataas, tagumpay natin to. Dahil tayo'y malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi to atas. Kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi to atas. Kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas. Kahit anong the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas, face the golden sun and repping for the 3 stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
The 16th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Infinix GT30, the power behind every madlang gamer. Victories you can count on. Smart, the simply reliable telco partner of the MPL. BPI, the official bank partner of MPL Philippines. Mas epic na bukas, buksan sa BPI. Our partner in esports, Clear Men. Power up your dandruff-free scalp. Supercharge with Clear. Nor. Sarap panalo with Nor. Don't miss any MPL action by following our official Facebook and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPLPH on TikTok for more content. Experience the lakas ng Pinas of MPLPH Season 16 action live at Green Sun Hotel. Grab your tickets now via the official MPLPH website. MPL Philippines is monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
Kasi nung unang pagtatapat namin, parang sa pagkakaalam namin, galing silang bakasyon noon. Kaya tingin ko hindi pa sila 100%. This time, tingin ko talagang lalabas talaga nila yung potential nila.
Feel ko na figure out na nila yung malinis na ML para sa akin. Pag pinapanood ko sila, parang saktong aggressive na may saktong pagka-placing.
sobrang motivated kami, lalo na nung natalo kami ng PWC. Ayun talaga yung parang wake-up call sa amin.
Special, we don't fit on your canvas, we burn it all to ashes now. 'Cause we are the outlaws.
Maligayang pagbabalik sa MPL Arena Superfans. This is Superfans Saturday. Ako si Hans Galeria.
And this is your very own Odin. First triple header nga ng ating second half of the regular season. At nag-uumpisa pa lamang ang impact ng Project Next sa loob ng Land of Dawn.
Alam mo kung tutusin, nakita na natin yung 4 na magkakaibang modes in terms of the maps that we are about to witness. Bagamat nag-a-adjust pa ang iilan sa ating mga teams, mas marami pa siguro tayong makikitang pagbabago para sa araw na to.
Siguradong makikita natin yan ngayong araw dahil 3 matches ang nag-aabang, and it's time to see what's next for MPL Philippines. Pangungunahan yan ng match between Smart Omega versus APBR.
It's gonna be the Barangay going up against the Hive para sa una nating serye. Kaya ano pang hinihintay natin, Odin? I think it is time to toss it to our casters at sama-sama nating saksihan ang Lakas ng Pinas!
Welcome back to MPL Philippines Season 16. We are currently in Week 5, day number 2, and we're going to be your casters for this night. Uomi here with Brigida and Renmar to bring you the action. It's a Superfans Saturday, which means we're going to see 3 series, hopefully all 9 games.
Yep, and that was an unbelievable teaser we had before heading into the day. But that's something we'll be saving for last because, again, we have 3 series and we have 2 series to go through before we head into that very much anticipated matchup.
Yeah, and of course with everything that Project Next has brought to us, we saw a lot of flooded rivers yesterday, overflowing. But I'm pretty sure this time around, hopefully we get to see more of the new maps.
Well, whatever dynamic map they choose from, or maybe the randomizer chooses for them, they're going to be equipped with all-day 120 FPS system, the next-gen Infinix GT30 Pro. It's the new official tournament phone, powering the next seasons of MPL Philippines. And we've seen that already in play. People in Fansiklaban also able to play that. And of course, you could also level up your game with Vibe by BPI. If you download and sign up for Vibe, you'll get 50 raffle entries.
Yep, and did you guys know that last month we actually had 200 lucky winners who received 1,250 MLBB diamonds each. And this month we've actually raised that amount for you guys to potentially win 50,000 diamonds.
So if you see that symbol on your screen right now that looks like kind of weird hieroglyphics, that's called the QR code. You can scan it using the device, and you can also download and sign up for Vibe. Now, begin an epic tomorrow with Vibe by BPI.
And this tournament is monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board. We are entering Week 5, day number 2. Yesterday, we saw 6 games unfold. All 3 series were intense, though I might say that it was pretty sad for Team Falcons yesterday as they continue their streak of 7 losses after that, I would say, controversial draft on that Angela first pick all the way to that CC gold.
Yeah, he just had to remind the Falcons
guy
about everything
I'm
that's
sorry.
been
Yeah, I
happening.
didn't realize I was so sad about yesterday that I'm wearing green today.
Oh, it was unintentional.
Hopefully it was.
Just subconscious picking off the wardrobe. He entered his wardrobe today thinking, I feel sad about yesterday.
Yeah, but what Falcons did yesterday, I feel it was really intentional. Some teams were very intentional with the drafts that they went with, whereas some felt more like they were just trying to stick with what was more familiar to them.
Because of everything that we saw yesterday, to be honest, the Infinix standings didn't really move that much. The numbers were just added in. No real movement so far in our league.
I just want to say, Omega being able to get the back the win over TNC yesterday, I felt like was a needed result to keep it interesting in the lower portion of the bracket. Because I've been very vocal online about my feelings towards Twisted Minds, TNC, Omega. You really got to watch out for these 3 teams. I even came up with like a brave prediction already for the grand finals.
What?
One of the grand finalists is gonna come from the middle of the table.
Hey, the middle of the table.
Yes, sir.
And right now, I think Twisted Minds TNC Pro Team still looking at to, I would say, gather a bit of steam before we move on forward. But right now, today's schedule would be Omega versus AP Brand. That's going to be our first match of the day, followed up by Twisted Minds and Falcons, which means that Falcons will have another shot at redemption after yesterday. And of course, to end everything up today, it's going to be the golden rivalry of TLPH and ONIC. It's part 2, where ONIC Philippines is already ahead by 1-0 in terms of matches.
Yep, there aren't really any significantly long-running streaks going on between the teams that will be playing today. Probably apart from that of Falcons, which again is something we're all hopeful that they'll be breaking for tonight. But
hopefully.
We all see who they're going up against, and that's Twisted Minds, who even despite their win streak being broken in the previous weeks, it still was a really good fight put up by Twisted Minds.
Yeah, with everyone looking forward to the golden rivalry to close out the day, I'm excited to see what Omega, AP Brand, Twisted Minds, and Falcons continue to bring to the table to continue pushing the envelope of the understanding of the current metagame. Because that's what we've been dying to see for this week, heading into week number 5 when Project Next dropped.
And for Project Next, we've seen new heroes already pop up this week, number 5. Heroes that we haven't even seen last week. And I feel like one of those heroes would be Khalid, who has surprisingly 2 to 3 picks yesterday. And we might just see that today again once our first series start, because Omega and AP Brand, both of them love using a lot of unique heroes in their drafts.
Yeah, all the more now that we are seeing Super Yoshi again, because he was the guy who I think used that hero twice or thrice even in yesterday's series. And even when we got to talk to him a bit right after their series, he was very vocal about saying that he does favor Khalid a lot in the current patch, and he really likes how Khalid is able to amplify their performance or whatever intentions they have heading into the match. So maybe that's something we can definitely look out for.
Yeah, I gotta agree with that. I played one game in ranked with Khalid, dominated, so yeah, that's true. Facts.
Yes, facts. 100% Khalid inside the meta right now for MPL. And honestly, we just have to ask if for Omega and AP Brand, what's next for them in terms of flexing, because a lot of the heroes that we've seen so far, unique heroes, we're talking about picks that aren't really picked that much. We're talking about Hellkurt Gold. We're talking about what else did Nets play in Gold Lane?
Yeah, I was supposed to say, I think that's one of the most remarkable, unique hero picks that they've been able to show us. But it's not just through Netski. Like, I feel even beyond the surprising picks, what's more surprising about AP Bren right now, especially through James Panks, is the flexibility he's able to show us. But this guy in front of your screens right now gets to show you just the same.
I mean, multiple roles, multiple heroes, and James Panks with his million moves. What else could we ask for these two?
Yeah, all right. So these two both have 9 heroes each used in MPL Philippines Season 16. And what I like about the comparison is that I feel like the mid laners now in this current meta are a little bit more required to show off their flexibility. Down the line, we might see teams deciding to show off some more unique picks in the mid lane, which will be great for players who have that history of playing multiple roles, a la Haji. While for James Panks, we're used to seeing him really thrive with assassins, so it's gonna be more onto his responsibility to start showing off that, hey, if needed, the tank fighter junglers, I can play that really well too, and not just really well, but really well consistently.
Yeah, I pretty much miss the Suyu, the Lucas coming in from James Panks as well, but sadly that Lucas game for him didn't really work out well. It was up against a Fanny, as far as I remember. They tried to counter the Fanny's early game with it. Sadly, it didn't work out for AP Brand, and in terms of scoring, AP Brand still 7th in our league, still looking to get out of that tough spot in order to maybe even secure a playoff spot throughout the last few weeks of MPL. But right now against Haji, it's gonna be a big problem considering that you can't ban this man out.
Yeah, and I feel like that's one of the most impressive, maybe not impressive, one of the most needed adjustments that we had to see from Smart Omega, because in the first 2 weeks, if I would recall correctly, Haji was stuck with a Farsa time and time again, and we were always asking for him to show us something else because we know Haji is that flexible. And now that he's able to bring out all the Kaguras and all those interesting mid lane picks, some maybe still a bit questionable, but we're seeing a lot more of Haji and how we used to know him to be in terms of performing with these heroes.
Well, I hope he brings back the Hilda mid at some point, or maybe bring back the Cho mid. We're in Project Next anyway, and we're asking the people right now in the comment section, which cheese pick do you want to see in the new maps? You have A, Saber in Dangerous Grass, B, Thamas and Anywhere, C, Johnson in Broken Walls, and D, comment the others. Just make sure to comment that down below, or maybe even talk about it in our social media groups. It's all over the internet anyway. But let me ask you this, starting with Renmar, what kind of cheese pick do you want to see right now?
Johnson with more magic damage to begin with, before going into the hybrid tank items later on, and Kaja in the mid lane.
Kaja mid.
Okay, so I'm gonna go for D, and I'm gonna like suggest 2.
Okay. Go for it.
Dangerous Grass, Hilda or Kadita.
All right. You know what? I feel like Kadita has an actual chance.
Yeah.
With even the, I think, Dire Hit getting a small buff as well.
Yeah.
If ever, maybe mid lane Kadita or roam Kadita, we're about to find out because it's about to begin. It's Smart Omega versus APBR. The players are ready and they're about to enter the arena.
Be another dangerous match for the barangay. Here's James, Ryzen, Haji, Super Yoshi, and Natsuki, Smart Omega! Can the Hive swarm the land of dawn? Here's Lord JM, James Banks, Aqua, X Nova, and Shizo, APBR! To oversee and uphold the tournament's integrity, our marshals for this match are Joshua, Chico, Patrick, and Jeff. And the coaches, for Omega is Coach Wura, for APBR is Coach Jeff. APBR and Smart Omega, MPL Arena, mag-ingay!
The first match of the day will about to begin. It's going to be Omega. Let's welcome James, Ryzen, Haji, Super Yoshi, and Netsuki.
I just want to say, I think one of the most noticeable changes which took place in Smart Omega in their playstyle yesterday was that there was a bit more level of discipline in terms of their execution, especially their mid to late game decision making, which I feel like helped them improve so much in a short amount of time. It could probably be in some way attributed to Coach Wura, but it could be more than that too. And that is something APBR definitely needs to pay attention to if they struggle in that part of the game.
That's going to be tough for APBR. Let's welcome the boys in yellow. We have Lord JM, James Banks, Aqua, X Nova, and Shizo.
So X Nova, I'm gonna be looking at you to not only perform very well, because Super Yoshi is currently leading in the league right now in terms of vision, gold gained through vision. And the lead is massive. So X Nova, you need to be on point with your rotations to make sure that you can get that gold for yourself and to, well, provide vision for your team.
And looking at our team head-to-head, the gap in turtle control is starting to look good for APBR, but the rest of the hexagram says that Omega has the edge.
The difficult thing about going up against Omega, even if you're a team that's good at, let's say, you win Turtle 1, Turtle 2, how well are you then going to fare with Turtle 3 and Lord 1? Some moment in the game where Omega has shown multiple times throughout Season 16 that they can find comeback angles, either with crazy plays you don't expect them to do, or with just straight up good fundamental team fighting.
Yeah, I think especially the 8 to 10 minute mark for Smart Omega is a point in the game where APBR really needs to be very careful about the decisions they make, because that perhaps might be their timer right now. It was emphasized, especially yesterday in that 3-game series.
Well, we're about to see that, but before we head on to this heated matchup in our match number 1, we're gonna go back to their moments before we start the game with the Smart 5G ping test.
Meow, 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 meow.
Bawat kaya. Ang tanong,
Lame kayo!
mananalo ba ang Smart Omega? Oh, sugar in my tongue. Tongue. Likes na ba? Message, likes na ba? Good luck, din lang. Kay Coach Chef, message ko. Black, huwag mo akong pakitaan ng mga Bruno first 3 picks ha. Pocket pick o iwan na sa bulsa? Pangit pick pala. Pasok!
Ang ingay. Saan ba dito hinihinaan yan? RJ ko. Gege, win streak na to. Sa akin palakasan ng kampi ko onte. Lahat sila ang hina. Uy! Hindi lang ako kulay pink eh. Ganto lang pala maglaro. Okay rin pala. Meta ata ate. Takbo ganyan no. Kasi sat sa mata. Pag nanalo tayo, top 6 na tayo ya. Layo pa ya.
Barrett's Rome confirmed. X-Nova bringing that out. Take that back in. That's our smart 5G ping test, showing you the preparations that they've made and making sure that the tournament integrity is intact. But now we go back to this match after that very slight break with all of the tongue action, sadly.
Keep that in, X-Nova.
Keep that in, X-Nova.
I thought the singing was enough, but X-Nova, he wasn't singing, but he did something else.
Oh, we have to discuss this though. All right. Let's look at the Infinix keys to victory, Renmar. What are we looking at right now?
Okay, this isn't the HAL, but the budget version of it, I guess. So for both teams, you have to make sure that the roamers adapt to the new patch playstyles, especially in the new maps, depending on what kind you get. The grass, the walls, the faster river currents, or the expanded river currents, and adjust your roam pick, because that's something that teams, I feel like, did not do enough yesterday, actually. So for Omega, win the mid lane draft matchup. Haji struggles if he loses the draft, similar to when they picked up the Vixana, so please don't pick that again. And for APBR, win the mid lane draft matchup. So, kind of obvious there, right? If you can make sure that Haji is struggling and that your key heroes can get to the key bushes before Haji does, throwing him off his game, bursting him before the sequences begin, Omega crumble through Haji falling.
You know, I agree with that. I feel like if there's one type of mid laner of Haji is, he's like a microwave, where if he gets hot quick, it just burns out the entire enemy team.
That's true.
Especially on that Kagura pick. I feel like the moment that heats up, gets his first burst down, gets his first 2 pickoffs, you could call it game.
Yeah, and I really like how they should be paying more attention to Haji, because I feel like how Smart Omega played yesterday was, in a way, always attempting to quietly activate Netski. So all this attention you put into Haji will limit the possibility of that happening without you noticing, because Haji is one of the players in Smart Omega who literally works to find all that space for Netski, who tries to distract the opponents even, just so Netski could do his thing.
Yeah.
And that's how Netski just always is so consistent in finding his power spot.
Yeah, and speaking of Netski, I feel like at this point, if there is still a gold laner we're looking for Netski to pick up in the game, just say Claude already. Because they look so comfortable with him playing the Claude, with how fast he can rotate the map. It looks like he's one of the most confident Claude players with how he duels in lane as well, that it's so easy for Omega to actually go for 4-man rotations by minute 8, minute 9, as we've discussed before. So APBR needs to watch out for those.
Yeah, and with the nerfs on the minions itself, less gold for everyone. I think he's by far one of the quicker Trinity pickups. I think yesterday, by 950, was able to get those Trinity build up, and the usual right now would be 10 or 10:30. So that was pretty early for Nets yesterday. And by the way, Omega picks blue side once again, similar to what they did yesterday. And this is one of the favorite parts, my new favorite parts. We're about to know via random draft who's gonna, or what's gonna be our map for game number 1. Please. Oh!
Yay!
Okay. We're gonna have dangerous grass for game 1. Well, as long as it's not too much, but this is something that really changes the way Lord dances are played. Oh wait, not even Lord dances, Lord setups in general are played.
It's true. That brush you see behind the wall.
Yeah, we call it the beard.
You call it the beard in the Filipino broadcast?
Yeah, I mean, think of it as like you have the Lord Pit, you have the big beard bush underneath the Lord Pit, but head on to the draft. It's going to be Lancelot taken away by Coach Jeff, and Coach Wura taking away the Chip and Fovius. Very particular bands here.
Yeah, considering with the presence of the dangerous grass around, that's actually great for the Chip, because that's even more bushes that he can place himself in to catch you off with a surprise shortcut. And I like how APBR are acknowledging the Lancelot problem, that out of all the assassins, he's the best for this current metagame. Put him in whichever version of the map and Lancelot will shine. So they take him out. So now APBR is going to be thinking about the Baksha, excuse me. First pick for Omega later on.
And this is one of the more rarer 1-1 bans that you would see. Coming in from blue side. A very interesting ban here coming in from Coach Wura. And now, Coach Jeff, what are you going to reply to this? There are still a lot of options here for the first pick. You still have the Zushin, which will be a very nice hero to have, or even the Baksha in Dangerous Grass.
Yeah, but they also had to respect the Angela. Even though it did not necessarily win a game yesterday when it was fielded out by Team Falcons, you still have to take it
Here
out.
you go.
So there goes the Jushin first pick for Smart Omega. That leaves... There's still a Baksha.
Yeah.
I was actually surprised that Omega didn't first pick it. However, there is that theory that Jusin would be okay with Dangerous Grass considering that she can safely check the bushes. But then at the same time, all of the burst assassins, if ever they end up with them, all have great gap closers that if APBR ends up with a unique pick with a good dash and good burst, they might have to watch out for that.
You mean Yi Sun Shin?
Yeah, like Yi Sun Shin as well. But for APBR, let's see what they end up prioritizing here. Still a new draft setup, so we don't... It's hard now to think about what teams are really thinking about.
The Yi Sun Shin is still open to take if you're APBR. And looks like they're going to go for the safer route, going for the Baksha instead and the Lapu Lapu. It's quite interesting to take note as well that yesterday there was an intense fixation on early Lapu Lapu picks up on the red sides as well. And now for Omega, they're going to take the Fredrin with the Zushin. And this got to be the Arlok, bro.
So they they picked the Khalid instead.
That's comfort, bro.
That's comfort.
Could this be the Farsa for APBR?
Yeah, I'd actually like to see them pick up their pick now for Aqua. Okay, so they're gonna most likely pair up the Kimi with the Baksha, center of the map. So you're gonna have one potential carry already. So for APBR, they have the potential swing of going into a tanky fighter jungler, and then they'll just have two carries playing around the gold in the mid. They can go triple carry, but that might be a little bit too greedy. I'd like to see them a little bit more conservative with it, considering that they are up against a Khalid and a Fredrin, which, yes, even though it is Dangerous Grass, there's still a good chance that you're just gonna get run over by two dudes who are not afraid to invade your jungle.
That's true.
And there is a Claude. Oh, never mind.
Honestly, just take out the carry too at this point. You already took out the Claude, you have red 4, and you are yet to secure your marksman. I feel like Omega, if you want to play it safe, you got to take out the carry too.
Yeah, one of the signs here if Omega's going to pick up something different is if they ban out a Farsa, then APBR has to consider the fact that the Bruno might pop up later for Neski as well. And considering that there's not a lot of heroes that, well, other than the presence of the Baksha, then maybe Omega would also want to consider still picking up a Harith for Nets.
Oh, it's banned though.
Oh yeah, it was banned. Sorry about that.
But there are other options. I feel like at this point, if the Granger's taken away as well, the Moskov becomes a hot commodity for both teams here. Just making sure that you have that, I would say, late game global presence on your marksman. I feel like right now Gold Lane is being severely limited here.
It is.
Somebody has to take the carry out. Like, just take it out, man. Like, any team would love to have that hero, and obviously APBR has red 4 advantage. Both of them still don't have their gold laners. I don't see any Ruby gold lanes happening here.
Probably not. But the Fancy Arlot instead still would pair up really well on the EXP together with the Fredrin in this lineup.
Yeah.
So
even the Khalid.
If they don't take out the carry.
There you go.
I mean, with the playstyle of Omega right now, they're going to be a slow front to back. Moskov should be okay.
Yeah, Moskov and
It's not going to be the carry. So either of those two, I feel like, would be great for them. And then I'm still thinking if this Baksha might just end up going roam or jungle. Oh, there is the Moskov.
There you go.
For Shizo. Yeah, I think they're holding on to the Baksha flex. There's a chance we might already be seeing the jungler for APBR, and this roamer's going to be something different.
Yeah.
Maybe Hellcurt Gold. I don't know, bring it back, Nets.
But other than Netsky though, EXP lane options, there's still a CC?
Yeah. The CC looks amazing against the Moskov and the area and the Kimmy as well.
If you want to run them down, really, especially team fighting wise, I think a glue would be okay.
Yeah, that too.
Although the laning matchup might not be as clear cut for him, and the Lapu Lapu's presence early on might be, well, a bit overwhelming for Omega while James is still catching up. So CC could be the safe one.
Yeah. And now the question remains, what do you take in the gold lane? Are you going to go back to the good old carry?
Whoa.
No. Yep, it's going to be a carry plus
Wait,
Show.
Is it?
Which confirms that it's an XP lane Khalid.
Yeah.
Goddamn, we're back into Khalid flex meta.
Or it could be an XP lane Cho.
Oh.
Because he can just fast clear with Concussive Blast on him.
Yeah.
And then just get out of lane.
It's been a while, you know. I think the last time that I see Cho XP lane was the season before M7 or M6 rather.
Yeah.
M6.
And
yes.
This is the season before M7.
This is the season.
So you're still
before
correct with that.
I'm still correct with that.
Yeah.
That's the secret.
Doesn't this like
I'm
work?
always correct.
Oh my goodness.
All right, go for
Okay,
it.
fine. But doesn't that like work so well with Dangerous Grass? If like
It's
the
Cho
Cho's just always
roaming
hidden
around.
and
Exactly.
finding targets. So that's gonna be okay.
All right, what do you get if you're AP Brent? It's going to be a Khalid XP lane, and you're going to go for the Grok in the Dangerous Grass in the hands of X-Nova. I would say Chaknu Jr. at this point. You know, he looks like the second coming of the Mamba.
Yeah, it is gonna be an XP lane Khalid.
XP lane Khalid versus Lapu Lapu. I haven't seen this matchup for a while, but I feel like Lapu Lapu still has the advantage in terms of a level 4 power spike. But levels 1 to 2, there's no way to cancel the Quicksand Guard.
We're really just gonna have to see how AP Brand are gonna be rotating. Whether or not they're gonna try to see if they can play around the EXP lane instead of around playing the gold. So you can shut down the Lapu Lapu early and then you start invading and controlling that part of the map. The lineup rating for Omega leading, it's looks good. Mainly because they can just run them down. But the fact that AP Brand has 2 carries, if Omega can't end this quick, this does not look good for them in the late game. Not at all.
The global presence coming in from that Moscow would kick in by late. And we're going to see that if that's going to happen here in game number 1. Welcome to the first game of this best of 3 series between AP Bren and Omega. This is our first series of our Superfans Saturday.
Welcome to Mobile Legends.
And there you go, the classic Grok start delaying all 3 waves. I wonder how that would play out with the new vision mechanics.
Yeah, you can't even go for those fast rotations as much.
Yeah, I appreciate the map zoom in. So quick clears in the center of the map with James already cutting. Now he's gonna have the lead. All right, so immediate cut start for Omega, which I approve of.
Yep, and this is something that we are seeing more common now in the XP lane. I think yesterday the Benedetta did that too in the hands of Trimar of TNC, and now we're gonna see that coming in from James here on this Khalid. Still a very early part of the game. We are yet to see a lot of aggressive maneuvers from both teams.
Which I'm liking from AP Brent so far because it does feel like they're also acknowledging their power spikes and not trying to put themselves in a position where Omega could really snowball. Because Smart Omega, based on their rotations, it feels like they really want to look for those early kills, those early rotations you see from James.
Yeah.
But since AP Brent don't put themselves out there, you can't do anything.
Okay, so the rotation was James fast clear EXP, go up to Litho to help, go back down to EXP, hold it, and then wait for Super Yoshi to get closer to the minion so that he gets just a little bit more from the minion.
And now a big rotation here down XP lane. Both junglers will see each other eye to eye. It's going to be a little fight here for the scroll. And it seems that Ryzen will be able to secure it for himself. And both XP laners will be hitting for. No! Lord JM goes in first!
Such tanky heroes, but Ryzen in a very dangerous spot. He flicker from Lord JM to finish off the kill. 3-man knockup, but Aqua, he somehow gets away from this. Purify already used by Haji, and Super Yoshi, he too will survive after that.
Yeah, super unfortunate timing because Omega's rotations were already perfect. Super Yoshi was going to hit level 4, or already did hit level 4 before X-Nova. So that just shows the lead of Super Yoshi in terms of rotating in the map and getting EXP. But then Ryzen just a little bit too deep down in that lane. AP Bren, good acknowledgement of the situation and deciding to jump on him right away to make sure they can secure that kill. Good secure by Lord JM, committing the flicker as well.
And at the moment Lord JM got that level 4, he just went in with the bravest fighter. Even if he did burn a flicker, that did reward Omega a bit of freedom around his turtle. But Omega already going in for the first turtle of the game. And as you could see, Lord JM struggling to find his way back around that turtle pit. And the Grok still has his access to his tectonic charge.
Okay, Super Yoshi revealing so much. Doesn't use the Way of the Dragon just yet. And instead, it's going to be the tech charge committed right here. Raven Spider doesn't land. And Ryzen, all the while that was happening, secures the objective. But Shizu joining the fight. Finds the kill on Haji. X-Nova tries to survive. Still gets some shield. And actually lives.
1-for-1 trade up there. But it seems the turtle will be going to the hands of Omega. And because of that extra movement speed, he's going to be able to go back. And Lord JM gets bursted down. It's clear that Omega has some sort of lead right now.
Yeah, and because of that pick, Omega 100% won that sequence. They get the turtle. Neski gets progress with his gold by getting a lot through the tower shielding and then going back down to Lord JM getting picked. He should not have gotten picked off there because now this pushes the lead and this pushes the envelope for Omega. They're now going to be committing topside to see if they can get Neski out of lane quick.
Yeah, Shizu has to be careful with this. He doesn't have the SOD, but fortunately Omega will not really dive him under the turret, but still that's a lead in their hands right now.
They're still playing around that 1k gold lead and gonna rotate here in the mid lane. About to at least get some plating off, but I feel like Aqua will have enough wave clear to defend or fend off Omega as the turtle, no, the orange pit is being defended as well by the side of APBR. I feel like even if Omega has a lead here, you can't really feel it that much because they're defending their map so well.
Yeah, and feels bad moment for everyone who wants to duel up against a Khalid. He still has Quicksand Guard. Anything you toss at him, it's like, all right, sure, let's go one more round.
Yeah, I think that's going to be the difference maker for the Khalid in the EXP lane. His ability to just constantly keep going back.
Yep, and looking at the items with that Fury Hammer, he's able to deal a bit of respectable damage as well, but Shizo might be in trouble here.
Oh, Ryzen actually goes for X-Nova instead. Super Yoshi doesn't commit the Way of the Dragon. Still, they just tried to poke him down to half HP. Not really going for the full commit whatsoever.
And now the next turtle will be about to spawn. And looks like they're going to go for this Grok.
Oh yeah, so they just waited a bit to actually commit. But it might bite them in the back because it is now APBR and their counter engage, which got the advantage. Taking down Ryzen, might be Haji next, but he's able to reposition and get out of danger. James fighting back though, but still they lost one member already.
And turtle is already being started here by James Panks. Omega has a clear shot here to try and steal it away, but looks like without the retribution, that's going to be APBR securing the second turtle of the game as we go back to the laning phase.
Yeah, the sad thing about that is Omega looks like they were just a bunch of dudes crumping, twerking, doing everything. They did so many things leading up to that, while X-Nova literally said, I press ultimate, and then APBR wins that whole sequence. So again, X-Nova just did a very simple thing, even taking away that gold.
Yeah, just press ultimate. That's how you play the Grok, man. And a lot of these Grok players, they fail to understand that sometimes hitting one guy is just as good as hitting three, you know? And for APBR, they're not afraid to pull that trigger if need be.
Maybe I'm just still wondering why they didn't decide to commit here earlier when they found X-Nova alone and it was just Shizo, and they decided to drag it all the way to the mid lane before they went for it. But there goes the tech charge, and now Omega knows that X-Nova doesn't have it.
Yeah. I hate that doesn't get refunded though. That the moment that you bump to a wall, that doesn't get refunded.
Well, I mean, gotta balance it out one way or the other. Oh no, Netsuke!
Unfortunately, doesn't have the tech charge, but does Netsuke get to survive this? He will, and Super Yoshi actually forces the Purify through the Way of the Dragon. But these are 5 members of Smart Omega who are deciding to go in. Flicker Raging Sandstorm coming in from James, double knock-up through the Lantern Flare. Shizu is the first to fall, but Aqua too providing some help. Super Yoshi will try to survive this, gets to dash away to the Shunpo, but Netsuke still keeps going for everyone else. Aqua chasing after Super Yoshi, won't be successful in doing so, and that's 3 members down for APBR.
Every time, every season, there's always that one play that make you go, Super Yoshi, how the hell are you alive? And I thought him committing that kick before that big team fight was a bit of a waste, but then it's because they wanted to really commit that fight. They knew James and the others were rotating up top. Without the Purify onto Shizo, James was able to Raging Sandstorm him in. He didn't hit it, but it forced Shizo to position himself in ways that Omega was closer to the Moskov.
And now the turtle, final turtle of the game. APBR is holding it with X-Nova, leading the charge. Ryzen right out of 3 people, but Omega has a clear advantage.
Oh,
and that's going to be Ryzen taking the turtle as well.
Okay, there's a conceal, but Super Yoshi doesn't need to kick anyone. X-Nova already down even before the fight began. And that's one member immediately who supposedly could be the front for APBR down. Now they get easy access to these turrets and these objectives as well.
A sudden turn of events here against APBR. Omega with a 2.4k gold lead. And it seems that they can't find a winning team fight. That was a 3v1 in the Lord Pit, but Ryzen did the most Fredrin thing ever. First skill Retribution, get that turtle and yeet out.
There was a time where we called him the S-tier monster. And Ryzen showing off why at one point there was a bit of a rivalry between him and Sensu in terms of who can do Retribution battles better. Sensu's not here, but Ryzen definitely is. Looking at the items, a lot of leg plates. Just oh, there's gonna be double blade armors, it looks like it, if ever.
Yeah, that's the worst thing to see if you're a Kimmy, dude. Twilight, I mean, a Radiant armor plus a blade armor, you're basically immune to the Kimmy damage, or maybe not really immune until the Divine Glaive.
And I think one of the scariest things we saw there was that Netsuki was almost 2k ahead of Shizo. So we see it again and again, how Netsuki just quietly always farming up, so consistent in doing so, and he can be that reliable member. We actually saw a glimpse of it in the previous team fight up top already, where the damage that he was able to dish out was already enough to deal with the isolated members of APBR.
Well, for someone who talks mad trash outside of the game, or used to do mad trash outside of the game, he's a very silent farmer in game.
Yeah, he's so good at bullying in lane no matter the hero pick. Like, there are times where Netsuki's gonna end up in a mashup, it's like, oh, this is gonna be tough for insert hero name here. But then Netsuki suddenly wins the lane. It's like, bro, how do you do that? And that's how, you can see it with how he carries himself. Especially when he was not in the Philippines, with just how he was.
Nespresso. That's Nespresso in the past, because he doesn't have it anymore.
Yeah, it's like one of those animes where you have that demon inside you. And sometimes Nespresso just talks to him while he's playing in MPL Philippines, but it's like Tokyo Ghoul Season 3, whatever, dude.
or for modern audiences, Sakamoto Days.
Hey!
Sakamoto Days, and he retired?
Oh! Traction Pulse already thrown out by Aqua, but the Way of the Dragon will land on X-Nova, still has the flicker though, but Netsuki gets the finish of the kill! SOD will land too, but does Shizu decide to join this fight? He's still sort of behind. Flicker already committed the late Lord JM, he has to escape this, but the energy eruption! He gets to dodge the Appraiser's wrath, but not the Lantern Flare, and Haji will pick up the kill!
And that prolonged team fight is Omega's way of taking down this Lord too. There's no way that APBR contests this one.
And while all of that happened, Shizo was still farming! That's because that's how massive the gap is between him and Netsuki that he couldn't join that fight. Unfortunate right now for APBR, and yeah, they're really just gonna have to turtle it out, wait, see if they can get farm with Shizo and play via turnaround, because Omega, their rotations have been on point. That was the key to victory. They rotate so well and so fast that at some point, if you cannot find the trade in a big team fight, which APBR found, but then Omega found the trade, and then after that APBR couldn't trade that again, then Omega's just gonna run over you. That's the risk of playing up against a Kali, Cho, and a Fredrin. What we said earlier, they will just continue running into your formation and into your jungle.
Yeah, we just keep on burning those purifies as well. I feel like Aqua hasn't had a real break in this game. Here comes another Earthen Rampart coming in from X-Nova, trying to defend this mid lane and the purple buff as well, but I feel like it's going to be extremely hard to deny this away from Ryzen. And that's going to be a free purple buff stolen as well as the Lord marches up top side. Omega looking to get at least one inhibitor turret out of this push. But I feel like APBR, they have enough wave clear to deny that from happening.
Yeah, but the potential team fights and cleanups are something they should really avoid. Haji 2 on the Sky Piercer is going to be terrifying, especially considering that he has a really decent KDA on the Jushin so far, and the positionings that he's been showing us have been very precise. Now they might actually get to take down that one base turret you were talking about, but the Traction Pulse won't land. It will actually force Omega to somehow back off.
They're slow and steady right now for Omega. They don't need to force anything. They are not going to force the situation as well in mid, and they're just going to straight up retreat. So you see across the board, Radiant Armors, Blade Armors everywhere, especially for the side of Omega. You see a Blade Armor on the Baksha as well. Just waiting up there. Okay, Aqua now has the Glaive, the Blood Wings, but he just needs one more item for his damage to really be a big threat to the side of Omega, which is tough considering that time is running out for them. If they can get that one more magic item, the final one to really make Omega feel the burst of the Kimmy, then it should, at that point, that means Shizo also has items as well, and then they should be good to fight and be a little bit more aggressive.
Oh, speaking of fight, they find James.
Never mind.
And he gets bursted down.
Yeah. Immediately scratches his back too. He's like, goddamn dangerous bush got to me. And that's actually one of the best applications so far that we've seen in this game. That was a dangerous grass play coming in from the Grok.
He was the one in the bush, but he was the one who got ambushed right there. He couldn't do anything, and now it's AP Bren fighting against Omega. Bravest fighter, but the two-man knockoff. Lord JM gets picked off first, and Omega successfully defend their tier 1 turret in mid.
Oh man, if you're Lord JM, you would have been pissed with that timing coming in from Super Yoshi.
That's all I can say. Yoshi, how did you find that angle, man?
And he didn't even pull up the flicker.
Yeah. It was straight up second skill, first skill, second skill, kick. Damn.
And you know what? At least Lord JM didn't burn the flicker too, but looks like this is going to be the Lord secured as well for Omega. I don't think, unless Shizo pulls up a Kelra here, maybe throw it now? In a bit? No? Okay, then that's Lord secured for Omega.
Yeah.
I think they saw Super Yoshi holding up the front. So they probably, Shizo was like, you know what, I don't want to waste it. The Cho's probably going to block it anyway. If not, someone else is going to block it, so I'm not going to risk it.
Yeah, they were all lined up in that area.
Yeah.
So either one of the three players of Haji, Yoshi, or James would have gotten the SOD.
They even stopped a bit. They're like, all right, let's wait for the ult, then I retry.
Yeah, you saw them. They were really respecting it, so...
Yep.
Well, that's one way to do it, and now with the concealed play, puts up the light down bottom lane, still looking for that play. Earth and Rampart used up, and that's going to be the inhibitor turret going down. They're going to have to deal with the Lord, but here comes the fight.
Oh, Lantern Flare into the way of the Dragon, but Shizu just dealing the free hits, popping the immortalities, but there's the ranging Sandstorm coming in from James and the quick Sand Guard. They gain access to the members of AP Friend one by one. Netsuki taking down Shizu. That's way less wave clear now for AP Bren, but they get to trade Ryzen and Super Yoshi in the process.
Oh no, here comes the minion wave. Can Aqua defend this alone?
Yeah, Netsuki's still alive though. They can still potentially try and go for this. There are two waves, down bot and up top, and one in mid as well. They also have the Lord JM, but the Land Shaker will actually connect. James flicker out just to survive. Happy tries to look for a target, but Netsuki gets shut down!
Lord JM fighting it, forcing it out. My goodness, call Lord JM the king of pop because he popped Netsuki.
Oh man, he found that angle, the only angle that could have gotten both targets that he needed to defend that base. And the best part, the cherry on top, is they still have that inhibitor turret in the mid lane. Yes, it's clinging to a single thread, but it's still working. You know, it's like your old microwave, 10 years already in your house, it's still working.
What is with microwaves today at Naomi?
That's my side quest.
But I don't know if this Winter Crown was already there earlier, or was it a bit too late? But yeah, James, I think he was able to recall either way, but still, there were less members to help Netsuki in that moment. And I feel like they just really wanted to force an attempt to end it there. And you would have thought that they could have with 3 waves coming in all at once. But surprisingly enough, Aqua and Lord JM were all able to deal with it.
And look at the Lord advantage. Negative. Oh no, but at least they did get a lot of turret damage, and that would give Omega a big, no, not even big, a huge advantage for the upcoming Lord.
Yeah, but it depends on how well Omega are going to be playing around their own minion waves. Because now AP Bren, we're at the point where it doesn't matter the gold.
Oh no.
They're ready to fight. They're ready to go. They have the damage at Omega. If they're not careful, one massive tech charge by X-Nova, a mistimed entry, making sure that leading to Lord JM being able to turn things around with a massive Land Shaker, those are the things they're going to be watching out for. Because now on the other side, you have 3 dudes who provide so much space for a Kimmy and a Moskov, which, yes, AP Bren lost in their rotations, but they are good with the counter engages for team fights.
Yeah, and now with the waves already pushed up, AP Bren They do have the angle here. They're able to contest for a bit, and they could even send the Moskov down bottom lane just because of the presence of the SOD. Now Omega gonna hide around the beard, and they're gonna be able to reset this Lord, playing around that vision, knowing that they have the advantage on the side lanes.
Yeah, I was supposed to say James has been holding that beard for a very long time now, and Haji's just as reliable and always checking out these rushes. So AP Brent couldn't really push forward. They could barely take control of some of these pushes for themselves because it's Omega who's in full control and who has full information.
Yeah, AP Brent is straight up losing this Lord Dance right now because Omega is holding the positions perfectly.
Okay.
That was scary.
Yeah, I thought they were gonna commit, but even Haji held on to the Purify.
Okay, partly AP Brent are buying time because they know the Lord is actually hurting Ryzen in the long run.
But I think we've seen this yesterday. Does Ryzen have the Guardian helmet though? That is gonna be one of the biggest factors.
Yes, he does.
Okay, so
he does.
He's gonna be okay with this probably.
Yeah, he's gonna be okay. They're gonna reset the Lord, and this is gonna be a long Lord Dance for AP Bren. Omega knows they have the advantage here, and they're gonna play around that advantage as much as they can with the Sky Guardian helmet as well on Ryzen. And they just can't. I feel like X-Nova has so much pressure on him right now. He needs to find a play.
Oh, now they forced the Crimson Beacon out of Haji. That's gonna be big. X-Nova, the target right now, but they still do not commit any more of their ultimates.
James?
The Lord is very, very low right now, though. Ryzen still around the area. Oh, the flicker from X-Nova already down. The land shaker from Lord JM and the SOD. Shizo decides to go in, forces out the Wind of Nature from Netsky, but the Appraiser's Wrath, it lands on multiple members. That's the Winter Crown, also forced out of James Paxton. James from behind, waiting for the right opportunity. Lands the Raging Sandstorm onto 4, and now they disengage, but without, or they won't, without a kill, and that's James Pax that they find.
The ultimate fighter for a reason. We saw Super Yoshi showing off with the Khalid yesterday. What about James today? He waited, and the thing is, AP Bren knew that was gonna happen because Aqua spent majority of that fight just trying to keep James at bay. They knew he was holding that bush, but they did not know that James held on to his ultimate the entire time.
Wow, a 4-man Raging Sandstorm to secure that Lord as well for Omega. And now a massive base defense again for AP Bren. The turret in the mid lane is non-existent. That's gonna be one hit away from falling down. And there you go, it's just the base. It's just 4 dudes about to fight for their life.
Crimson Beacon in, knockups from the Jeet Kunto and the Wave of Dragon. There goes the tech charge coming in from X-Nova, popping the immortality from Netsky, and Shizu dealing the damage. They actually force Smart Omega to run away. SOD will not connect. That could have been a very close call.
They still got to defend. Shizu will give you that. You still got to defend.
Yeah.
But if that hit, this game is over.
Man, if that hit... Oh man!
Oh my goodness.
That's like Kawhi Leonard missing the game-winning shot. But looks like they're gonna be able to defend. You know, that's the best part. We still have a game, 15-10. It's 21 minutes. Our current longest game in the league right now is 26-30.
Really?
Yes, 26-30.
Okay.
And this is just game 1, and we're gonna watch that replay. And you could hear the pain in our voices the moment that SOD passed through 3 people. This was such a great defense, though, for AP Bren.
Yeah, X-Nova turned things around. That tech charge saved the scenario because Netsky was caught in their bang. What a way to read the situation. And that led to this.
Yeah, and they're turning it around. Ryzen goes down, out for 1 minute. And AP Bren looks like they're going to go for the mid lane push, but somebody has to go home.
Yeah.
Somebody has to keep the house clean.
I missed this. AP Brent fans now talking a bit of trash towards the Omega fans who were doing the same earlier.
You can see
I missed this.
Look at them right now. I mean, nothing's over just yet, but you could see how close of a fight this has become. Only 300 gold lead existing. That probably doesn't even matter at this point, but Smart Omega, just the same. They are still capable of making or chasing AP Bren, so they can't put themselves out there too much.
And they still have a 3 inhibitor advantage.
Yeah, AP Bren, the fact that they have such a massive deficit in terms of map control is what's holding them back right now, which is why we're seeing them try to win mainly through defenses or turning things around in an objective team fight, or after a successful defense, go out of base, chase down, and see what control you can get at the map either through pushes or holding key objectives, key spots. So as you look at the items, look at the two Queen Swings, on not only for the Lapu-Lapu but for the Baksha as well. James Banks had the Winter Crown, which helped save him. The Twilight Armor is also helped keeping him alive for a long time.
I hope they're gonna burst this. James, they don't know he's in the... Actually, they know! Lord JM checks it out with a Braves fighter, but Super Yoshi, he has the flicker. He's looking for the play.
Okay, Haji has a purple buff. Super Yoshi, will he find anyone though? He doesn't, and instead it's X-Nova who finds the targets. James trying to distract some of the members from behind, and Haji actually finds James Banks. That's not going to be good for AP Bren. Now the immortality is popped, but then Shizu still fighting back. There goes the knockbacks, and the SOD finally lands. He picks up the kill on Ryzen, making it 2 members down for Smart Omega.
Oh, but they gotta defend. There's 2 waves going inside their base, and looks like they're gonna go for the Lord. No retribution here for AP Bren. No retribution for Omega, and it's gonna be a big reset before the next big team fight.
They have to take care of the minion waves first. With everything crashing in, Omega now have another key victory condition. Just split push it. With everything that happens with the team fights, Netsuki can just leave it, and then with a minion wave that's left behind by AP Bren, end the game single-handedly. Because now Omega have acknowledged the situation. X-Nova in team fights, the wall that he can bring up is too much of a problem to deal with. Lord JM's entries as well as the Landshakers have been on point that have made this team fights very back and forth. So you see, they're even now sending the Juice in up top to clear minion waves because that allows Netsuki to hold the shrub in the mid to potentially find a backdoor angle.
And let's see if the SOD lands this time around. Looks like they're gonna burst down the Lord here. Still no retribution for the side of Omega. It looks like Omega, they're gonna go for the contest, but the Lord, it's gonna be secured by James Banks.
And Super Yoshi loses his immortality. Dies as well, but James, Netsuki, Haji, every single member left of Smart Omega are trying to fight back. The Rampart actually blocks their way. Netsuki falls in the hands of Aqua, and now Smart Omega, they're the ones running away.
Oh no, they're scrambling. The Lord isn't up just yet. They're gonna be able to clear out their minion waves, but that's gonna be a full minute without Netsuki on Omega.
X-Nova, bro, I've never seen a more impactful wall in so long. Not to set up for an ultimate, but to literally just separate the team fight, cause a massive obstacle for Omega to deal with, and now AP Bren at the cusp of victory, turning this game around.
And let's see if they're going to be able to defend. What a flicker play!
They commit everything just to pop the immortality and potentially take down Ryzen as well. James from behind once again using that Raging Sandstorm, but he has to use the quick Sand Guard because he has to regain some of his HP back, but there's not much that they can do anymore because Shizu has his eyes set on the base. But before that, he gets a shutdown kill and eventually take game number 1.
A 25-minute victory for AP Bren. Goes 1-0, and you could see the fans go wild in MPL Arena. I love this, man. It's like they won the series already.
1-0, almost 25 minutes. Where else would you rather be than with Saturday night Filipino MLBB, baby?
Woo!
Okay.
You know, it's so fun. That was nuts. It was so fun to see fans like this. It's literally just 1-0, bro. And they're already saying night-night and bye-bye.
Bye-bye. See you game 2.
See you game 2. Well, jokes aside, that was a spectacular watch for our first game of the day. By the way, that's just our first game of the day. A 25-minute victory from AP Bren. For the most part, it was Omega controlling this game, but AP Bren with a massive comeback. I'm not quite sure who deserves the MVP, but my vote is on X-Nova. How about you guys?
I'm an X-Nova guy here. But Aqua's good too.
Aqua's great too. You know, Aqua's great too in this one. The Kimmy was dealing a lot of damage, and I think there were crucial traction pulses as well around those Lord pits. I feel like mostly on the Zushin.
Yeah, and they could barely get to Aqua. He's 9-2-6. That's only 2 deaths. We saw how many fights in this game, how many back and forth Lord dances, and Aqua only died twice. That is impressive. And because of everything that the front line of AP Bren were doing for this Kimmy, Aqua needed to show up. Aqua needed to tell AP Bren, guys, count on me. I'm one of the secondary carries. That's why you pick Kimmy early on, because you want him as a second conditional win choice for your team. And Aqua delivered.
Yeah, I feel like even more than being the secondary carry, quote unquote, during those late game team fights, he tends to be the one who starts things off. Even just through the traction pulse, because we saw it time and time again, it was always targeted towards Haji, and once you just get to force, be it either the flicker or it's not the flicker actually, say Purify on Haji or even just the Crimson Beacon, that could already mean something huge for AP Bren, and that could encourage Xnova to go in, be more decisive in terms of the counter engages, and during these few times we saw Xnova not going for the counter engage and instead the engage himself, they were very decisive, calculated ones.
Yeah.
And AP Bren, it's commendable how much they held on to this point where they knew they could already count on Shizo.
You know, this game is a perfect blend of clean and scrappy. I'm not quite sure how to explain this, but it feels like OG old MLBB, but also with a touch of modern flair. So I just love how the timings were perfect, the rotations were modern, but the way the fights were being played out, it was scrappy as hell.
Yeah, there was a reason why earlier when we were showing the lineups and talking about the teams that I said my eyes are going to be on Xnova, what pick he ends up with, because again, this is the meta wherein it's so demanding for roamers now, not just in terms of the big rotations, which yes, Omega did 100% better, but then how well are you going to be able to fight? Barrier, look at that ramp up, bro. Bro, he literally said, let me set up a castle again and then bring it back down and say, all right, we're going to go for round 2. And then Shizo finally hitting. Bro, I am going to make a video out of this.
I even feel like the times where AP Brent decided not to push forward weren't signs of hesitation, but it was more of because they were already so much familiar with how the sequence usually went for Smart Omega. They knew that they had to wait for James to suddenly appear from behind, and they had to make the decision based on whoever they're able to see from Smart Omega's lineup. And so I'm surprised because I was very vocal about Smart Omega being the more disciplined team heading into this match, but then AP Bren too themselves after a week or so.
You know, this game just brought out the best of these players. I feel like, especially for the XP laners, James and Lord JM were usually, we just know that the XP lane right now is kind of 50-50, I would say. But this game, it felt as if both XP laners reached a zone where they usually just, I don't know, do the right play at the right time. James had a 4-man Raging Sandstorm to block the entry or exit of AP Bren. Then Lord JM found the primary targets more than 3 times in 4 big team fights.
Yeah, you said XP laners in this meta today are 50-50. Lord JM is Mr. 50-50.
It's the proper side of the coin today.
The proper side of the coin. It's his meta now. No, but yeah, James was fantastic. And again, we talked about the Khalid and Cho together having being together in one team with a Fredrin in the jungle means that 100% they will most likely win rotations. Again, we talked earlier about how Super Yoshi's rotation was perfect, but then unfortunately Ryzen just got picked off and AP Bren would eventually be able to win that. But then once we saw Omega take control yet again, then AP Bren was struggling. So AP Bren acknowledged their win condition that, guys, we just have to play for the counter engage and then we'll be able to win. And they held on to that idea for what? 22 minutes plus.
Oh wow, and this is honestly insane looking at our big 4 stats. The rich guy and the carry, Shizo. In this game, we rarely see gold laners right now reaching this GPM of 800 plus, especially with the changes that happened around our minions, and especially with a 25-minute game. Usually the GPM goes severely low by that point, but Shizo played an amazing Moskov game, and he's our BPI rich guy, and that's going to be game 1 going to AP Bren. We still have potentially 2 more games, or just another game if AP Bren secures another one. But who would have thought that we would start our Saturday with the one big 25-minute game?
I'm impressed. This was, again, we were so fixated on Netsky, the silent farmer, but forgot about the silent kid. Like he was
That's true.
performing
His entire
just the
life
same.
is silent, you know? But if you want to take your playoffs loud, experience MPLPH Season 16 in the Cuneta Astrodome this October 21 to 27. You could buy your tickets for $250. Head on to the MPL website to know more about our tickets. And I think the Mythic tickets for the Grand Finals are already sold out, and the Legend tickets are already selling out fast. So be featured as the next MPLPH Superfan of the month. All you have to do is to join the MPL Philippines official group, engage with the community, and just keep those interactions positive. Scan the QR code right in front of your screen right now.
Yep. There are so many inputs from our community nowadays, especially regarding the new patch. So this is the perfect time for you guys to share any MPL related news and updates in the group for your chance to be named as the next or the MPLPH Superfan of the month.
Don't miss out on this amazing deal.
Yeah, you get the, I would say you would get a lot, not just attention, but also possibly like a lot of giveaways coming in from everybody loves attention at this point. Yeah. But yes, jokes aside, you know, I feel like our super fans, our communities, has always been part of MPL Philippines ever since its conception here in Season 1. A lot of them had grew already. Like, it's so surprising to me that there are quite literally college freshmen who would say that, hey, we watched you guys when we were in high school.
Oh.
Brother!
Or graduates who say that
we're happy to be part of your high school experience, brothers.
I feel old. Wow.
Wow. That made you feel things.
Wow.
Wait, me too. But
dude, you're still young.
Because he mentioned like college freshmen.
Yeah,
and
college
they used to watch us when they were high school.
yeah, exactly.
And we were like graduates.
Yeah, that's true.
That's true.
College graduates.
Remember, M3 was around 4 years ago.
Already?
Already. Well, right now we're gonna go to actual college people here who are gonna go to our MPL Arena. Let's go to the main stage.
Maraming salamat sa ating mga casters. Kasama natin ngayon wala iba kundi ang MPL Battle Trips. Guys, kamusta kayo?
Okay lang.
Ay, kulang-kulang sa energy. Alam ko na paano to. Hep, hep. Diba?
Magaling!
Sabi ko sa'yo eh.
Alam, Jemima, ikaw talagang inintay namin. Jemima, kumusta naman ang iyong experience dito sa MPL Arena?
So far, fourth time ko na po dito sa Battle Trips and yes, fourth time ko na. And so far, sobrang saya talaga. Sobrang daming prizes, sobrang daming players na namimit ko and yeah, sobrang saya po. Thank you so much.
Ang sipag niya dito, ha?
Ang sipag niya dito. Tapos nakikita ko yung mga nanda-trash talk sa likod eh. Kasama ba kayo doon? Nakasama kayo saan?
Yan ba yung mga ano? Wala pala.
Ikaw, kamusta ka naman? I know that sa Battle Trips, ang dami yung naging, talks with all of the people who were here. Ano yung mga naging favorite nyo na natutunan nyo para sa araw na to?
Ang pinaka naging favorite ko po nung dinala po kami sa likod and sinabi po yung about po sa mga graphics, paano po nag-work yung MCL at the backstage po. Yun po talaga yung naging favorite part ko ng Battle Trip.
Okay, so you're more into like the design part of things, yung production side of things, correct?
Not really po kasi part po ako ng parang team po sa school. So, pero I'm really curious po kasi kung how po ba nag-work talaga yung nasa likod na at the back po ng pro scene, ng nasa pinapalabas po sa live, paano po siya nag-work, ganon.
I like it. You know, merong idea palalo ang ating mga students kung paano yung nagagawa.
At alam mo, Hans, natutuwa ako na every Saturday, mas dumadami yung participants natin dito sa ating Battle Trips. Meron ka nga sa katabi mo dyan eh, oh. Parang very young na addition to the team.
Hello, kamusta ka na?
Hi!
Anong pangalan mo? Ilang taon ka na? Sino favorite mong player? Anong favorite mong hero? Ilang beses ka kumakain sa isang araw? Tatlo. Oh, at least may sagot siya, ha? Oh, hep hep. Yeah! At saya-saya. Pero, kamusta naman yung experience mo kanina? Nanood ka kanina nung game number 1, di ba? So, anong pinaka-natutuwa ka na pinanood mo ngayon? Ay, masaya siya.
Masaya daw siya, sabi ni ate sa
Ano po yun? Spokesperson, ano pong, kamusta po ang experience?
Okay lang po, masaya po.
Ayan, masaya nga sila parehas. Maraming salamat sa MPL Smart Battle Trips. Hopefully, mag-enjoy pa kayo lalo. Gawin nyo to. Tapos dila tayo, sabay-sabay dahil ibabalik na natin sa ating mga casters in 1, 2, 3.
Welcome back to the casting desk. Still us 3, and you don't have a choice. It's me, Womi, with here, Brigida and Renmar. After that Battle Trips experience, we could see a lot of college students. My favorite one would be that 10-year-old kid already in college, already graduating from economics. Oh my God.
Yeah, he is currently lined up for a internship position in a company which I cannot say.
Moontune.
But it's...
No, I'm kidding. It's Moonton Games. No.
Yeah, we
You're gonna
cannot
kill me today, man. You're gonna kill me today, Momi.
Yeah, we could not disclose where, but just know that he is lined up somewhere.
Oh man, but you know, Battle Trips happens every Superfans Saturday. That's where we actually get a lot of college students who wants to see the MPL Arena, take a look around the backstage as well, learn a lot of things. And now APBR, they're gonna go for blue side this time around, which means that there will be a swap of sides for game number 2. Maybe we'll see another thing pop up as the first pick this time around.
And I'm wondering what map now.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. That's my favorite part. All right, what's your bet? What's your bet? Like for this game?
Expanding rivers.
I think we're getting the clouds.
Oh, really?
Clouds.
Okay.
I'm feeling broken walls. I'm feeling Chris Jericho right now.
So
break the walls down. Brigida's too young to understand.
I don't know what that is.
Now you're part of the list. And for this time, though, I feel like Broken Walls would be amazing because yesterday, as much as I don't like to bring this up, Renmar, the only Broken Walls games yesterday was Game 3 of Falcons. And that wasn't really like a big preview of what the Broken Walls could do in Lord Fights. Because Lord Fights on Broken Walls just means that you could pull it from any direction like a squeeze toy, dude.
Yeah, and now I think because of what we saw yesterday from Game 3 of Falcons, maybe picking up like a healer type, support type roamer during Broken Walls might not be the best bet. Because I feel like if that was any other map, because you could see it, okay, I know people are giving Falcons flag for, you know, picking up the Angela first pick.
Yeah.
But then we're seeing so many drafts, not only today, but yesterday, where you see Red Side prioritizing Angela bans. So there is a thinking as to why Angela is getting banned out or picked up as a priority if it's open. So what are we gonna get?
Anything but back-to-back. Please not grass again.
See, I told you!
All right.
My gut feeling.
Looks like we're gonna have Expanding Rivers this time around. For the people who don't know what Expanding Rivers do, it's technically the same river, but bigger and longer.
They got Lapu-Lapu surfing the waves. Why not Kalea?
Oh!
That's true. You know, that makes perfect sense.
Yeah.
Well, maybe they just wanted to target the Philippine demographic even better. But yes, we are gonna go to the blue side here, banning out the Lancelot. Oh wow, a blue side Lancelot ban. I haven't seen that in a while.
So, kind of crazy, APBR. What are you going for here, sirs?
Yeah, the Jushin's still there.
You know, if I'm APBR, if Omega banned out the Baksha, APBR can just rush pick the Fredrin. I'm not even gonna be mad, dude.
I don't miss those days, Renmar. That was like MSC 2023, where Fredrin was the god of the jungle.
I see value in you.
I see value.
I see value. Come on, Ape. Oh, wait, no. They can just either go Baksha or Juicin.
Yo, the Sushin got banned.
Oh, right, sorry.
Now the Fredrin has more value.
Yeah. Fredrin, go. Fredrin first pick. Don't pick up the Baksha. And even though that makes the perfect sense, Liquid can do it, you can do it too. Just go Fredrin.
Hey, Coach Jeff.
We're slowly,
you know the drill.
We're slowly saying bye-bye to East and Shin.
Okay, they go for the Angela.
Oh my goodness!
Okay, this is gonna be the second time that we've seen the Angela being a first pick blue side here.
Omega needs to steal the Baksha now because you do not want to give Baksha Angela to APBR.
That's true.
That brings us back to the Baksha Angela CC day.
Yeah, and
the question is this gonna be mid lane Angela or is this gonna be roam Angela?
Yesterday it was mid, so
I hope it's mid.
I hope it's mid.
Yeah.
No, I hope it performs well in mid.
Wherever
I don't
it
hope
goes.
that it's not mid in terms of performance.
Can't believe we're at a time where, because of how language has evolved, we have to actually give that disclaimer.
Clarify which mid. What do
That's
we
true.
Clarify.
Well, here you go. The Baksha and Valentina. Now they also have unlimited heart guards just because the cooldown is so low.
Yeah, and Valentina, of course, one of the best heroes you can pick up during expanding rivers. Because most likely the picks that are going to end up on the side of AP Bren, those are ultimates that Valentina can steal. And other than that, it just makes Valentina get around faster, which means that she can save her dashes for the key moments that she needs it.
Yeah.
Uranus Angela.
So this feels like Smart Omega, similar to yesterday, drafting for expanding rivers, or at least based on the first two picks that they've revealed so far. But
okay, Granger. I think Omega just go pick up the Claude later on for next game. It's going to be available for them.
The Esmeralda is open, bro.
Esmeralda, the EXP lane, could be really good too. Bit of a nightmare matchup. Actually, even Uranus has a hard time with dealing with the Phoveus, so maybe that's something Omega would want to consider. Because I always thought that, okay, Uranus against Phoveus, it might be bad for Phoveus in the long run. But Phoveus just does so much damage, surprisingly, that even the tankiness of the Uranus isn't actually enough to sustain it.
Yeah, and I feel like the healing that the Phoveus gets as well, just insane. And there you go, the Fanny locked in for Ryzen, which confirms that this will be a roam Baksha.
Yep.
Wait, you know what? We've seen Fanny roam somewhere else.
Hey.
Forgot which MPL region. I don't want to call it yet.
wait, I remember mid in SG.
Or Fanny mid. At this point, I'm not going to call which jungle pick is this.
Or
it's 100% a Fanny jungle. I'm just going to say that now. It's Ryzen.
It is Ryzen, yeah.
And why were they were so confident in this pickup? Like,
Hey man, it's not every day that you see people bonding like that. Yes, sir! And the classic wake me up. There you go.
that was too bad. Okay, at least he gets to.
Yeah, and now
Wake
they're
up.
now moving towards the banning phase. They're gonna take out the show. Oh, this guy's just acting.
Nah, he's just acting. Okay, so
The authenticity is gone.
They definitely will be limiting all those roam options, which could make things much more difficult for the Manny.
I just want to say, what college are these, are the battle trips people from? Because they're a fun crowd.
Oh well, I'm gonna read it. I think it's Batangas State University.
Where'd you see that?
On the lanyard.
Oh,
Wow.
that was quick.
Okay, yeah.
You have such good eyesight.
Thanks. I wasn't born with it. But yes, now they're going to take away the Fredrin. Still no jungle option here for AP Bren, but a huge Claude ban for the side of the Bees. No more Claude for Netscape.
Yeah. They
Sad.
Well,
still have carry.
yeah, at least that's still there. So is... Or so are the other options.
AP Bren need to ban all the... I don't know. Are they going to be okay with going up against a Moskov and Fana in one team?
Oh, yeah.
That's two heroes that can just split up your map. AP Bren need to ban out the Moskov.
They don't.
And they're going to take away the Esmeralda instead. I feel like that's still a good ban, but the Moskov, as you mentioned, might just be a big problem, considering that Fanny and Moskov on late game, with the Baksha as well, is just insane global presence.
Yeah, and you have an Angela, which most likely in the center of the map.
Yes.
That's going to be tough. Unless you're going to send your Uranus, who clears minion waves very slowly as the guy taking care of minion waves. So that you can send your Angela to the Uranus, but then you're wasting so much utility and strong frontline tankiness just for clearing up minion waves. I think heading into this Omega right now, or excuse me, AP Bren are running out of options in terms of what else they can draft. Carry, as expected. Moskov was one of the options, but now Carry adds an even stronger team fighting presence.
Yeah.
Even for split pushing, she's okay.
I feel like the Grok could be a good option again here for the side of AP Bren. If they're still looking for a roamer, at least they could potentially pose a threat to that Fanny, but the Cho is equally great, especially in the expanding rivers.
Yeah, and the jungler for AP Bren remains to be probably one of the biggest questions here. The Fredrin's also taken out by Smart Omega.
They might be stuck with a Joy or a Lucas. as one of the go-to options.
Again for James Banks, does he try it again?
How do you even counter a Fanny straight up in the jungle?
Because last time it was a Lucas
Hayabusa?
into the Fanny also, but
Oh yeah, you're right.
it didn't.
Oh, it's a Uranus jungle.
Okay.
Okay, so that makes sense now. You give the CC to Lord JM up against whoever they pick here on the side of Omega. And then we get our final lineup coming in from Smart Omega. Because right now what it's looking at, it's going to be Bak Jerome. And of course a Ryzen jungle Fanny. They're still looking for an XP lane. And honestly, against a CC, you don't have a lot of options.
Oh wait. It's a Uranus jungle. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
So what against the CC? There's no Lapu. The Phobius you mentioned is still there, although might be much more difficult. What about the glue?
Oh yeah, I feel like glue could be a good option here. Oh, what
I
else
like the
is
glue.
up?
Yeah, you're right.
Oh, they're gonna go for the Ruby, which means that it's the XP lane. Is it gonna be an XP lane Ruby?
Ruby, yeah.
Ah.
You know, we're so used to Super Yoshi using this Ruby.
I was supposed to say.
XP Ruby. I'm trying to think why.
Maybe it's out of comfort, and maybe because you could cancel the Yo-Yo Blitz from time to time, but that's not all the time.
Yeah. Even if you get a big ultimate off,
It's not a winning lane either.
Are you really just playing it's just
survival?
It's like a hard utility Ruby. It's just maximizing all your interruptions, your micro stuns, just to mess up with the team fighting of Omega. That's how it feels like to me.
Yeah, it feels like they really got forced in this Ruby pickup. But let's see, maybe it's still comfort for the side of Smart Omega as we enter game number 2. AP Bren secured a hard-fought win in game 1, securing a dub by 25 minutes. And let's see how this will run out here for game number 2. If AP Bren secures this, it's going to be the first sweep of week number 5.
Oh, yeah.
Yesterday were 6 games, and maybe we could see 9
Welcome
today.
to
Let's
Mobile
enter the last
Legends.
dawn.
It's such a nice welcome back to see maxed out series for the entire
I love
week.
that for you.
If that's gonna happen, but yeah, okay, so far it's great. They just kept themselves hidden, not necessarily showing themselves to Super Yoshi. Maybe that's gonna be a thing now. Like you gotta hide when you know that there's a roamer that's definitely just gonna keep going for the invades and trying to disrupt you. So far, it's been pretty quiet.
Yep, no big action happening just yet. Level 2 secured here for Ryzen, and they're gonna go for X-Nova.
Now there is. X-Nova might be the first target. Vengeance already used here.
Ouch!
Oh, the enhanced basic attack hurts from X-Nova. That's a surprise. Ryzen actually falls in first blood, and Super Yoshi next. What better start for James Banks on a Uranus jungle?
Yeah, they overestimated the aggression and the damage that they can dish out against a Gatot Kacha who has Vengeance.
And a concussive blast.
And a concussive blast. And a powerful passive ability that enhanced basic attack actually does hurt if it lands on the right target.
Yeah, and now James Banks gonna snowball on this Uranus. Gonna be extremely hard to kill, and they're gonna go for X-Nova. Oh no, they're gonna go for Super Yoshi. And that's another kill for AP Bren.
They're gonna start farming in the enemy jungle.
Yeah, Omega overheated with the very first one, and now it's just gonna be up to them to find their typical turnaround at minute 8 to 9. While AP Bren, they can just continue this. Clear up minion waves. Shizo looks like he's having a comfortable time against the carry in lane. Let's see if Omega can find a swing maybe around Turtle 2, but it's looking like a bit of a 8 to 10 minute turnaround for Omega.
It's going to be a long early game here for Omega because of that abysmal start on this Fanny. James Banks already starting this turtle, and I feel like the contest is non-existent here for Omega. They're not even going to try. Ryzen's going to go for the orange buff instead, but this is the expanding rivers. That's going to be the turtle secured, and they're going to run back to that orange, but it's all going to be taken here by Ryzen.
Yeah, I think this was pointed out even yesterday. Despite what happened in the first few minutes of the game, you still have to watch out for Ryzen and his capability to find trades. He was actually first to get level 4 even before James Banks earlier, but things have changed quite a bit right now, especially since they had the turtle, and now Super Yoshi seems to be the next target. No Revitalize could save him from that situation.
Yeah, everything's just going perfectly right now for AP Bren. It's one of those games where it's like, oh, cool, we got another kill. Wow, we got a perfect start. Yeah, let's just continue this.
Yeah, and looks like the purple buff is stolen right away, right in front of the Fanny, and Ryzen is struggling. No energy left, has to go out, and here comes the Heart Guard.
Heart Guard plus the AOG, multiple members Netsky's here to join the fight. However, X-Nova finds the kill on James. They are already forced to run away. Ryzen decides to join it again, but he still cannot fight back. There's not enough damage in AP Bren. They're just ready for it all the time.
Yeah, the sustain of AP Bren is just way too strong. Even though we do see them falling down low, at that point the members of Omega cannot overly commit into that fight lest AP Bren turn things around. It's a Dreadnought armor rush here for James Panks, leading up to the War Axe for the CC and the Ruby. Meanwhile, it is a 1,000 gold lead for Shizo in the gold lane against a carry. Already has the Hunter Strike just built.
Oh, and this is going to be a really tough time here for Omega. Ryzen is looking for scraps inside the jungle of AP Bren, able to secure it via the Retribution. But that means that he has to wait around in his own jungle with 0 things spawning inside of it. It's already cleared out by AP Bren.
Yeah, it's a 2-level gap existing between these junglers. Level 7 for James Panks and Ryzen struggling to get level 6. Oh, Netsky gets to dodge
the taunt lands.
The AOG. There's the IMU hard guard as well coming in from Haji. But then...
It's a lot of resources right before the turtle.
Yeah.
Spent out, but I think the hard guard is the bigger resource use. Is fine because at this point X-Nova can just front. His biggest resource is actually his second skill besides the AOG.
Yeah. And now no one is there to contest this objective. James Panks just gets his level 8. The I am offended was committed by James here, but there will be absolutely no follow-up whatsoever. Hardguard already committed by Aqua, but it seems like they don't care. Lord James still trying to fight under the turret, but Omega are doing their best. They're defending as much as they can.
What the hell? That's without War Axe.
Yep. That's how much it hurts. That's easy for you.
And there you go. Already a lot of snowball coming in from AP Bren. And I feel like it doesn't even matter. The expanding rivers right now don't really matter much for Omega, apart from the fact that they could defend faster. But AP Bren, they just keep on coming, and they're not stopping with another AOG.
Okay, but they were on the other side of the map to block the follow-up damage from Shizo, but the hard clutch saving the gold laner of AP Bren. James Panks do all alone, but is able to fight even up against 4.
That's what it looks like if an Angela mid lane is winning, huh? Looks really good.
And it looks really, and looks something that you would love to ban if you're red side.
Yeah.
And now a lot of teams understand how this draft functions. And that was a crucial hard guard. And just right now, it's already up once again.
A well-timed taunt though from X-Nova might just save Shizo right here. But then again, another hard guard comes to save the day. Instead, it's James and Super Yoshi who will fall despite them being the ones to start to engage. Lord James still trying to fight back. The Vengeance saving him clutch, but then Ryzen finishes off the kill with a cutthroat.
Man, you can ring the bell at this point. I mean, Omega does have a capability to come back, but AP Brand, they're just playing everything right. Although, I want to commend how well James and Super Yoshi actually linked up that engage in the bottom lane. That was their initiation. James went in, he committed the I'm offended, while Super Yoshi took the long way around, was able to bump. But then MVP of the game, the man who, or woman who hero designed Angela over at the Mutan Studios.
In the recent patch.
Yeah, I did not expect the hard guard to come back that quick.
I mean, I wonder how the meeting went. It's like, how about we give Angela a 20-second base cooldown on all 3 levels?
From the 70.
That must be fun. No more fleeting time.
Bottom lane, Ryzen almost popped Aqua, actually.
Damn. Almost, though, and that's going to be the turtle. Still going to the hands of AP Brand. Perfect turtle run here for James Panks, who is still deathless with a 90% KP.
Yeah.
Uranus, baby.
This is not looking too good for Smart Omega. They're the team who has the draft, who could potentially take advantage of the expanding river so much well because of the mobility they already have. But
AOG?
Now they couldn't even provide as much help to Ryzen, even despite the expanding rivers, just because of how behind they are. So even though Ryzen gets to find targets occasionally every now and then, the other members couldn't keep up, or they just need to catch up in terms of farm first before they actually decide to fight.
The Uranus jungle play here by AP Brand was perfect. The fact that they rush picked the Angela, maybe they saw something from the game of Falcons yesterday and said, hey, instead of picking up a jungle carry, what if we go for a tanky carry instead? Pair that up with an Angela, so that makes the rest of the team so much more difficult to kill, and that's what we've seen. Because yes, of the unfortunate start where Omega wanted to take that trade against X-Nova but got punished, and then when when AP Brand decided to invade the jungle. After that, Omega even continued to lose more, which eventually snowballed into this. But similar to the last time, how well will AP Brand's late game fare up against a team that has a carry?
Oh, I'm offended, forcing out the Heart Guard, but they still gain access to this Tier 1, however, and now they take it down. Omega could not do much to defend that turret.
So they just trade up one turret up top, but that's still a mid lane for a top lane turret. And a trade one here by AP Bren. They're gonna go for Aqua here. The Cutthroat is available.
What? What is this sustain? Aqua still alive. One-on-one against her Fanny.
And Ryzen didn't use Cutthroat.
Why? What happened there? I was waiting for that burst. He was good.
Yeah, that was green, man.
Yeah, that Aqua should have... Whoa, what happened?
Hey, man, maybe Aqua was just... I don't know, dude. At some point when you play Fanny, there's so many buttons to press.
Oh,
okay.
Run it back. Run it back.
Oh, wait, Aqua gets to escape.
Oh, no, he can't.
Escape the range of the turret, but that's his turret, so it doesn't matter anyway.
And that's going to be the Lord. Started here by AP Brand, and they can't contest this anymore, and that's going to be AP Brand securing the first Lord of the game, but Lord JM...
Wow. Just with the vengeance, he gets to live and buys enough space, time for James Pangs to secure the objective. And they probably saw this coming because they knew that Ryzen just came from top lane. But what they don't know is that he's still there, trying to look for another target, fails to find another one though, and instead will just retreat.
Okay. Purple buff is still going to get secured by AP Brand. Omega, this defense is going to be tough. It's not endable yet for AP Brand, but they might be able to just take out a good chunk of the base. So it's a good thing that Ryzen is managing the minion waves up top to help delay and make this siege of AP Brand a little bit more manageable.
Yeah, and I feel like that's the only win condition left. If you're Omega, you need to defend against the Lord, wait for the carry to scale up, and Ryzen is doing his very best to secure other lanes and make sure that the defense would be a bit less of taxing here for the side of Omega. And they're able to melt down that Lord quite quickly as well as they head on to the mid lane. Now Lord JM gonna defend against this wave coming in from Omega.
Yeah, at least Lord JM too. Managing it somehow, but that's a beautiful I'm offended combo, but without enough damage, they aren't really able to convert. And apart from the fact that I feel it was a failed attempt from AP Brand to use the curtain call AOG combo. So smart Omega were still able to survive that attempt and not necessarily lose much. It's somehow still a great defense that we saw from them.
Yeah, we haven't acknowledged it yet, but this is also a very difficult game for a carry. You have two Vengeances on the other side that you have to deal with the CC, with the Gacha. The Uranus is really chunky, which will be able to take out a good amount of your damage. For sure, the frontliners, including the jungler, is also packing dominant size. So if you're a carry at this point, it's like, okay, when? How will I be able to do this?
I agree. You gotta find Shizo if you're the carry. That's easier said than done. And look at the threat of the Heart Guard. Just the mere threat of the Heart Guard cursor around that CC. As a Fanny, you don't want to mess with that. You don't want to waste your energy.
Wasn't it in week 1 where we saw a CC kill a Fanny up top? And
yes, it was.
Suddenly, I thought we were about to see that again happen in this game.
Ouch.
But oh my goodness, the damage from Shizu is just too much. Ryzen, fortunately, gets to escape.
Able to escape with a sliver of health, and looks like the purple buff will be taken away again this time around. 30 seconds before the next Lord spawns, and in terms of objectives, it has been perfect for AP Brand. 5 turrets, a Lord, and 3 turtles. Omega, for the last few minutes, they weren't able to secure any footing in this game. They were able to secure waves, however, able to defend against that Lord. This might just be different if Ryzen is not able to at least give some sort of advantage around this Lord take.
Yeah, use your Project Next redeem codes right now. I'm not going to say that out loud. Y'all can read, take a picture or something. Okay, so for AP Brand, I don't think they're going to be facing any sort of resistance whatsoever from Omega in terms of getting this Lord. It's going to be a free one. So now Omega's just going to hope that they can actually defend this, because AP Brand are just absolutely stacked. They have the frontliners to throw bodies. And I know we say that a lot, but a lot, but literally they can just do that. Throw bodies, win game with Lord.
Yeah, and especially with a heart guard, anybody who jumps in first or anybody who gets caught by James or Ryzen here could just receive a heart guard in less than 15 seconds. You'd have the heart guard up again.
Yeah.
I feel like we're already in the meta where we can say that there could be 2 heart guards in one extended team fight.
Yeah, there could be. And that's just with the magic boots, the CD boots that you're seeing on Aqua. But there's still a very high possibility that we see that curtain call already committed. And there you go.
No.
Another
Flickers.
AOG. But even without it landing, it forced out so much from Smart Omega.
Yeah, and the push continues here for AP Bren. Netsky tries his best to defend bot lane. They're able to do so, but Shizo, assassination attempt coming in from Ryzen. He's now escaping with his life, but the heart guard is expended, cancels it out to clear the wave up top. What a maneuver from AP Bren.
If this was old Angela, it was different, but...
Yep. It's this.
Oh, no!
Ryzen, that is the target you needed to find. What a pick!
Perfect targeting and an AOG used by
No
Haji
way.
instead and not by X-Nova.
They're melting.
Smart Omega right now are clearly fighting back. Ryzen
Ryzen.
trying to catch up. We'll try to look for another target. Aqua might be the next one. But they have ways to defend. Another heart guard already committed. It's just gonna be used on Lord JM, but they can't really fight back with just 2 members.
Oh, Ryzen might have just completely saved the game here for Omega. We might be on the way to an even longer game, James.
And there you go, another setup from James. But Lord JM is actually able to escape. Curtain
Here comes the
call,
hard guard.
AOG.
Oh,
3 members
baby.
were actually caught in that moment. And Lord JM all alone. Surprisingly, the splash damage, you could feel it. They're able to manage it by themselves. Ryzen almost finding another kill. But Lord JM with Aqua actually still alive.
And Haji, low on HP. 3 people left to defend here for Omega. It's a 5v3 scenario inside the base.
There's a Rose Gold Meteor pickup from Ryzen here. Another hard guard already used. Again onto Lord JM. X-Nova trying to sustain as much as he can. But Omega clear the waves. It's not over just yet for AP Bren.
Wow, AP Bren. Still too much housekeeping to deal with right now in terms of the items. Already a Magic Lantern, a Glowing Wand for this Valentina who's damaged. Again, it's going to be hard to actually feel the damage of the Valentina here, considering that the burst damage that she has is handled very well by the Uranus, the Angela, and the Gata Kacha. 2 gold laners already. Netsky and Shizo are fully item locked. The Malefic Gun already in the hands of the carry might be a little bit of a difference maker, wherein if AP Bren don't actually get the carry down, then Netsky's going to be able to clean up the fight.
Yeah, and who would have thought after that abysmal start here for Omega, they're now able to have their footing against AP Bren. This might just be a crucial Lord take. AP Bren!
Lord JM is the target here,
James,
but Netsky decided to dash away for a bit, and now it's AP Bren on the chase. They're trying to go after Netsky, but when he was able to escape, they decided to disengage instead. Super Yoshi isolated,
one more.
Ryzen making things happen up top. Aqua might just be able to recall, but will he have it? No!
It's an
Saved by the Baksha! It was the Baksha that stopped the first recall of the Angela! We're going to game 3!
Holy! And that's how you know that today's gonna be a good day for MLBB.
What?
The Angela able to go home.
You come back from Germany and now we have 9 games.
Hey, we're not yet done.
3. We got 6 yesterday.
Yes.
So I'm counting yesterday too.
Oh yeah,
And
Welcome back. It's good to have you back.
Welcome back. Oh wow, that was such an ending for game 2. It was already a game to lose here for Smart Omega, but Ryzen.
Dude, we said it. When he picked off Shizo, he saved it. We didn't expect he'd save it that way, being the guy to eventually get the split push win. And then yes, AP Bren actually acknowledged that the members of Omega that Ryzen was split pushing, they were all trying to recall, but Omega didn't let them. The Baksha saved it.
Oh man, the Angela felt so bad. I feel like the moment that you see your base halfway through with a siege minion as thick as it could be. Ryzen, our Game 2 MVP with that Fanny pulls you in with that win.
Oh my goodness. I just want to say, aside from the 0% win rate so far of the buffed Angela, it was a very similar ending to how Falcons lost yesterday, with only few there to defend. And now Aqua being able to recall, but he couldn't do much. And I believe he was actually staying in their base even before that fight broke out, because he was looking to manage it still all by himself. But they badly needed him to join already.
He was managing, he hard guarded. The team fight extended. Aqua still saw that Ryzen was split pushing. He recalled, was interrupted by Super Yoshi, was finally able to recall, but then it just wasn't enough because Omega were not letting the members of AP Brent go home. But yes, we have to acknowledge how AP Brent took the lead in this game first, and how eventually it all boiled down to Ryzen finding that key pick off onto Shizo. Because AP Brent again had that lineup that can, similar to game number one Omega lineup, just eventually start running into your jungle and just getting your farm if they can pick certain conditions. AP Brent picked those specific conditions. But then Omega just had to hold on, similar to what AP Brent did, which was you just need to find that one key pickoff. And it was Ryzen for majority of the game we saw putting himself in harm's way time and time again to try and find that turnaround play.
Man, Ryzen has had 8 seconds, dude. Had 8 seconds before the hard guard would be up again. And within that 8 seconds, he found the right target and eventually found the right play. Set himself up for success. Look at the positioning inside the map while everything was happening. He had his own mission to end the game.
Aqua joined. Aqua was recalling here already, but then interrupted by Super Yoshi.
This is where
rough.
You say that KDA doesn't matter.
Yeah, KDA doesn't matter. Hell yeah.
Super Yoshi was 0-6-1, but that was the play which potentially saved the game.
He did. If that Angela was able to get back sooner, then
it would be different.
It would be different because we saw
the minions.
Yeah, we saw that Aqua was able to actually handle Ryzen.
He had Holy Crystal too.
Yeah, he had Holy Crystal too. He definitely would have given Ryzen a big scare, which meant that Ryzen's attention would have been split, giving one more chance for a member of AP Brent to go back to base and help out the Angela. But again, Super Yoshi saved it while Ryzen sealed the deal, bro.
Hey man, MLBB team game 2025 looking great. This is looking to be a classic already in game number 2. And when we look at this game as a whole, it always felt as if AP Brent had proper control early, mid, and even late. They had the Angela, they had the Granger farmed up. This guy had one of the best laning phases in his career here for this game. He was able to outlane Netsky, which is kind of hard to do in this meta, and was able to farm up that Counter-Strike fairly quickly too.
Yeah, if I could sum up the series so far in, yes, I will say this, one word, feels bad. No space, it feels bad into one word. But it feels good for us because the games have been top quality. But it feels bad for how these teams have been losing with how well they've been winning before they lost.
I would have even felt that there was, I don't know, like a bit of disconnect from Smart Omega even, because it felt like James was so consistent always in those flicker I'm offended combos, consistent in catching targets too, but there wasn't enough from Smart Omega all the time to provide follow-up damage and all that. And for much of the game, I guess like 7 or 8 minutes of the game, that was the constant theme that we saw for team fights. But then it didn't really matter.
Looking at the Big Four stats, it's still AP Brent. I mean, we did say that in our breakdown that AP Brent held majority of this game. And of course, the carry being the CC as well is insane, with our BPI rich guy being Shizo, winning on that lane as the Granger. Sadly, that story didn't end too well for AP Brent. The Angela pick was amazing in its first few minutes, but let's just say a good Fanny defies all logic, and that's what happened in game number 2.
That's another way to think about it. This day so far has been redefining logic. I'm forgetting words. I had a different thing to say, but I'm losing my mind with everything that we've been seeing, honestly. Because we've seen 2 games now where it was take the lead, one team takes the lead, suddenly just turns around somewhere in the lane. Where it's usually like 2 dudes deciding to lock the hell in and doing something to turn things around for the team.
Yeah. I love this, you know, this is peak MLBB. It's like having, it's like in terms of anime, sports anime.
There he goes again.
I'm sorry. This is the only way I cast.
What sports anime are you about to say?
I don't know. Maybe Kuroko no Basket. Like it feels as if that they enter this certain realm where they start seeing plays that no other guys could see, and this is actually something that Coach Frendon Lim or Coach Fren said in one of his posts, saying that there could be more assassins in Rome. And sadly, we haven't seen that so far here in MPL Philippines. But in other regions, as far as I know, we've seen more assassins. Honestly speaking, if there were an assassin in Rome that I miss seeing, it would be the Natalia.
Yeah.
Baloyski, man, bring it back.
100%. I thought that was like the assassin that would be popping up more. Either that or maybe even a Hellkurt Rome. Even though I'm a hater of it, I'm willing to see it get tried out.
In Rome.
In Rome. But yeah, 100%. Like a Natalia would do fantastic right now with the change, especially if you're going to be in the dangerous grass map.
That's true.
However, this advice I feel like is great also for the general player base of MLBB. I know how many Saber Roams there are out there in the world. This is your time to shine. I hate you all, but this is your time to shine.
Yeah.
This is your time to shine. Really, go for it.
Yeah, we're encouraging you and hating you at the same time.
Yeah, remember when there was a weird time where we started seeing Leslie in Rome and it was working?
Yes.
Go for it again.
Remember that weird time where people played Leslie and Kimmy in one lane?
Yep.
Just so you could bully out that one wee marksman who his roamer forgotten in the laning phase. I don't want to go back to those moments, but hopefully we do see new unique assassin roams. Like maybe a Fanny roam, you know? Maybe, what else?
Maybe not.
Maybe a Ling roam.
I'm still on the
No?
Kadita. That's counted as an assassin, right?
No, yeah, the 100, but that counts.
100%.
But
that
we've
counts.
seen that in the past.
Yeah,
We have to get crazier with it.
But we were talking about Natalia's.
Don't.
No.
Let's
We-
chuck,
oh,
chuck
yeah,
all
okay, you know what,
logic
that's
out
true, that's
of
true.
Saber
Yeah, we
roam.
haven't seen.
Saber Rome.
Saber roam.
Yeah,
Paquito
we saw
roam.
that too.
Yo, bring back Paquito.
Bring back Paquito Rome. That,
Yeah.
all the way from Pangasinan back to the land of Dawn. Here we go. Paquito Rome locked in MPL Philippines Season 16.
Yeah.
I don't think that's going to happen though.
Last season, the Paquito was coming back in the XP, but like, I don't know if...
Yeah, it was mostly an answer against the CC. Like that's what they call the Indonesian answer to the CC.
Yeah.
I felt that firsthand. It was not fun.
Were you the Paquito?
Or the CC.
I was a CC.
I see.
Yeah, I was like, hey, wait a minute. Why am I losing this level 1? What's going on? I have Yo-Yo Blitz, the man has Jab. What's going on?
Yeah. Those are just some of the surprising answers you realize eventually. And now, I don't know if we're finding answers just yet to like how much the patch is helping teams from
I don't
behind
think it's
catch up. Because
I don't think it's helping the teams. It's making their lives more stressful.
yeah, that's true.
Oh, yeah. Especially, that's why I answered when we were asked which role is going to have the toughest time. It's the coaches.
Yeah, the coaches.
It's not the row, mid, XP, jungle, gold. It's the coaches.
I mean, look at X. I mean, Omega, they're going to go for red side this time around. A very surprising choice considering that both teams chose blue side when they had the chance to do so. And you got to say, you look at the junglers, you look at the roamers, they look really stressed out. But you look at the XP laners, nothing has happened for that role.
Yeah.
They're just the same dudes trying to fight it out, you know?
I mean, I commend Super Yoshi and how composed he was despite the constant deaths he took.
I think junglers are the most stressed out here.
Oh, no, yeah, that too.
That too.
Yeah.
Pretty much the positions at the center of the map are stressed out.
Yeah, side laners not so much.
Yeah, side laners are just like, all right, we'll just do our own thing. You guys manage that. But then you're going to get stressed out if your roam trio mess up. That's when you get stressed out. Like, wait, what am I going to do now?
Well, what map would you like to see?
I'm still looking for the Clouds.
Okay, I'm gonna vote for Clouds also.
Clouds. All right, I want to see more. You know what? I'm still a Broken Walls enjoyer. I want to see the Broken Walls again.
Because these two teams are just so fast-paced. So like, I wonder how the Clouds are gonna either help them do that or mess things up.
Would have been insane. You know, there are so many clips online right now with the Flying Clouds messing up base defenses. They're like, they're gonna try to defend their base, gonna ride the cloud, forget they could go down from the cloud, and you're gonna be spinning around your base while the enemy team pounces on it.
There's a land button, okay?
Yes.
You could press it.
Oh, here we go.
It's interactable.
What is our map for Game 3?
Clouds.
Walls? Rivers, please don't be Rivers. We're tired of Rivers, bro.
Wait a minute, what's happening?
It's the same thing, just bigger.
Yes! Okay, we got the Clouds.
Okay, we got the Clouds.
We're so good at this.
Which means that this game will have a lot of early game defense is better. Because that's what we saw yesterday. People were defending their lanes faster because of the Flying Cloud.
Yeah, and you also have to watch out for the first, the skirmishes that you'll fight out maybe at around the first 6 minutes of the game, where if certain fights overextend, then the other team who lost members quickly at the start of that fight will suddenly have a numbers advantage again because the first dude you killed is suddenly back into the fight by the Cloud.
Yeah, which makes getting all your waves much more easier as well.
Yes.
For the side lanes specifically.
And protecting your buffs too.
Yeah.
Well, there you go. The Lancelot and the Fanny taken away by Coach Jeff. The Angela is still open to take if Coach Wura doesn't ban it again.
Oh. Now they banned it on the side. I wonder what the priority is gonna look like for APBR. The Baksha's still there too, but so is the Angela Juicin.
Yeah, are they willing to just rush with the Angela again if it's open for them? They banned out the Lance Fanny. Last time it was Harith, Lapu, Lancelot. They added the Fanny to the mix. Of course, they got split push, but like, they might just run it back with the Angela.
Oh, and there you go. The CC taken away. One of the major damage dealers from game number 2. The Angela is available. Are they going to take it?
They're going to have to think twice about it because your EXP lane now, you're sort of running out of main damage options. With the CC and Lapu Lapu gone, you're trading for things such as the Phovius, which might even be a good priority rush pick later on for Omega.
Dude, I miss the Yuzong Angela. Like, that was something that happened before when Angela was a thing.
The Jumbo Heart Guard.
Or maybe
the Jumbo Heart Guard and the Dragon,
Dude, the summer skin on the Yuzong is amazing. It's just a giant rubber ducky.
Right.
Hopefully it's the Angela, then they go for something like Thams. Dude, Lord JM is an insane Thams player, dude.
Baksha. Okay, so all three are open. The Angela, but I doubt it's gonna be the Angela Zuchin here.
Yeah, you already see the Baksha on the other side, so don't. Which I think Aqua might lean towards picking up the Kimmy yet again. Okay. Oh, I still think it should be a Kimmy, not the Farsa for APBR.
Maybe they could also go for the Angela Esmeralda.
Yeah. Okay, that should work out too. We might even see an Esmeralda gold lane as we saw in previous game tendencies. TNC was able to get a prolific win. I believe it was against APBR.
Against the Harith too.
Yeah, Harith. Benny Cutie had an Esmeralda gold lane then.
And that was, I think, a lot of team fights won early on too. So it really boils down to how to execute those fighter gold lanes. And for Omega, they already have a strong magic damage duo here with a good sense of crowd control in that Zushin. Now for APBR, you're going to go back on that Angela plus the Esmeralda, or are you just going to get one? They're going to go for Esmeralda, but they're going to go for the Kimmy instead. No more Angela for this game.
So, no more Angelas?
Yep, no more Angela.
Unless Omega completely forget about it in the second phase, and then we see an Angela somewhere somehow. I don't know where, but some way, somehow.
Oh, honestly, Omega still can get that Angela in the roam.
Esmeralda though.
No, APBR, okay. It's crazy, but what if they go Jungle Baksha, Angela? Okay, no, they banned it. see, even they acknowledge, and Omega was like, they could still go Angela because they could have gone Angela Rome instead.
Yeah.
Put the Baksha in the jungle.
Or maybe even Gold Lane Kimmy. We haven't seen that in a while.
Yeah, that would have been sad, but you know, maybe they were willing to take it, so.
Yeah, it's great that they took out the Arlot too. Would have been really great in this lineup.
Zushin Arlot plus the Fredrin is just skirmish 100%. Like, you cannot fight against that Arlot unless you have your own displacement methods. But right now, for the side of APBR, they're mostly continuous damage. Not much crowd control for APBR.
So I think Shizo's gonna just end up with a Moskov most likely. Or a carry. Yeah, carry's still open.
The Claude is open too.
For the Claude. Kind of iffy on the Claude.
Yeah, because it's a Harith. And I think we've seen even yesterday how Hariths deal with the Claude.
Yeah, Doming
the lane. Doming was...
And it's a Fredrin because if Omega suddenly, let's say they don't pick up their roamer just yet. If AP Bren Shizo goes for something like a Claude, you have a Claude Kimi. If the last pick of Omega's a high loss, Claude gets countered. You're already up against a high loss for Adrian and the Harith together. So I don't think there's a room for a Claude.
If not the Claude, I don't think we've seen much gold laners recently. Like, not even the Beatrix has been appearing that much.
Yeah, and Beatrix has been one of the best marksmen in RG as of late. People be spamming that rocket launchers.
But we don't see it here.
Yeah, we don't see it here. That's the big mystery. Like, even Lolita is the best pick in RG, but nobody picks Lolita in MPL.
Yeah.
It's insane, you know, but Red 4 here for the side of Omega. They're still looking for their roam, and they're going to go for that show.
I think we even saw Brody more than the Beatrix recently.
I agree.
So,
I think overall we've seen more Beatrix picks, but recently it's been a little bit more Brody. You did mention the Beatrix. I think that might be okay.
Yeah, the AoE against that Salmon Force.
Yeah, the Kimi and the Beatrix together will be a bit difficult in terms of the team fighting. But whatever Shizo ends up with, I think they're going to be looking at the lane matchup instead. It'll be like, okay, Shizo, what do you feel like playing? What do you think is going to fare better in lane?
Moskov?
Moskov might be one of the things that they're already thinking.
Yeah, at this point, like Moskov Kimi is something that they play already a lot.
I wonder... Oh!
And they're gonna go for the Mathilda, which means that this is gonna be a jungle Baksha. Plus the Bruno.
Mathilda Bruno.
It's been a while.
I actually like this. They spread out the damage a little bit more, so there's a good mix of burst, a good mix of sustain, great damage profile for AP Bren. They can rotate around the map very quickly through the Mathilda and Baksha. Good sustain as well. Great shields, great picks by AP Bren.
Yeah, like a lot of mobility, but not a lot of hold though. For the side of AP Bren, they could potentially go for a lot of long-standing team fights, but looks like James is gonna go back to his first pick here in this series on that Khalid. Meanwhile here for the side of Omega, just tons of crowd control piled up against each other.
Yeah, I mean, this is really helpful in terms of chasing these high mobility heroes that AP Bren currently has. And even earlier, without the Flying Clouds map, we saw how James was just always as reliable in finding his way around the team fight. So one more now that you could potentially utilize the clouds even. Well, hopefully not because you're trying to defend your base, but just so you could find your way through these team fights faster, and that's gonna be so much helpful for Smart Omega in this kind of scenario. If AP Bren are really going to be that team fight heavy team, which they likely will be considering the way that they drafted around a Mathilda Bruno Baksha in the jungle.
Well, after two exciting games, with the first one going all the way to 25 minutes, in Game 2 with a comeback victory from Omega via split push.
Welcome to
game
Mobile
number 3 of our
Legends.
first best of 3 series with AP Bren and a Smart Omega for Day 2 of Week 5. I'm already dropping all of my expectations for this Game 3. I'm just gonna let it happen, bro.
Hey, oh my gosh, look at this. All purifies for AP Bren and all flickers for Smart Omega.
Yeah, I love it. It's just on one side you have strong crowd control, you want to avoid. The other side you just want to be able to sidestep so that you have better positioning and kiting capabilities. And look, Omega got the yellow spells. AP Bren got the green spells.
I love color coding.
Nice who can't see that. He's colorblind.
Oh, no.
Hey.
That's actually true. That's actually true. You know, Nice who would laugh if he heard that. And obviously he will because he's watching right now.
Yes.
A slight 2v2 here in the mid lane. And I feel like the sheer sustain of this Mathilda would just negate a lot of the pressure in the mid lane. But XP lane would be a different story. A lot of sustain, a lot of damage thrown against each other.
Yeah. I feel like it's, compared to the previous heroes that Xnova has been using though, it's not entirely that hero to constantly scout the members or of Smart Omega, so it'll be more of really providing support. So that might just be the way to go for AP Bren here. I mean, it's not like you compromise much by not revealing the enemies so much. You're able to help clear anyway, so you still get those independent gold and EXP, and that might be the way to go for now. But if they find James Pax here, we'll try to disrupt him a bit, but he's gonna be fine.
Yeah, pretty standard rotations that we're seeing so far. Super Yoshi versus X-Nova, just waiting for the ability to go off. Okay, so Yoshi does have a considerable lead against Matilda in terms of getting EXP. I think it's a huge comfort right now for Omega.
Ouch! Big yikes. That's so fast.
James was there too, so you could really expect the damage to be more than enough. But who would have thought that it could be an immediate pick-off onto X-Nova, who, by the way, used the dash and the Purify, and now it's Ryzen who gets to secure the objective as well. But James Pax, they're all fighting back. Super Yoshi forced to use the Flicker. James too will have to use his just to survive the damage output that AP Brent surprisingly has.
Ryzen didn't even use Retribution. Only James Banks did, and he was crowd controlled. Ryzen won that without using Retri.
It's Aura, dude. He just secured that turtle with Aura, and now they're going to ride the clouds into the sunset, back to their lanes, and Omega securing that first turtle means that they will have a better time early game, and this is something that they want to do against AP Brand in this Matilda lineup.
Yep.
You don't want to extend this game at all.
Definitely should, because this is a Khalid who, again, is also able to rotate out so much faster, is able to dish out much more damage, and look at Netsky even. He too actually wants to take on this fight, forces Shizu under the turret, and this is not even against the Claude, but Harrods are still able to do this in the lane.
It's gonna be so hard for this Bruno to farm up until he's able to get his Haas claws. I'm actually checking right now if he's somewhere near to that Haas claws. He still has the Vampiric Scepter, which means that he's able to at least lifesteal a bit, but it's extremely hard against a Harry that throws out those Synchrovisions left and right.
Raging Sandstorm used into the quick Sand Guard. Nearly got the kill on James Pax. That was such a well-timed combo. Like, it wasn't immediately the quick Sand Guard just to heal up. He wanted to do some sort of outplay.
Wanted to fight.
Yeah, and that was actually, that could have been a massive outplay for James because he timed the use of the Raging Sandstorm so that he doesn't get crowd controlled by the shield unity. Instead, when James Banks bumps into the Khalid, he's the one who gets stunned by the Raging Sandstorm, and James Banks was brought really low. So I love that little exchange that we saw.
Yeah, and we learned something new, something to do against a Raging Baksha if you're able to play the Khalid as the second turtle of the game spawns. That's a crucial ultimate thrown out here by Aqua, and the purple buff secured as well for Ryzen. I feel like Omega still has that lead against the side of AP Bren in this upcoming turtle fight.
They're freezing it so well. They're making things so much slower for AP Bren, for Aqua, and now Ryzen. Once again, could he potentially secure this objective for his team? The Falling Star Moon didn't connect onto anyone. Super Yoshi still not using the Way of the Dragon, but there are two separate fights happening across the map. James, Raging Sandstorm, still connects onto Aqua, and the Lantern Flare will actually finish off the kill. Haji using the Flicker to reposition as well, but the other members of AP Bren, they're trying to chase, but Netsky, part of the picture, forces them to run away instead.
And this extended team fight leads to this turtle. Omega still continuing to this objective, but Lord JM providing a bit of vision. I feel like that's going to be a 1v1. Don't make that a 2v1 up top.
Oh my goodness, James and Netsky together. How could Shizu deal with this? He can't. Another Falling Star Moon, but Ryzen with the Retribution will still secure the objective at the expense of his own life.
All right, let's see if AP Brent can get a little bit more after this. Even though they lost the turtle, they got a kill up. No, they lost Shizu. So let's see if they can turn things around. Nope. Omega just eventually walks away with wins all across the map.
Yeah.
They get Shizu down, they get the turtle, and now let's see how AP Bren are going to be able to swing it. Because I don't think Shizu is at a comfortable spot right now in terms of his farm. Let's compare. Yeah, it's getting close to a 1,000 gold lead for that Harith compared to that Bruno. Only up to a Haas class, which at this point, considering the lead that Omega was able to build for themselves, it's not enough.
Oh no, wow. Big milestone here for Haji. It's his 500th game in MPLPH history, the 4th player to reach this achievement. Truly has grown with us in this league through different roles, through different teams. And right now, as Smart Omega's trusted veteran, they're going to be able to defend this top lane. Netsky already there. Here comes a concealed play. Super Yoshi doesn't find one.
Yep, he won't be using the Way of the Dragon yet again. I was supposed to mention how it feels as if he's a bit more cautious about using the Way of the Dragon. He's not as aggressive, but there goes the Traction Pulse, catches Ryzen, and the stun from the Backsha Shield Unity 2. They take down the turret and are so much more confident to fight, but the Appraiser's Wrath catches onto them. James is there as well to provide some follow-up from behind. James Pass might be the next target. Two-man knock-up, a double kill, make it a triple for James. He's still trying to go for the chase. Netsky trying to be taken out, but he gets to take down Lord JM instead.
What a team fight here for AP Bren. They lost 4 people with their sheer aggression.
They tried to make a play. They wanted to be the ones to set the tempo, but then it was James and his late entry turning things around. 4-0 into that triple kill. And at that point, Lord JM could only try to trade, but Netsky was able to outplay him underneath the turret.
Look at his gold right now.
Playing like a carry.
Yeah, man is balling. And with that last turtle, I feel like AP Bren gonna try to rush this one. Super Yoshi right underneath that bush, but Ryzen in the vicinity.
Oh, wow! He still gets to secure it, not even with the knockup from Super Yoshi just yet. And now Lord James the first to fall. There goes the assistance that comes in from X-Nova, but it's not gonna be enough. Only just to keep them safe, but oh my goodness, Smart Omega. Ryzen has been so on point in this, on all these objective steals.
James too, man. On those team fights, just finding the angles on that Raging Sandstorm.
That steal by Ryzen. Leo calls him Sneaky Dean for a reason. He got that split push earlier. He steals another objective. I don't know why my accent changed all of a sudden, but yeah.
Yeah.
That's what happens when you see Ryzen play like this. And about to reach his Brute Force breastplate as we peek into the Infinix in-game equipment. This is something that we did not expect from this lineup. We know that the early game is going to be huge here for Omega, but the way that they've played their team fights, the way that they've found their angles, their objectives, has been way better than AP Bren would ask for.
The Khalid has more gold than the Bruno.
Oh my.
That's how you know it's bad. Shizo was not able to keep close to the farm. I'm pretty sure that triple kill by Lord JM, excuse me, James, 2 Jameses, was able to launch him up top.
2 James! I'm sorry, dude. I just had to. There was a chance. Wait.
Okay.
Super Yoshi still looking.
Someday I will understand.
I swear you're gonna kill me today, man.
I'm sorry, dude. That's 2 James. Okay, 20 seconds before the next Lord, and we were talking about both of the James here. James is just insane in this match. A lot of gold, even more than Shizo. That's just sad if you're AP Bren.
Yeah, the way that even Ryzen, that one time where he didn't have to use the Retribution was shocking news, because he's the only guy with deaths in Smart Omega's lineup.
Yeah.
And that's how much space he's able to make, and that's how much he's able to do his job as the Frederick, as the utility jungler. I don't think we're able to feel the effect of the Mathilda just as much in this fight so far. Falling Star Moon already committed by Lord JM though, but he will potentially get immediately bursted down by Netsky with his Zaman Force. Now it's James Pax who gets taunted. Multiple men knock up by the Lord, but James Pax, he could not tank it any further. Multiple members of Smart Omega are quite low, but they can still handle this. They can still hold on. X-Nova trying to serve as the front, but that's only Shizo and Aqua by his side. It's gonna be very dangerous if they decide to fight.
Yeah, AP Bren, they could have, maybe, but it was just way too risky. Considering that James was still relatively healthy and that we know that the Khalid has a lot of farm, he still deals a lot of damage. One concussive blast could have ended AP Bren. Even though Ryzen was really low, they made the right call there in the end to just hold on and just concede it. Now Netsky has a Holy Crystal, while Shizo just built Berserker's Fury at 9 minutes and 40 seconds.
Yeah.
It's gonna be a long time until you start feeling the damage of AP Bren.
Yeah.
A good amount of the damage that Omega felt came from the Lord in that last one.
The Malefic Gun's gonna take like 3 more minutes for the side of AP Bren. Now the Lord is marching down mid lane. Haji pops the Crimson Beacon, does fight.
Whoa! 4-man stun from the Raging Sandstorm of James. Super Yoshi doesn't find a target again, but the Appraiser's Wrath lands onto multiple members. James Pax finds the kill on Lord JM2, and they take down the tier 2 turret in the mid lane and the bottom lane.
Brother, the AoE on Raging Sandstorm, I swear it's a bit bigger for James.
Yeah, just a little bit. It's like Dude, how are you consistently hitting that? All the Raging Sandstorms he's committed so far in this game hit. If it's not going to be a big AoE set, it's onto one dude to try and outplay him. Close to a 2,000, actually already up to a 2,000 plus gold lead for the two side laners. It's terrible news here for APBR because, again, I don't think they do have the capability to turn it around yet. Even if they decide to commit a full-on team fight, one big Zaman force and it's over.
Yeah, they gotta move out the moment that they see that Zaman force. And for APBR, now that they're down by 8k, this definitely just means one thing. It's gonna be a long farming period and they need to defend again and again. This next Lord, Renmar, just want a quick check. Can they actually contest?
They can try, maybe poke down the frontliner who's trying to provide vision. If you could get one down and the Lord's still relatively healthy and you are too, then maybe you can continue the fight. But as long as you don't get vision on where the Khalid and the Cho is, it's way too risky.
And I think that is probably one of the things that's caused by this Purify lineup. Like, I don't know if it's in a way forcing them to play a bit more defensively. I know you probably have to invest in some Purifies just because of the nature of the lineup that Omega has. But what's next after that? Because you barely see the counter-engage capability come out from APBR once they use the Purifies and dodge the, let's say, Raging Sandstorms, which time and time again land to 4 or 5 members of APBR. They could barely do anything to fight back anyway. So what more if they try to start things themselves? I fear that it's going to be a huge problem for APBR.
The consistent crowd control that comes in from Omega too. The Zushin is a big problem against this all Purify lineup. The moment that the Raging Sandstorm burns through that Purify, it's just going to be a field time here for Haji.
Yeah, and that's why we've seen Haji go 109 so far. They will try to contest, just try to provide vision. Shizo already has Malefic Gun. Maybe it's enough. Maybe.
Yeah. But who makes the call? Is it going to be James Pans? Is it going to be X-Nova? Traction Pulse and Falling Star Moon do not land onto anyone. No, that's 2 resources already committed by APBR even before the fight breaks out.
Yeah, they also force out the Crimson Beacon from Haji though, so let's see. I think if Traction Pulse can get back during this Lord Dance, they might be using that as an initiation tool to force out a reaction from Omega. Once someone has burned their Flicker or Dash, then they go.
Okay, Super Yoshi trying to look for a target, or actually just trying to zone. Now uses the Way of the Dragon just to kick James Pax further from the Lord, but they're still gonna force their way through. Aqua also using the Traction Pulse are actually able to pour in decent amount of damage, and it's Lord JM who actually secures the objective for his team. Energy Eruption though will be landing onto James Pax. Now they're trying to find back, but Netsky doesn't have the Zaman Force anymore, and none of the members of Smart Omega could fight.
How did he get that?
Toss a coin for Lord JM, Mr. 50-50, for a reason.
And he gets it. You know what? Let's go back to what we said last game. KDA doesn't matter.
It doesn't.
Lord JM currently 0-4-2. Might have saved the game here for APBR by securing that Lord. Both junglers had Retribution. But it had to be Lord JM securing that Lord. Even for APBR as they go for their first push. It's a 7k gold lead for Omega, but we don't feel that right now. The damage is starting to hurt coming in from Aqua.
Yeah. Now James again looking for an angle all the way from the other side of the map. Force a bit of reaction from APBR, so at least they buy some time to defend.
Shizo might not have been able to farm as much, but Aqua definitely did. Conceal play.
Super Yoshi.
Okay, is it Super Yoshi this time around who'll try to look for an angle, gets the knock up onto 2 members, but still doesn't commit the Way of the Dragon. Forces the Circling Eagle instead, and respecting the damage of APBR, they will not continue the fight.
Oh wait, this is anybody's ball game at this point. This 7k gold lead doesn't matter anymore.
Shizo and Aqua, their damage is online despite being down 7,000 in gold. That is insane. And now Omega, I think they're surprised by it. Now they're wondering, wait, why does everything hurt right now?
Ain't we in the lead? It's our ball.
Yeah, it's a 7,000 gold lead, but APBR says, no, it's 45-45, 47-47. And we're very close in gold. But they're not mathematically.
To be fair, X-Nova, I mean, the sustain he's able to provide at this point, if they're the ones being a bit more aggressive, could be just as reliable to tear through some of the members of Smart Omega. And Renmar did mention this too. they could start things slow, front to back, one by one, but they need to be careful of where the other members are, because now they do not have information on where James could potentially come from. But they pour everything onto Ryzen. Now they go and start the fight. Circling Eagle already committed. Multiple members knocked up by the Lantern Flare. James lands the Raging Sandstorm once again, and Super Yoshi finds the perfect target. Shizu falls, but the Falling Star Moon will land as well. Aqua still dealing damage. Finds two members away from Smart Omega. Ryzen might be the next target. He's just trying to run away, but can he? Up against 4. It's a triple for Aqua.
And you have two people defending here for the side of Omega. That 8K gold lead, you throw it in the bin right now. Haji's forced to flicker. That turret is gonna go nowhere as the Flying Cloud brings him near that other turret, and he goes down and that's that space.
Falling Star Moon, and the follow-up is enough. It's only James trying to clear the minion waves, but he successfully finds a way.
Yoshi in 3, Netsuki in 5. They will back off. Omega holds on. My goodness, what a trade! Aqua walking away with that triple kill. APBR will be able to get this Lord without a problem. Omega will just try to get close to it to try and delay, but I don't think they'll be able to beat APBR to this. The Bruno and the Kimmy eventually worked.
Oh, wow. And you could see it in the faces of APBR during that fight. It took more than 5 seconds for them to pop one Purify, and they were already just lasting so long in front of the front lines of Omega. Oh, no. This was already Omega's game to win with a 9K gold lead, 8K gold lead, now down to 1, equalized. Looking at the Infinix in-game equipment, Aqua hits like a truck. Holy Crystal locked in with the Divine Glaive.
Yeah, and I wonder how many stacks he has on that Sky Piercer. Captain Aqua has been performing out of his mind in this game, although that traction pulse will not necessarily land. Haji feeling the damage again, had to use the Crimson Beacon just to escape the Falling Star Moon as well. They also have to take care of the Lord up top, but Aqua, he's managing James all alone in this mid lane, and they're eventually able to take down all remaining base turrets away from Smart Omega.
It looks like Omega going to be able to melt down that Lord, but there's still one big minion wave down mid lane. Will APBR pull the trigger here? Looks like they won't for now. They're going to go for the turret down bot instead. That's an easy push here for Aqua as the side of Omega still struggles to defend against these waves.
Yeah, they already used the Worldy. I think there was a conceal that got revealed as well, but APBR, they're not going for the full commit just yet. Crimson Beacon in, coming in from Haji. It might be Smart Omega who wants to start a fight this time, but APBR,
still trying.
they just decide to regroup. They don't fight back, and respecting Smart Omega.
This is the moment in my ranked games where I'm spamming initiate retreat, initiate retreat.
There's not much to get anymore.
Yeah, you guys are good. Like, unless, are they really gonna try to force something, hoping that they get someone picked off or pulled away? The chances of that happening are very low. At this point, APBR are just keeping Omega in their base right now.
And they have the sustain to back it up.
Yeah,
that's what hurts the most.
There are flying clouds, there are immortalities, everything. They need to take these things into account. But the Falling Star Moon is going to connect onto 3 members. Zaman Force also used by Netsuki. But Smart Omega, they just decide to dodge everything. APBR, they're not really going for the full commit.
They're just burning through the resources that the base pumps out. Omega can't even get out of their own base.
Yeah, talk about Lord defense. This is a Lord dance. This is a base dance. But why? Are you just forcing reactions?
Maybe they're just running this out with the Matilda. Here goes the Flying Cloud. It looks like Lord JM going to be flying out of that base, but Super Yoshi!
It's time! He finds a kick, but he gets denied! Netsuki is the first to fall. Super Yoshi next. James, Haji, Ryzen doing their very best to defend, but can they do it? A Bracer's Wrath lands. James finds a target, but his immortality gets popped as well, and he has the flicker to survive, but Shizu will not let him.
Ring the bell.
That's a shutdown for him. And after 3 hard-fought games, it does seem like APBR eventually takes the series.
And after hard-fought games, the victor of the first series are the Bees. APBR taking game number 3.
What a series
And yeah, AP Brand, they kept forcing that issue. Instead of going back and managing the map, they baited Omega into that. They baited Super Yoshi into that. It was like, come on, we're here. Which one of you guys is gonna pull the trigger first? Once they saw that cloud, they retreated, readjusted. Netsky brought down his Zaman Force and got blasted immediately because he dropped it onto 5, but then he dashed into 5 as well.
Yeah, and that's just Omega losing out in this series. Still near the lower half of our Infinix standings, but not too dangerous as of now. And actually one of the best series to watch for week number 5. And
These
now
fans.
for the AP Brand fans, just having a lot of fun in the MPL Arena right now. And we will be able to talk to the victors of this match number 1 with our host. Let's all welcome AP Brand in the main stage.
An incredible start to the triple header, getting the win. Here are your winners, AP Brand! Ibang klase yung pinakita nyo doon. You were able to hold off yung nagbistulang Aqua, kwentuhan mo naman kami doon sa nangyaring laban. I wanna talk to you about it kasi nung game number 1 and game number 3, parehas yun, comeback yun. Kasi you were kind of struggling in the early game, diba? So, what was the conversation? Ano yung naging pag-uusap nyo bago yung laban na hindi nyo talaga sinuko at nakuha nyo pa rin yung panalo?
Siguro yun, naghihintay lang kami ng farm para, ayun, tsaka tiwala kami sa isa't isa na kaya pa namin makabawi. Ayun.
That's exactly what they did, Odin.
We saw your discipline doon sa mga naipanalo yung games. And Aqua, nakausap namin yung different roles na XP, Roamer, dito sa Project Next. For you as a mid laner, ano ba yung pinaka-advantage para sa role mo? Pinaka-advantage na nakita mo ngayong Project Next for mid laners?
Siguro yung sa room, kailangan parang pagalingan kung sino sa pagdating sa vision, pagalingan sila ng room tsaka sa mid. Parang nagtatago-taguan din kung sino unahan sa level 2 gano'n.
So talagang tandem lagi ang mid at roam pagdating sa ating mga rotations.
Yeah, and that's one of the firsts na narinig natin kasi kadalasan, di ba, puro roam talaga. But now, the mid is added. Si James Punks naman, nasa niya sumisigaw para kay James. Ayun
Ang daming fans!
James Punks, man, napakarami mong tropa at supporters na nagpunta para sa araw na to. I wanna talk to you about, last week. Kasi last week, it wasn't the best result na nakita namin mula sa inyo. Pero ngayon, second round na. How did you reset? Ano yung mga ginawa nyo bago magsimula itong laban na to para makuha nyo yung panalo?
Ginawa lang po namin, same pa rin kung ano ginagawa namin nung nakaraan. Tsaka kung paano kami nakareset, nag-usap-usap lang kami. Tapos yun, pinag-usapan namin yung next naming planong gagawin. Tapos yun, laban na ulit.
At alam mo, Hans, nakita ko kasi si James Punks after that game number 2 na na-comeback sila ng Smart Omega. All smiles pa rin ang pinakita ni James Punks. So talagang evident na nagre-reset talaga sila every after the game. And bilang jungler game, James Punks, ano sa tingin mo yung pinakaganang mapa sa'yo considering na isa ka sa mga junglers na may wide hero pool?
Tingin ko naman kung isa lang yung grass. Pero kung sa akin sa jungle, tingin ko naman lahat kaya ko anuhin
I love that.
Yun nga, ina-experience mo lahat yung pag-iiba ng mapa because there were different modes na nilaro nyo all throughout the series. Malaki ba yung epekto nun or somewhat ganun pa rin yung galaw nyo kumpara nung recent or nung last patch na meron tayo?
Tingin ko po wala naman masyadong effect kasi clouds lang din yung nabago Parang makakatulong lang siya pag sa laning din sa early. Kasi yun nga, lumilipad ka. Pag napokas sa lane, makakabalik agad. Kaya di naman malaking
Just one last thing. Pasalamatan mo naman ang lahat na sumusuporta sa'yo at yung iba na nanonood sa kanilang mga tahanan.
Thank you so much sa inyo guys sa mga sumusuporta dito sa venue tsaka sa mga bahay-bahay. Yan lang. Ingat kayo palagi tsaka supportahan nyo lang kami.
There we finally have it. Once again, your winners, AP Brand! Just a solid all-out performance coming in from the Bees, showcasing what they can do. At ngayon, from a winless Week 4 to an outstanding Week 5.
It has been a series of comebacks na nakita natin sa kanilang tapatan. But at the end of the day, ang pinakamahalaga ay kung sino makakuha ng huling panalo sa kanilang pagtatapat. And just like their meeting nung first round ay nakuha natin ang same result with APBR winning against Smart Omega.
Ako, maraming pag-uusapan ang ating mga casters. Kaya naman casters, inyo na to.
Thank you so much, Hans and Odin, of course to AP Brand as well. Welcome back to the desk. It's still Uomi and Brigida and Renmar to bring you the breakdown for game number 3. That was such an intense series, and with the ending in game number 3, every game was a comeback game for whoever won.
Yeah, it's nuts when you think about it. And I think this is now, unfortunately, this is already the round 2 of them. If ever somehow these two can make it to the playoffs, I hope they are each other's first round matchup.
Yeah.
I hope so too.
Because it's the exact same outcome as what happened in the first half. A 2-1 for APBR. So Smart Omega, they're yet to get their revenge away from them. And by the way, props to X-Nova. He wasn't that much of the... he didn't have that much of the spotlight in the first few minutes of the game, but when they were all grouped up, you were starting to feel it.
Yeah, he was providing a lot of shields and the vision, and I think some of the Circling Eagle knockups that he could get also just came in the clutch. But definitely when you see a Matilda in your lineup, even though we weren't able to see him like set the tempo with his rotations, it was, again, it was in the counterplay, the shields provided, the sustain provided, that once Aqua already had the Divine Glaive Blood Wings, and Shizo already built up to the Malefic Gun 3rd item, that's when we really started to see the value of this Matilda in team fights.
Yeah, and so far for this game, it was left and right for these team fights. I feel like in the early parts of the game, it was given that Omega had a great lead, a tremendous lead even. Maybe Brand almost always bit more than they could chew in those early fights, but the moment that they got their items, the moment that the sustain came in or kicked in here for the side of AP Brand, it was severely hard for Omega to find the targets that they were easily accessing in the early game.
Yeah, imagine there was a point where James had much more gold than Shizu, and that was, again, after the triple kill that he was able to secure up top. So clearly, your XP laner was already looking like the carry, and everyone else was around that same level of gold lead against their counterparts. So you could have really thought that this game was Omega's, but...
Ooh, knock-up.
The knock-up.
Yeah, knock-up from the Lord. Literal divine intervention so that Ryzen couldn't retry, and in the end, it was Lord JM, Mr. 50-50.
Yeah, just finding that play. I mean, Lord JM on this game, what if he wasn't able to secure that Lord? What if he chickened out and did ulti right inside the pit? This would have been a very different game, because that Lord steal coming in from AP Bren made sure that the next few minutes for AP Bren was them keeping up from that 8k gold lead.
Yeah, I feel like Lord JM was such a reliable Esmeralda in this game. He's not the guy to always go in first with the Falling Star Moons, but when you see the traction pulses coming in, he will always make sure to provide that follow-up Falling Star Moons. And even when he starts like going in by himself, even when it doesn't land, it doesn't connect, what matters is that he throws it out. And he's been doing that multiple times in this game. So I'm liking this performance that we're seeing from Lord JM.
And here, this is where Omega, again, I feel like they were just like, come on, this has been going on too long. Let's do something. Let's press buttons and fight. When they shouldn't have. They were already managing everything so well, but they played the ultimate risky play and they got punished for it. AP Bren, it looks like they were just like, hey, Omega, come here, man, let's fight. And Omega fell into that. AP Bren played that beautifully.
Yeah, and the moment Netsuki just went down, they already knew it was over. You even called it. That it was already finished the moment that Netsuki got bursted in front of all of the people of AP Bren. And now with this 21-minute game, this confirms that this entire series is an hour long.
Oh, wow.
The 3 games that we watched, the game 1 was 25. Game 2 was around 18 to 20 minutes, and this one's 21. So Oh my. 3 games, 1 hour of pure MLBB action, peak team fighting though. This is like the best scrappy team fighting that I've ever seen so far in season 16.
We were so close to beating records of like the longest game. Although we didn't, we were a minute away from beating the longest game record, but overall the series was really long and it was a well-fought series between these two teams. Like I could feel how draining it probably was for Smart Omega, but you could see it. Like they nearly had it multiple times, so maybe just a few things to tweak here and there.
Yeah, so, I mean, similar to our cuisines. If the Indonesian brawl style is too spicy, the Filipino brawl style is too sweet at times. You just find those moments that make you go, wow, all right.
Sometimes if it's not sweet, sometimes it's too sour.
Yeah.
People just come in left and right under turret. It's like,
Wow. You did that earlier.
And sometimes the timing is just so precise that you still go, like with Super Yoshi just going in for that Jeet Kune Do kick as well.
Yeah.
It's insane, man. Like, it's so hard to dissect this in a way that it's completely logical. Just because the team fighting that we've seen here, it's not completely devoid of logic, but it does not follow the norms of how team fighting is in the Philippines. Most of them just, it looks like it's episodic even. Like some of it would start, then stop, then start again, and then suddenly there's a plot twist at the end.
Yeah, after multiple flashbacks.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know if I felt like I just wanted to see a bit more of the Way of the Dragons from Super Yoshi. Or maybe it's a mix of him respecting that there's still a guiding wind, or that they have multiple purifies, that's why he can't just keep going for the Way of the Dragons. But this felt like a not so Super Yoshi show.
Yeah. Well, there was that one fight where Aqua got the triple kill that he was able to find Shizo.
Yeah,
but then I think that's where eventually we got to see the value of multiple purifies. Wherein even though they got one down, and again, the value of having dual carries, because you also have the Kimmy, then next thing you know, wait, they actually still have an answer. With the Bruno gone, the Kimmy was still alive, and Aqua's the rich guy.
Yep. Our BPI rich guy for game number 3, that would be Aqua on this Kimmy. And we did see him deal a lot of damage. And I do feel that he was online faster than Shizo in this game. At some point, they were building off of that very late Sky Piercer pickup. But I feel like even if it's very late, it made sense. They needed the anti-heal. They needed the raw damage way before the execute that comes with the Sky Piercer.
Yeah, after he was able to rush the, I believe he rushed the Divine Glaive at one point, then he got the Sky Piercer and then capped it off with the
Holy Crystal?
Yeah, there we go. And I don't know, he went Blood Wings, then Holy Crystal. Yeah, I like the itemization path here of Aqua, and then it just goes to show the real-time adjustment of APBR of acknowledging, wait, Shizo, sorry man, we gotta bench you first, Aqua, you first.
Well, right now we're gonna go back to the winning calls of APBR. Hopefully it's hype, or maybe clean. Let's go to the Infinix mic check.
Ako dito. Huwag isang micro to, pre. Andito si JM.
Tara, basag pa. Ako sasalo pag malalim ako.
Tara, lamang na tayo dito.
Okay, sama-sama lang. Lamang na tayo dito, pre. Arit lang to.
Ikaw, micro lang. Para pa nyo, walang arit to. Walang natin.
Ano pa? Huwag na natin pahingayin to, pre.
Huwag natin to. Okay na item. Sa atin yung matma. Pwede tayo mag-pressure.
Nice, boys! Nice M, nice dad! Nice everyone!
Pre, makinig kayo sa akin, pre. Naka-momentum na ako.
Kalma.
Huwag natin palabasin. Hero lang. Tingin, pre, ha. Hati. Hero. Ubusin muna.
Yo, that was in Tagalog and I couldn't understand anything.
Tagalog, multiple languages. I think I heard some Spanish in there too. ¿Qué?
Yo soy Uomi.
Whoa.
¿Qué pasa?
What?
Yo soy grande mucho.
Wow, I don't know what that means. Deutschland. Whatever. Welcome back from Germany, by the way. Anyway, that has been just our first series. Our next series is Twisted Minds versus Falcons. Ooh! Another shot of redemption here for Falcons. Meanwhile, for Twisted Minds, still number 4 in our league. The super rookies of Season 16 is looking great.
They're right behind us.
Yeah.
Falcons are right behind us. And Twisted Minds are preparing for the upcoming match too. I cannot wait to watch this because I will just be a watcher.
Yeah, it's going to be tough, I think. We're going to see some Francos.
Oh!
We're going to see some Salinas.
What else?
know what? I'll toss it out there. An Atlas.
An Atlas. Well, hopefully we see all of that, because that has been match number 1. We've been your casters, Suomi here with Brigida and Renmar. Don't worry, we're still gonna send you over to Wolf, to the Owl.
Thank you so much, casters, at thank you so much, APBR at Omega, dahil binigyan na tayo ng magandang series sa ngayon. At actually, marami tayong matututunan or at least marire-learn when it comes to video games and MOBAs in particular. Dahil alam natin at its very core, ang Mobile Legends ay talagang game na pagalingang pumindot in the end. And so far, para dito sa series natin, kung sino yung team na nanalo sa early game ay natatalo sa laro. That's game 1, game 2, and game number 3. And I guess it's mainly because the fact na kailangan talaga mas magaling ka lang mag-in-game decision making pagdating sa late game. Actually, kung titignan natin yung patch, marami nating beses sinasabi na dapat magaling ka sa early game, dapat ma-active yung roamers ka. But in this particular series, we are reminded na hindi lang yan ang dapat mong gawin. You still have to be very good with your decision making, at yan ang ginawa ng APBR in game 1 and game number 3. Now, it's always notable na ang APBR ngayon ay napaganda ng late game team fighting, pati na rin yung shot calling nila. Narinig din naman natin dun sa mismong mic test na maganda yung pagkaka-identify nila ng tamang targets. Nobody panics, pero everybody's hyping each other up para talagang dumiin yung shot call at sundin ng kung sino man yung dapat susunod dun sa shot call na yon. Also, yung strength ng ating active roamers ay kitang-kita naman in the early game. We can see even si Super Yoshi, ang lakas na kanyang ipinapakita sa early game and even with Xnova. However, yung mga late game na box yung importante. To be fair, I really like kung paano nahuli ni Super Yoshi yung good targets niya. But the box overall, or ito yung sinasabi nating formation ng bawat pyesa ng side ng Omega, dun lang talaga sila nag-struggle. Even in their Lord Dances, dun lang din sila natalo. And unfortunately, for Omega, hindi nila matutuloy yung streak nila this week. For APBR, napakagandang momentum naman to heading into the regular season. That's it for this series. Mamaya naman, it's Twisted Minds going up against Falcons. Huwag mo kayong aalis, magbabalik ang MPLPH Season 16.
GG bro! Don't worry, be only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now!
Enemy alert. Your scalp gets 1.5 times greasier, causing dandruff.
Get triple anti-dandruff power. Supercharged with Clear.
Pang-marinade,
Panggisa,
pampasarap,
ang daming ititimpla!
Luto mo yan with Knorr Liquid Seasoning.
mula luto to plato, sarap panalo. Luto to plato, sarap panalo. Luto to plato, sarap panalo. Luto to plato, panalo ang luto mo.
Ang few isa ka sa mga player na natigil matatag sa MPLBH, anong sekreto ng isang field?
Para sa akin siguro yung passion ko sa gaming talaga. Kahit anong game kasi gusto ko maging magaling eh. Yung passion ko sa gaming is nakuha ko siya simula nung bata pa ako eh. Parang sobrang saya ko sa mga nilalaro ko and sobrang saya ko lalo kapag nananalo ako. So Feeling ko doon ko nakuha yung passion ko.
Nabanggit mo din na CPU yung GOAT mo.
Kasi nung MPL Season 1 nakita ko siya mag-funny, sobrang nagalingan ako sa kanya.
Tropa natin dito. At nakita mo naman si Pew.
Sinasayawan lang dito from wall to wall si Napian Angela pero he still got the kill para dito kay Karina. Tatlo! Pew!
Tapos ngayon naman, kaya siya yung GOAT ko kasi sobrang tagal niya na tapos nasa top pa rin siya.
Nabanggit ni Cartesi na ikaw daw yung player na iniidolo niya at tinawag niyang GOAT.
Siyempre masaya kasi yung lahat ng tao na parang nag-ML, ang sasabihin ko na si Carl talaga eh. Lalo na siya ng international and masaya pa rin na nakikita niya na ganun.
Siyempre pinagdaanan ko, marami munang talo bago nag-champion, ganun. Ganun naman yung cycle eh.
From child prodigy to the face, and now MLBB's greatest of all time, Cartesi!
Paano nito nabago yung buhay ko at yung pananaw ko sa tumay?
Sobrang dami nagbago sa financially, tsaka yung routine ko sa buhay, yung ginagawa ko sa buhay, tsaka pag lumalabas ako ganun, may mga nakakilala na sa akin.
Feeling ko, abang tumatagal parang napapansin ko sa sarili ko na mas madisiplina ako and mas mature.
Siguro yung biggest lesson ko lang yung balance lang sa lahat ng bagay.
Tapos ngayon talaga, ito na talaga yung feeling ko buhay ko eh.
Isha, sino yun? Si Kari? Esmeralda? Edith. Si Edith. Edith. Arnold. Edith. Edith niya. Look! Edith. Grabe. Edith. Yan si Grak. Grak! 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 Uy, nauna ako kanina sa Edith. Sige, all one. Pinagbigyan kasi nila ako eh. Lancelot! Lancelot. Si Lance. Lance! Sabay tayo, pare. Ranger. Si, Bution. Ranger. Ay, wala ako. Okay, sabay ulit. Competitive. Florin. Ay, Florin. Una. Force. Lapu-lapu. Ano yan? Sino yan? Kalea. Bruno. Lapu-lapu? Lapu nga. Ay, Palakol. Parang bagong hero yan ah. Hindi si Popol. Wala, hindi ko alam yan. Sino yan? Ay, Palakol! Ay, Palakol pala yun! Ay! Sumati. Siyang nagmamatilde. Matilda. Ate. Yay! Ano yun? Matilda may Palakol?
Gising na ako nang di bahala ako sa swerte. Sabi mo, mag-win streak ko to. Dahil sa'yo, tambak na ako!
gustong swertehin, basahin mo na ang current patch notes. Andito na ang Ready for Next, the biggest gameplay update of the year. Break through boundaries with the new Broken Walls map update. MLBB, we are ready for next.
Kung bakit nawala? Basahin na ang current patch notes. Andito na ang Ready for Next, the biggest gameplay update of the year. The all-new Dangerous Grass Map update. Use it to your advantage. MLBB, we are ready for the next.
Napag-iwanan ka na rin ba? Andito na ang Ready for the Next, the biggest gameplay update of the year. Get a head start with the new Flying Cloud map update. MLBB, we are ready for the next.
Sinundan mo talaga ako dito!
Hoy, ano ba mga bulag ba kayo? Hindi parang mga bulag kasi wala ba kayo nakikita? Mga bulag!
kalakasan, love comes rushing in. Parang bagong expanding river sa Mobile Legends. Andito na ang ready for the next, the biggest gameplay update of the year. Navigate the river with the new expanding rivers map update, MLBB. We are ready for the next.
Guys, nandito na yung bagong update sa Mobile Legends. Yung dangerous... Hoy! Okay, guys, yung sinasabi ko nga pala kanina yung bagong update. So una, yung dangerous grass at yung broken walls. So sa broken walls, guys, meron mga iba't ibang butas yung mga walls sa mapa. So mas magbe-benefit dito yung mga jungler kasi mas magiging mabilis na yung pag-gank nila kasi mas mabilis na yung pag-roam nila sa mapa dahil may butas na. At guys, magbe-benefit din dito yung mga heroes sa walang mobility dahil di na nila kailangan ng mobility para humakbang sa mga walls na to kasi may butas na nga. At sobrang magbe-benefit din dito, guys, yung Johnson kasi mas marami na yung shortcut so mas mapapabilis yung pag-roam niya sa mapa. At yung pangalawa naman, guys, is yung dangerous grass. O yung dangerous grass, nagdadagdag si Muntun ng mga iba't iba pang grass sa Mobile Legends para mas maraming opportunity para mag-gank at mag-ambush. At marami pang iba, guys. So, yung pangatlo naman is yung flying clouds. Doon sa flying clouds, pwede ka umapak sa base at mapupunta ka sa lane mo na mas mabilis kapag ginamit mo ito. At yung pangapat naman, yung expanding river. So si Muntun magdadagdag daw siya ng maraming tubig sa river kaya mas magiging mabilis yung movement speed nyo kapag umapak kayo sa river. At yun lang, yung mga bagong update ni Mobile Legends kaya i-check nyo na. Payong mo.
Meow, 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 meow. Bawat kaya. Ang tanong. Kami kayo. Mananalo.
the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas, face the golden sun and repping for the 3 stars. Look at us, to the top, no ifs, no buts. Winning any game, para to sa PIN, yes. Di mo matitinag aming boses sa new level. Nasa kalye man o mobile, you know I become a legend. Listen, open fire, we cannot be winners, but with pressure, like diamonds are made of. Switching the lane na parang gera, HP racing made a setup. Pagkakatang buhat ni Hilda, full dome SS parang Laila. Susundan ko ang wakas, kasama pataas, tagumpay natin to dahil tayo'y malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi to atas, kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi to atas, kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas, yeah. Laging MLBB, no surrender, no retreat. Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve. Laging MLBB, no surrender, no retreat. Giving 100 on my all, cause we just cannot be defeated. We are unstoppable, immune and invulnerable. Ready ang equipment, lahat frozen, mala, crowd control. Pakita on the jab, beast to the southeast. Taas ang watawat, proud and loud, cause every enemy we devour. Susundan ko ang iyong wakas, kasama pataas, tagumpay natin to dahil tayo'y malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi to atas, kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi to atas, kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas, yeah. Lakas, Pilipinas, malakas, kahit anong the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas, face the golden sun and repping for the 3 stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, reunite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, reunite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, reunite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
Welcome back to MPL Philippines Season 16. Currently, we are at our second series of Week 5, Day 2, and we'll be your casters for tonight. Omi here with Renmar and Midnight to bring you the action. It's going to be Twisted Minds against Team Falcons.
Yeah, I am looking forward to seeing this one, mainly because, well, look what I'm wearing.
Yeah, I was going to ask, are you?
No, I'm not, because I'm honestly going to this thing and Twisted Minds is absolutely going to whoop us Falcons, guys.
Yeah, I mean, as much as we've seen a lot of like good moments from Team Falcons, let's face the reality, they still haven't been able to close out a series after their first win against Aurora, and even then, that was taken away yesterday.
Yeah. After a reverse sweep. Yes. I thought after winning game 1 as yo, we're actually going to sweep Aurora. Nope, we did not.
Well, heartbreaking as it is, they still have a shot to another part of redemption here against Twisted Minds, and hopefully it is a bit easier for them. And to be fair, for Twisted Minds, they are currently in the middle of the league, which means that there is a bigger chance here that Falcons actually pulls up an upset. But before we head on to that, let's head on to more data and more GG. Experience the winning power of Smart's only 5G and enjoy it with the Smart Digital Prepaid eSIM.
What's the simply reliable telco partner of the MPL? Trick question, it's only Smart. Victories you can count on.
You know, when we look at the victories that could possibly go here inside this match, let's go back to the victories that we watched earlier. It was such a delicious series to watch. A 3-game series of pure comebacks.
Yeah, we got marinated, basically.
saute. Well, marinate, saute, or just for the flavor. You can use Nor liquid seasoning for everything.
And when we look at the last series, 3 comebacks on a full hour of gameplay. By the way, a full hour of gameplay from that one series alone. 25, 20, 21. That is insane numbers for 3 games. By the way, this tournament is monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusement Board. But let's go back to that. Omega versus AP Bren, with AP Bren taking the crown at the end.
Yeah, man, absolute banger, because it was a series wherein, yes, we saw dominating performances, but it was just like a back and forth all throughout, and it was just one team suddenly saying, nope, we'll take the win instead, in different ways.
Yeah. It was a left and right affair. Like, somebody was just taking the win, and it was just taken away from them.
Yeah.
It was a constant bickering between 2 teams that are just trying to edge out each other. Unfortunately, it was AP Bren that made that final call. They were able to get the win against Smart Omega, even though it looked like Ryzen was going to be able to snatch it away from AP Bren, but it wasn't the case. It was still the same story, 2-1 for AP Bren, same as last time, I believe. AP Bren pulled off with a victory.
Man, it was an 8K gold lead for the side of Omega in that game number 3. Ugly finish if you're an Omega fan, but an even more beautiful win if you're an AP Bren fan. And with that, again, the Infinite standings wouldn't really move an inch, even if, let's say, AP Bren won that. But that does tie them up at 3 points here for the last 5, 6, 7 teams. Falcons really need a dub to here.
Yeah.
Are we getting closer and closer to the point where if Falcons lose a series and they're going to be eliminated? We're not there yet.
We're not there yet, but we're close.
We're close. Like, if I'm not mistaken, it could happen next week if they keep losing this week.
Yeah, so usually the competition starts when they reach their 8th or 9th match, because it gets easier to compute like the permutations between the matches. But because of the disparity, you might be able to you might be warranted to say right now that if Falcons loses 2 more matches, they're out of the playoffs contention.
Man, that is such a hard time to be a Falcons fan. And for Falcons, they've been holding on. The Falcons Nest has been attending all of the matches, even if they're, I would say, not really in tip-top shape right now. Hopefully, they've learned something from yesterday. Falcons up against Twisted Minds. This guy suddenly moved. I thought he was already in still frame.
Yeah, I thought that was the point. It's like, okay, why is Super Marco's frame frozen, but then Nausea still moving just a little bit, but then he still had it. Yo, I'm excited to see Falcons, Twisted Minds again. Mainly because, bro, what has Coach Bonchan cooked up, right? What has he thought of as, this should be the way for us to play the game? And are the members of Twisted Minds willing to play into the insanity that is the ideas of Coach Bonchan?
Well, if there are people who are insane enough to actually follow this madman of a coach, by the way, world champion would be the rookies of Twisted Minds. It's going to be Rookie Rising for Twisted Minds versus Falcons. For Falcons, well, they do have one rookie first, but I feel like he isn't really playing this match. But for the side of Twisted Minds, there are lots of rookies gunning for that Rookie of the Season.
Yeah, that's something about rookies, man. Like, they don't care. Whatever the coach throws at them, like, they're just gonna respond with a yes. Especially on a team like Twisted Minds. Like, everything you throw at the table is as good as, are we losing with it? No. All right. That may be a good idea.
Yeah.
If it works, then we can just keep trying and keep innovating.
Yeah, and Coach Bonchan has talked about this in interviews, that one of the things that he loves about the rookies of his team, the 4 rookies that usually make up the main 5, is that they're fearless. Is that if they have any sense of like, we can get this, they will not hesitate to go for the throat.
Yeah, you know what? This reminds me of a young Oklahoma City Thunder here. You have the big 3 right in front of you, and you have like a defensive maniac in the hands of Lansu. All
right, I got
Serge Ibaka.
Okay. Also, he's Serge Ibaka.
He's Serge Ibaka, dude.
Got it.
Why, were you looking for Ibaka elsewhere?
I don't know, man. At first, I was just, wait, so which one of them is James Harden? I don't know.
Dude, at this point, all of them are just really doing well in their roles. I'm so happy to see rookies like that. And in front of a living legend like View, it's going to be a big challenge to pull off those tricks.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, like, you already have some of the rookies on the side of Twisted Minds climbing up the leaderboards, even placing as firsts on some of the categories, but you can never count out the achievements of the captain of Team Falcons here. Few with the Season 1 notable rankings, ranked number 2 in total in terms of damage per minute, and also ranked number 3 in terms of total kills.
Yeah. Season 1 was a time when Few was bring out the cushions and all that. Yeah, he was that guy.
That was a different era, a different beast during that time. And for Few, who has lived through every season of MPL, honestly, it's going to be so sad to find the first season without him.
Yeah, bro has most games won, most match played, and he even has the most savages in MPLPH history.
4 times. And he made one on Eudora.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Season 6.
Crazy.
The Season 6 Eudora pick. Yeah, I remember that. I remember that.
No other person could do that in modern MLBB at this point.
Yeah, and at that time, if I'm not mistaken, the jungler he was paired with was the Lancelot of Carl Tizzy.
Yeah.
But at the end, it was the Eudora that got the Savage.
Yeah, imagine before the season, last time we saw a Savage was in Few. That was how long, on mid.
That's true.
He was the last Savage on mid. Before Yue and Sanji made it last week.
And I love how Sanji paid homage to the OGs who have gotten those savages before them. I think it was Sanji in an interview said that it's easier now because of the Sky Piercer. The OGs did it without one, so
that's true. That's
pure
true.
skill.
That's pure skill. And we do have a question for all of you watching at home. Which of these Roam heroes will take the advantage of this new patch? We have A, Gatotkacha, B, Kalea, C, Grok, and D. You can comment any hero that you want, and make sure to keep those comments positive, and even talk about it in our social media groups. If I'm being honest, it's the Lancelot.
Yeah, I made the same joke. I made the same joke in the PH broadcast. I've been doing that for like 2 years now. Lancelot dire hit, brothers. Come on. Lancelot dire hits.
With the buff as well. At this point, you know, we're
steal the purple buff, steal the orange buff.
Hey
steal
man,
everything.
You can. The damage coming in from Thornrose is insane. And maybe you guys could comment down below. But in terms of Assassin Roamers, man, I'm not gonna change my answer. It's still gonna be Natalia. I miss that hero. We have not seen Natalia at all. The last time that I saw it was from Vietnam, or was it?
That was a long time ago.
Yeah, it was a long time ago.
Was it Vietnam? Wait.
I think it was last year.
No. That dude with the long hair. Yeah, Justin.
Oh,
Myanmar. I'm sorry.
That was last year, right?
Justin.
Yeah. Was it last year? Yeah, that was last year.
That was last year.
I'm doubting myself. He is Burmese, right?
He's Burmese, right?
Yeah.
Oh man, we gotta do our research, dude.
Okay. Just making sure.
Just making sure, you know. Just making sure. But that was the last time that I saw an actual Natalia pick that worked out. But hey, this is gonna be a banger again. Hopefully we do 3 games again. We did see a lot of comeback games from match number 1, and now match 2 is about to start. It's gonna be Twisted Minds versus Team Falcons. Let's see who's gonna come up on top. Players, it's your time to shine.
The rookies rising from the mines, Nosha, Sean, Kaloy with Lansu, and MP the King. Here's Twisted Minds! Down but not out, let them hear your cheers. Falcons Nest, Flap Teasy, Kyle Teasy, Few, Ogwin, and Super Marco, Team Falcons! Welcome our marshals to the stage for this matchup, Joshua, Chico, Patrick, and Jeff. And the coaches. For Twisted Minds, we got Coach Bonchan. For Team Falcons, it's Coach Trevor. Twisted Minds versus Team Falcons. MPL Arena, make some noise!
Our second matchup of the day is about to begin. Let's welcome the super rookies of Season 16 in Twisted Minds. We have Lansu, MP the King, Sean, Kaloy, and Nosha.
Hey, we see Coach Bonchan with a new drip, maybe with a new plan for the new twist of Twisted Minds. Fresh from the Project Next update, we might see a lot of changes in terms of draft, in terms of crazy strategies, because now we see MP the King back in the roster.
Wow, and they're going to be up against Falcons, down but not out. We have Flap TZ, Kyle TZ, Few, Ogwen, and Super Marco.
You know, I saw all the comments yesterday after their match against Aurora. A lot of people suddenly were looking at Falcons a little bit differently. And then Game 3 happened, and then they first picked the Angela. But then again, this is coming from a perspective where Angela has been ridiculously buffed. Angela won.
Did he win?
No,
Yes,
it
sir.
didn't win. It didn't win. It almost won, but it was dominating. And you see teams, again, they are consistently still banning out Angela red side. So let's see. Maybe Falcons will want to try it again, but with different pieces.
Yeah, to be fair, it does feel broken. And I think both teams would be eyeing to contest that hero, even Twisted Minds. We all know Coach Bonchan's history with the hero, especially in Twisted Minds. They've tried pulling off so many Angela picks before, even with the Leomords, the Angelas, sometimes the CCs. So we never know. Now that you look at the composition of Twisted Minds, they could just pull off a Uranus XP once again, bring the Angela to the table, and make sure that Falcons crumble in the early game pressure.
Let's see if that's going to be the case here for Twisted Minds. You're right. Coach Bonchan is the birth father of the Ube strategy way back in the Crown era. And now that the sustain is looking back in the game, maybe it's time that something new comes out of Twisted Minds. I'm just so excited to see if Coach Bonchan had cooked up something here.
Yeah, like maybe something for MP the King, something unique in the jungle?
Well, we'll see later. We're going to go back in time first and check out the moments before the game started in our smart 5G ping test. Well, that was a nice Smart 5G ping test. You've seen it all. Right, we're going to go back there later on, by the way. But the tournament integrity of this game is still secured because the Smart 5G ping test did happen. We just weren't able to play a video.
Yeah. We saw it. They were there. They were on the stage. They were ping testing.
They were doing it.
They were doing it.
They did it.
They were testing the ping.
Yeah.
Fans also got to see it.
Well,
the timing of entry, exit, yes.
Going back to the series, it is still going to be very interesting on how the draft would play out, mainly because we have a very daring players here and daring coaches as well. I feel like if you're Falcons, you're at your wit's end. You kind of want to just throw out everything that you have inside that scrapbook of strategies.
Yeah, something I want to see is that if ever maybe Falcons will hold on to the idea of like, keep this Ogwen Franco option very strong for them.
Well, we're going to find out later on. For now, we're going to go to the Infinix Keys to victory with the Howl with Wolf.
Welcome to the Owl. Ako nga pala si Wolf. I'm bringing you the Infinix Keys to victory. It's Twisted Minds going up against Falcons. And fortunately pa sa Falcons, tuloy-tuloy pa rin ang kanilang losing streak. Para manalo sila dito kontra sa Twisted Minds, kailangan nilang simulan by not overcomplicating yung draft nila. Kitang-kita natin kahapon sa Week 5 Day 1 matchup ng Team Falcons na halos manalo na sila sa Aurora, but they overcomplicated their draft with weird choices na alam natin na hindi talaga mag-work. Unfortunately, ganun nga talaga naging resulta. Ngayon nga lang para sa dalawang teams natin, it's also notable na kailangan high mobility and active roamer choices ang kanilang pipiliin. In fact, yung Falcons, nung game number 1 versus Aurora, yung mismo panalo nila ay kitang-kita na mas comfortable sila sa ating draft or sa ating game kapag high mobility yung choices nila para kay Ogwen. And now, for Twisted Minds, kailangan ay low cooldown at hyper-aggressive ang playstyle nila laban sa Falcons. Falcons like to set up. Parang kapansin-pansin na yung playstyle ng Falcons ay gusto nila na 5 sila muna para makapag-set up ng maganda, para maganda yung kanilang box. But if you are hyper-aggressive, doon na nababaliw yung mga miyembro ng Falcons. They're going one after another. And we know Twisted Minds, they like to play fast. So kung low cooldown yung mga heroes nila, this is gonna be good for them. And ang ating abangan sa Twisted Minds versus Falcons. Back to the casters.
Thank you so much, Wolf, for that Infinix Keys to victory. Midnight, as far as I could read, I feel like they just have to play with their strengths, play with the meta, the aggressive roamers coming in. What else could we see from that?
I mean, it's keeping it simple, really, especially for Team Falcons. You know, like you have to understand what your identity is. Because right now, I think they're still falling back to that kind of gameplay where they just rely on Super Marco so much to bring them to the late game. But that's not really the case for the meta anymore. Like you see Twisted Minds even in their gameplay from gameplays from week 1 to week 3, they're very aggressive in the early game. That's why we call it so like the twisted rotations, random rotations coming up from XP, going to mid, keeping the aggression alive. I think that's what you have to follow through here for Team Falcons, while also understanding, all right, what are the hero choices for our players? Maybe we draft aggressive heroes in the mid lane, or you know, sort of like early centric marksman, or early game centric marksman for Super Mario, like the Grangers, because for the past few weeks they've been stuck with the Moskov.
Yeah, and we're gonna check which map are we gonna get here for game number 1. What are your picks here? I hope Broken Walls. No!
Oh, yay! More of the same, but different. But still same.
Well, you know how we do it in the Philippines.
Yeah,
Lapu-Lapu with the flooding rivers. Hell yeah! Let's enter
Wilderness Blessings.
Wilderness Blessings. But this looks to be massive. Midnight, you talked about the twisted rotations coming in from Twisted Minds, very early game centric rotations, and with the expanding rivers, that might make or break the early game for both teams.
Yeah, we've been seeing a lot of XP laners come to mid so often. Even before the turtle spawn, sometimes they get level 4 out in the mid lane. They send the mage towards the XP to get the mid. So those kind of movements from Twisted Minds will maybe break the tempo here for Team Falcons here in the game. And now they even shut down some of the potential lineups from Team Falcons by snatching away the Baksha from Kyle TZ.
Yeah, and this means Twisted Minds are going to be playing to their tempo of wanting to play fast, and now Falcons are going to have to see if they can try and keep up. With what people now see Team Falcons as, a lot of them just see them right now as an old horse with weak legs. Going up against Twisted Minds, who are like bunch of newer young bucks who are just willing and ready to go. So I like that they look for stability in the jungle. They don't play into anything crazy like the Joyce. They pair up the Juice in with it, but now they have to go up against a Kalea.
Yeah, I'm not so sure about this Zushin Fredrin rush though. Now that you do this, you're kind of forced into a position where you play with a utility jungler. You don't have an artillery mage on few, so you are effectively playing against the Baksha with the sole intent of shutting down the Baksha jungle. Because of the Kalea, I think you're warranted to do this. And now they get the Granger. Finally, they switch up the play style. They're gonna have to play the early game aggression themselves. Well, my concern is if Twisted Minds goes for Baksha XP and then just elects to get MP the King, the Hayabusa, or even the Joy, this might just switch up the game here for Twisted Minds.
Yeah, in Baksha XP, currently in our meta, we haven't seen that a lot, but it's still quite effective if you're able to fight against a non-dominant XP laner. And speaking of dominant XP laners, by taking away the CC and the Arlot, leaves only the Lapu-Lapu as the potential bad matchup against this Baksha.
Yeah, I think they're fine with either for Twisted Minds. Team Falcons, they do have the priority selection on the second phase. XP or Roam, they're going to be able to at least snatch one away from Twisted Minds, because we don't even know what the role for the Baksha is. It could be jungle, could be XP, but at least you're stealing one away from Twisted Minds. If not, again, worst case scenario, they just give MP the King another assassin on second phase.
So I'm looking at it. It might seem like the Lapu-Lapu will most likely end up in the hands of Falcons.
Maybe.
So with them taking away the carry, that's best options. I mean, no matter what Twisted Minds ends up with, it's going to be good because they already have one carry in the center of the map. They can just cover it. They have so much flex around the Baksha. If that does end up in the jungle, I still am leaning a little bit more towards the idea that it is a jungle Baksha and that the XP for Lanzu is something that we haven't seen yet. Then the gold laner has to be... They can even afford to go a little bit more mid to the late game with their carry, considering they have two.
Yeah, okay. Falcons, do they take the Lapu here? Because if they do, they're going to have to show the XP matchup, and that's going to allow Twisted Minds to either counter the Lapu or go for a damage XP to supplement this Baksha jungle pickup from MP the King. There goes the Lapu. For Twisted Minds, Esmeralda is an option, even though that's gonna make their composition a little bit awkward because they're gonna have to wait for like marksman timings. But if they just find a good marksman, then it won't be a problem altogether. So again, for Twisted Minds, either you go damage XP here or you go Lapu Lapu. Oh, sorry, Esmeralda against the Lapu, and then maybe pick up a Bruno or Moscow.
Yeah, we did see the Bruno earlier.
By the way,
but looks like you're gonna go for the Phobius instead. I think still some damage and a bit of crowd control too. In fact, looking at the hero stats here for Sean, currently 5 games on this Kimmy, a very healthy win rate of 60%. And what do you pair this up? Do we get the Bruno that you mentioned?
Bruno or Harith? Any gold laner that can fight earlier on?
Yeah, we can afford to, even though it's a lot of magic damage.
Wow.
They'll still go for the Moskov. I mean, we did pose a possibility they'll just go for something a little bit more mid to the late game. They spread out their damage profile a little bit better. And yeah, Twisted Minds going for a slightly more conservative route.
Yeah, dude, I'm actually surprised they draft this way, week 5. They're drafting like Team Falcons.
Wow. Coach Bonchan.
I don't know why, but I'm offended.
Entering
for Twisted Minds.
Entering the mind of Coach Trevor here. Last pickup here for the side of Team Falcons. They're still looking for their potential roamer, actually.
Gatot, Hylos. Yeah. Oh, Grok. Okay. I like this Grok pickup. It's a good matchup against the Kalea. Even though the Kalea does bruise you, and she can just sustain off of the hits from the Surge of Life. The thing about Grok is that it limits these jumps from the Kalea, and right after you jump, you're basically under the mercy of the Earthen Rampart.
Yep, and with that Fredrin, if the fight gets divided by the Earthen Rampart, it's going to be really hard to walk around with the Zushin as well. A lot of crowd control here for the side of Team Falcons. Meanwhile, for the side of Twisted Minds, you can see a lot of global map pressure come late game. You have the Baksha and the Moskov just lane control all the way down to that late game. What can we expect early on in this game?
I'd say for Twisted Minds, they're the ones dodging in this game, maybe looking for trades, forcing like skirmishes away from the Moskov, while you have Team Falcons constantly controlling these objectives against Twisted Minds because of their early game advantage. They have the damage from the Lapu Lapu, the damage from the Granger, and also insane control from the Zushin and Fredrin.
Yesterday was a sad chapter for Team Falcons, still currently on a cold 7-game losing streak. And up against Twisted Minds right now, we're about to enter our second best of 3 of the night. It's going to be the game 1 between Twisted Minds against Team Falcons. Wow, with a lot of late game lineups here for the side of Twisted Minds.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough climb here for the Falcons up against the Super Rookies, who, again, they are not going to be hesitant to go full-on aggro if they can find the advantage. Similar to what they're doing here in the center of the map, despite going up against a Juicin. Oh, Sean.
Ouch.
Oh, got to be careful there, sir.
Ouch.
Oh, no, not like that.
That was a good wall from Ogwin. I was going to ask earlier if they didn't wall the wave, because Twisted Minds was able to clear the wave much faster than them. But again, the punish from Ogwin was there, getting Sean twice. But again, the Surge of Life, the advantage of having so many heals in the laning stage does answer off the pressure coming off from the Grok.
Yep, and so far it looks like no big trades so far inside the map. Just a bit of poking against each other inside the lane, but Kaloy has other ideas. Just gives a clear advantage to this Phobius.
Oh. Kyle TZ. Was he able to win that, Richard?
No, Lanzo got it.
Okay, Lanzo still got the last set of the XP, okay.
And so in entering the 1-minute mark, still nothing much happening inside the map. It's just quick rotations from all.
This is something that I've been waiting to see in MPL. The roamers just going from lane to lane and clearing waves. You see some bit of advantage on XP on the Kalea, but Sean oversteps.
Big trade there in the mid. Few still. Okay, so now that they're playing a little bit more, I feel like they're using their veteran wilds against Twisted Minds.
Yeah, well, going back to what you pointed out, Midnight, what do you mean, like, roamers clearing out lane after lane?
Yeah, because now you see them almost getting level 4 just off of the 40% extra golden XP you gain from clearing the waves with your mid laners. Unfortunately, Sean, he thought maybe the Surge of Life was active already when Kaloy jumped in. Unfortunately, it wasn't. So the Kimmy still died, but still got level 4, and now there's just burst turtle here for Team Falcons.
Okay, MP the King close by. Here comes an entry by Flap TZ. Here comes the SOD as well. The stun, the perfect combo, but Cal TZ still walks away with the turtle. Owen gets the kill on MP the King. Flap TZ looks like he's going to be up next to the dog, and it's Kaloi takes down one. Latu takes down another. This could be 3 down for Falcons, and yes, it is. Twisted Minds counter out the turtle take by Falcons.
Oh wow, 3 people down for the side of Team Falcons for the price of a turtle, and an immediate Sky Piercer for the Kimmy.
Wow, a rush from
greedy
Sean.
rush.
It is greedy, but it might just work because now you're fighting the HP battle against Twisted Minds. Now that team fight was okay for Team Falcons, but when they lost the tectonic charge from Ogwin, you saw how the damage was there from Team Falcons, but it's getting repelled by the Surge of Life. The heals coming out from Kalea allowed Twisted Minds to just out-damage Team Falcons. Even though MP the King died from that skirmish, Lansu and Kaloi was just able to dish so many punches in the backline, and Team Falcons, they just didn't have anything left in the tank.
Equalized as well after those 3 kills. And I gotta say, I was visiting Twisted Minds live stream, and especially for Sean here. It was joking around how he's gonna play Kimmy in the MPL and then buy Sky Piercer as his first item. I didn't think that he would actually take it seriously. And now we're here. Week 5, day 2. He debuts this Kimmy with no boots and a Sky Piercer to his name.
Yeah, it wasn't a joke. It was a warning shot.
It was a warning shot right in the live stream with 200 viewers live watching. I'm gonna do this in MPL.
Little did you know, it was a strat reveal.
Strat reveal, dude.
But then everyone's gonna say, nah, he's just messing around. No, but it's actually legit.
Oh man, you know what? He also said another thing.
What?
He also confirmed right there and there on a random Tuesday afternoon that Sensui's not gonna play this weekend. He straight up said, oh, it's gonna be MP the King playing this weekend.
All right, so if you want to find out the strats of Twisted Minds, you hop onto Sean's live stream.
Yep.
Got it.
My boy spitting facts.
Oh, meanwhile, in the center of the map, good wall hit there by Ogwin. They're only going to poke down Lansu. They're not going to go for a full aggro commit onto him.
Yeah.
Falcons will be looking into a turtle dance instead.
Oh yeah, and it's going to be started here by Team Falcons. Kaloi trying to find a way, but Lansu already in the vicinity of that pit.
Okay, if you already used the Crimson Beacon, Flap TZ already entered as well. Line Shaker committed. They missed everything. Here comes the punish. Dark Wave and the jump as well. But Ogwin with a tech charge. Turning it around. SOD entry. Are they going to commit it?
Oh my
Cal
goodness,
TZ falls. The turnaround by Twisted Minds is real. As few can only back with the rest of Falcons. Twisted win again.
Dude, Lansu has to chill because he's giving so many headaches to Team Falcons with all of the heads being smashed by the Movius. The sustain is insane. Even though it started awkward for Twisted Minds, they lost the Kalea. They didn't have enough access to the they didn't have access to the Surge of Life. But because Team Falcons has used everything, they had nothing against the Movius. And again, Nausea with a Spear of Destruction, putting so much pressure for Team Falcons to disengage.
That's like back-to-back 3-man Dark Waves from Lansu. Lansu, chill.
Chill, my boy.
He's just doing so much.
It's all playoffs.
It's not yet playoffs, and he's sure as hell playing like he's already part of it. And Lansu just showing off a lot of obvious mechanics here. Entering the 6-minute mark, we have a 2K gold lead coming in from Twisted Minds. But in terms of Turtles, it's still pretty much the same for both squads. It's just the fights have been working out here for the side of Twisted Minds. But it might change as a Sky Piercer pickup here is for Super Marco 6 minutes in.
Yeah, let's see if they'll actually be able to punish and be the ones, not be the ones getting punished here. Because so far we've seen Falcons a little bit shaky on the team fights. Some things are landing, most things are not.
Yeah.
And that needs Twisted Minds. They can just go in with a later entry and go for the counter. So far, Twisted Minds are fighting better than Falcons.
Yeah, that's a Kalea though. Like he doesn't mind losing some HP.
Yeah, you can regen it.
And Team Falcons, even though, again, they're just trying to find objectives off of the map. They have to use resources for it, but they don't even like get these mini objectives. Like Kaloi, if he loses HP, it doesn't matter because he's just gonna get it back with a Surge of Life.
And now with this upcoming turtle, the final turtle of the game, it's gonna be the side of Team Falcons holding on to that pixel brush as of now. Around that LBM, Team Falcons already setting themselves up, but Twisted Minds have prime opportunity to actually go in for the invade. Kaloi looking for the potential jump here, but MP the King switches up the angle.
Okay. Falcons needs to watch out for the team fight, and here comes the entry. Caltese gets the turtle again. That's going to be a pick off there by Kaloy. A stun by Super Marco. Make that actually. Flapteezy, the SOD's not going to land. Flapteezy doesn't matter. Down. They couldn't get Sean down. The Sky Piercer rush is working out. Ogwin with a tech charge to try and save them. Lanzo secures the kill, but Super Marco trades him out.
Well, 2 for 1 plus a turtle. Team Falcons, did they win that trade?
No, not at all. It's all Twisted Minds. They got a tower on the bottom side. They took down 2 heroes, and they only lose the Phobius. They're still making space for Nausea.
Oh, wow. Things are not looking great here for Team Falcons. We're entering the 8-minute mark, and Lanzu is still playing out of his mind.
I guess you could say silver lining for Super Marco is that at least he's getting some charges up on the Sky Piercer. But their main concern is Twisted Minds going to late game. There is a Moskov in this game.
Flapteezy entry with a Raging Slash, everything thrown at him as well. Meanwhile, Falcons SOD left Nosha in the back. Few is there, ready to answer. He gets to bring him up. A stun by the Lapu Lapu. Lapu Lapu finally gets taken out. Few takes down Nosha. 1-for-1 trade. Falcons are winning. That's 2 down on the side of Twisted Minds. Are shut down onto Sean by Caltese. Double kill for Few. FP the King is gone. Wipe out for Falcons. The turnaround.
And finally, Team Falcons able to find their first winning team fight. Equalizes this game 9 minutes in.
Yeah, now that's very obvious. It was a greedy call from Twisted Minds to utilize the Moskov in that engagement. Even dashing behind the Granger, the immediate response from Team Falcons was, hey, look at the Moskov. Turn on the Moskov. And right, they did. The stun from Flapteezy came through. Even with the flicker out from Nausea, there were just so many control that came out from Team Falcons, and Nausea was held down.
Man, that was so early coming in from Nausea as well. It was a great SOD, a fight that they could have won. But look at that, so many knockups just landing on the side of Team Falcons. And finally, with that clutch Sky Piercer as well coming in from Super Marco, they're able to finally get their first 4 stacks in. And this is probably Team Falcons' best chance to take this game.
Well, let's see if Twisted Minds are going to be able to find an answer. MP the King shield unity's up, jumps in, Lasso taking a lot of damage. Twisted Minds gets blasted. SOD in, but it might be too tough to take. Moskov pushes up top while Kaloy gets taken out. Double kill for Super Marco. Flapteezy with his zone out, and again another win for Falcons as Nausea plays the map.
But the Lord, Team Falcons, they're still going to continue pushing this up. There's no SOD available here for this Moskov.
SOD.
So I feel like this is still going to be a Lord secured by Team Falcons. And a free Lord. Nausea able to escape for now, but Flapteezy looking for the stun. What? It connects!
He'll be able to land it. Here comes Few as well. Ogwin is there. 3v1. Nausea gets knocked out.
What was that?
Oh my, rookie mistakes coming out from Twisted Minds. The Moskov stayed on the top lane instead of going back and defending middle lane so that MP the King can roam around the bushes. But because of that, Team Falcons understands, all right, we're back to our timing. We have a lot of gold on the Granger. We have so much damage. We have so much control. We can just, brute force the front line, let Super Marco do his thing. And this is why a hero like Granger is something that can work for Team Falcons. You have a team that understands macro. You just need the firepower to actually win team fights.
Well, the Holy Shields clear out the mid lane, and now in the bottom lane, they continue the siege. 5 people sent out here by Team Falcons. It seems they're going to try to force out this Holy Shield as well with that wall. What a creative use from that earthen rampart.
Yeah, Ogwin's been on fire with his Grok. Super Marco bulletproof as well. 602 conceal play. Flapteezy threatening with the ultimate. He baits himself out. Maybe CC Mew, but he's gonna get pulled back. Ogwin with a tech charge. Kaloy takes a lot of damage, and that's godlike for Super Marco. Happy the King brought down really low. Is he gonna be taken out? That's on the turnaround, but a double kill still for Marco. Nausea goes in. Lanzu goes forward. Jumping on Few. A shutdown by Sean. But Marco is still popping heads. He's popped 3. That's a triple for him. Nausea backs off with Sean.
Those micro outplays though.
Yeah, doesn't feel like they're playing against rookies. Team Falcons, they had to work for it. And Twisted Minds, they still defend the tower in the middle lane. Good jump coming out from Lanzu once again, saving their tower in the middle lane.
How do you even find those angles? Like,
I don't know.
I didn't even see that dark wave angle. I just suddenly saw 3 people jumping towards Twisted Minds. And in my head, oh wow, Lanzu did it again.
And it was cool because that went almost the same time as Caltese being able to bring out a taunt.
Yeah, dude, I was gonna ask, why would you find that angle? Because it's not just about the timing, it's not just about the the targets. It was the Fredrin and the Grok in front of him, but he decided to go for it anyway. He was just like, I just need to jump.
And he did. And that's why Twisted Minds, they didn't lose a single inhibitor turret in that Lord push coming in from Team Falcons. But that doesn't remove the fact that Team Falcons did get a lot of gold out of that push.
Yes.
Now ahead by 5,000 gold. They still have a major advantage here in the upcoming Lord fight.
Yeah, Wind of Nature already built now for Nausea, so this somehow changes up the dynamic of this team fight. Because now every jump from Nausea, it has to be dealt with a stun. It can't just be the damage coming off from the Lapu or the Granger. It has to be a crowd control. Because if not, if Nausea somehow finds the Granger on the back line, it might just spell the end of the team fight right then and there.
Well, right now they're going to start the Lord here. Team Falcons, Twisted Minds, the SOD is available, but I feel like they're going to burst down the Lord quite quickly.
Okay, wall up, MP the King on the right side of it. Falcons now slowing it down. They know the threat that Twisted Minds might be able to turn it around. MP the King decides to go in. Says he immune. MP the King gets punished. He gets taunted. Everything out between tossed at him. MP the King still survives. Here comes Kaloy with an entry as well. A few flickers forward. Making a beacon. Instead, the turnaround by Twisted. They missed it. That's two. Both TZ's down, but Marco still lives. Marco is still here, and that's a double for him.
And it's a 2-for-1 trade-up, but the junglers are down. MP the King still alive, though. That means Twisted Minds, they could potentially go for this Lord. But Team Falcons, they're not leaving this Lord pit. They know for a fact that Twisted Minds, they want this Lord for themselves. And Nausea has to take out, has to dash out of that Lord pit. As finally, the Lord resets.
Oh, that tectonic charge misses from Ogun, very crucial. They're not done, however. They want to fight for more.
Oh, another tech charge knocking up the MP the King, but they're not going to be able to bring him that low. He's still alive and he can still fight. What else can Falcons do here? Because Twisted Minds are giving them a run for their money.
Yeah, now they will lose the setup for the Lord pit. They have to address the slow push building up on top lane. Flat TZ fixed the wave for a bit, but it's still slowly pushing for Twisted Minds. If they don't deal with that, Twisted could just wait in this Lord dance. Team Falcons, they are the ones who are required to sort of either address the top lane or force the issue by charging with a set from Ogwin.
And there's just so much global presence here for Twisted Minds. You have the Moskov, you have the Baksha. Anybody could just...
Oh! MP the King walks in on push, and it's a historically bad one for a Baksha. But look at Nausea taking down Super Baksha. The stun! The outplay by Nausea, but he gets traded out. A double kill for him before he goes down. Twisted Minds still have some firepower. They can fight. Double kill there for Kyle TZ. Sean still lives. Flap, Ogwin, and Kyle TZ left behind.
And looks like they're going to go out. It's a 2-for-2 trade. Both junglers are still alive.
Yeah, honestly, Sean could have done it, but the blade armor hurts so much. It's going back. It's reflecting the damage towards the Kimi. Even with the health bars going pretty low, he can't risk just dying to this blade armor off the Grok. So they go back, they refill their HPs, but Sean starts the slow push. He becomes the Moskov now.
Well, they gotta make some plays.
Hey.
Up top, oh, Sean is stuck here. Two big dudes, can he handle it? Tech charge, everything thrown. SOD will not connect. Sean. He cannot save Sean. And it's a shutdown by Ogwin and Kyle TZ.
Oh wow, Ogwin comes in, get out my Grok, and then starts this lore for Flap TZ. It looks like they're gonna reset it for now. That is the river still glowing in this game. Twisted Minds, they could potentially go for this contest, but without Sean, goes through the DHS switch up. Why?
I guess to bypass all through the HPs of Team Falcons. It's a damage that doesn't get reflected here by the blade armor.
Oh, it's going to be a rush here on the Lord. MP the King cannot get close enough. Ogwin and Few. Perfect zone out. They made that look easy. Now Twisted Minds will have to play from the defense. And I think also Twisted Minds acknowledge that at this point they're playing for the map and taking things a little bit slower. Is he going to get caught out again? No, he will not.
Yeah, I will be able to just recall back to the base, but right now for Team Falcons, they hold the Lord once again in the mid lane with all three waves marching in with Mega Minions. What's the game plan for Twisted Minds?
Honestly, for Twisted, just wait for the Lord, wait for the set from Lansu. divide the attention of Team Falcons. So Nosha and Sean finds their opening against these tanky cores of Team Falcons.
Open with the conceal. He has an angle. He has the vision. It's not going to be a surprising tech charge. He walks out MP the King. He's going to be stuck behind the wall in front of it. But he finds a small little angle to get away from it. Falcon's not able to take down a turret just yet. The defense of Twisted Minds is too good.
Yeah, there was a leak in that wall.
Yeah, dude. Excuse me. You have to give it to MP the King, though. Like, he's very, very confident that Team Falcons is not going to use everything on him.
I think they might commit because Flap TZ used the ultimate. That's a jump in by Galoy. That's a tech charge as well. It was a bait, but then Kane, they cannot get to Sean. They cannot get to Nosha. Too much damage that Falcons just cannot penetrate. Oakwin had to flicker out so he doesn't get pulled back.
Yeah.
DHS.
That's one inhibitor turret though for Team Falcons, but things are starting to hurt and their gold lead suffered around 2,000.
Yeah, this itemization from Sean is phenomenal. Concentrated energy and DHS. Because of that, he's able to stay locked onto the Grok. He brought down the Grok's HP from 100 to 40%, and he only lost, what, like 10% of his HP?
Yeah.
It's a good trade for the Kimmy.
Yeah, he'll be able to heal through despite the reflective damage of that blade armor. Falcons still continuing. Okay, that's gonna be a big charge! He was gonna win this team, but the SOD misses! Tech charge by Oakwin! Getting Nosha! Slap easy pop! But the Moskov still lives! And look at Lansu keeping Super Marco and Few at bay. Meanwhile, Lloyd decides to fight again. Everything, look at Sean! A triple for the Kimme! And Twisted Minds are still doing it!
And they're gonna go for Nosha! Still has that immortality! Now Super Marco has to run away! The only remaining Falcon alive!
Oh no!
And that is a team fight won by Twisted.
30 seconds. They might have time. This might be enough for Twisted Minds, honestly. 20 seconds from Flop TZ.
Yes.
But it's just the Granger defending. There's so many layers of HP he has to go through.
They should have the damage. Super Marco a little bit too risky. He wants an angle to find the minions, to pull it back, to stop it, to delay it. 4v1. He's trying to watch it. He clears it. He pulls their attention. But look at Twisted Minds. Focus on the mission. Focus on the goal. MP the King with his own on Flap TZ decides to go in. Nosha with the lock head. Twisted win game 1.
And with that turnaround, Twisted Minds able to secure game 1. Oh wow, the super rookies are doing it.
Oh my, this is gonna leave you speechless.
Yeah.
The rookies playing to their strengths and the King playing selflessly, playing a utility role.
Yeah.
MP the King?
Dude, that was like the perfect view of what this team has evolved into, with MP the King zoning out for the rest of the team while the rest of Twisted Minds decided to finish the game.
Yeah, what is a king without his people? Protects everyone from Super Marco. Even the minions, he blocked that for the minions.
Screw 4, protect 1.
Yeah.
The King protects everyone.
Oh, wow.
Dude, that was so fast. You saw how quick the jump was? When he saw the bullets, immediately he starts rolling towards the left side. It was like, nah, not today.
Well, let's find out who's the MVP for game number 1. And it's still going to be Sean on that itemization on his Kimmy. Look, by the way, announced everything that he was going to do here in week 5, day 2 on his live stream. Yup. MP's gonna play. Yup, I'm gonna build Sky Piercer first item. And now with that DHS switch up, survives through that Radiant Blade Armor. Counter against the Kimmy.
Yeah, the man did a full strat reveal heading into the series.
On a random Tuesday
random Tuesday afternoon live stream, and they still win.
Yeah. And also did a strat adjustment. Who does this on the Kimmy? Concentrated DHS? He was like, I don't follow normal meta builds. I don't screw the pro player builds. I got my own build. You play against Radiant Armor and Blade Armor, you don't need to deal damage. You need to deal sustained damage. And it was very genius. Like, getting that DHS allows you to shred through the HP. Yeah, there's a lot of armor on their side, but I don't care. I'm going for the HPs.
You know what this reminds me of? This reminds me of the initial gold lane Kimmy builds that were used when Kimmy was viable again in the meta here at MPL Philippines, where we were still trying to find out, is it gold, is it mid, is it magic, is it physical, and you saw all these weird builds. Well, there was one consistent item way back then. DHS. He brought it back.
Yeah.
And it was completely full of logic on why he brought it back. But for Team Falcons, this must have left a bad taste, similar to what they experienced yesterday, because this was already a game that they were winning at some point in this game. They were already ahead. They were taking down people. I think Nosya was also being overly aggressive on this Moskov, but didn't work out.
Honestly, I think Team Falcons, yes, they did play the blueprint game. Like, they played everything all according to the macro perspective, but it's just twisted. The constant attempt to try and do something on the map, yes, sometimes it'll fail, but most of the time, especially if your enemies are not looking for it, it's just gonna work. Even this jump from Lance, who jumps on a Grok and a Fredrin as a Phobius?
Hey, the Admiral Lansu, that's the answer. And that allowed the rest of his team to just pummel through the resources of Team Falcons. And I just gotta say that this was so close for comfort for both teams.
Yeah, again, you look at the game from Falcons' perspective. Every single clash started this way. MP the King sitting in the front line, acting as bait, and that enforces that, okay, the Grok can just find any good set, like either on the Baksha or the backliners. Let Zushin worry about, the remaining members of Twisted Minds. If they come in, there's Zushin, and then Fredrin can deal with Nosha. Flapteasy can just also punish if the set hits from Ogwin. But most of the time, what happens is, if they jump the Baksha, Kaloy just counter jumps the Lapu Lapu, and then Nosha finds an SOD, an absolute wonderful SOD, mind you, on the backside. But even that wasn't the case for this last team fight. It was actually Team Falcons. It looked like they were gonna win this team fight because the SOD didn't hit. But the adjustments from this Kimmy allowed her to constantly fight throughout the HPs of the Grok, the Fredrins, and the Lapu. And he ended this team fight with still half HP.
Insane. And honestly, the Surge of Life as well, protecting Nosha in that last team fight. Nosha landed, I think, actually took out the Tectonic Charge and the Heavy Swing, all of the crowd control right on his face, and was still able to survive just because of the Surge of Life and the lifesteal. But yeah, that was so much damage coming in from the Kimmy.
Yeah, it was just like a lot of slow front-to-back team fights, and let's see who'll be able to sustain the fight a little bit longer. But then the difference was one side had healing. And that became like the very small margin as to why eventually they'd win it. And then I like how, on the other side, let's look at Falcons real quick. There was a thing that Flapteasy kept doing when they were going for the siege, wherein he'd show that he already used his ultimate, and then that would mean Kaloy would enter, and then Ogwin would follow up with the Tectonic Charge. That became like a template trade between the two. They already knew that, okay, this is what you're gonna do. Once the Tech Charge goes in, all hell breaks loose. Because it's up to Lansu to find the perfect Dark Wave. It's up to Sean and Nosha to not be part of the initial Tech Charge. It's a nice trade to revisit because it happened like 3 or 4 times in one game.
Yeah, and it also it allows Flapteasy to, if ever he gets jumped, he can just immune the jump from the Kalea. Problem is, 2 out of the 4 times he tried dodging the jump from Kaloy before he realized that this was becoming a problem was if Kaloy jumps right on top of him. So you can immune the mini stun that the Kalea gets, and then instantly gets jumped on with the Tsunami Slam. So every time that they tried doing that, even though there was a good counter set coming off from the Grok, the Lapu Lapu just has to get away because he's so deep inside the team fight that he has to use all the CC immunity to just jump out, and that leaves Nosha and Sean in the front lines without having to worry about the Lapu Lapu.
Yep, a PPI rich guy from this game number 1 would be Nosya on this Moskov, still around that 808 GPM. We haven't seen a lot of gold laners and junglers go past 800, mainly because of the changes that we've seen in Project Next. But with that victory coming in from Twisted Minds, that puts a lot, I'm not just talking a lot, but tons and tons and tons of pressure on Team Falcons to extend this series, because if they lose another game here, that's going to extend the the cold streak to 8, and that is not a comfortable spot to be in. And apart from that, of course, if you're not a Falcons member or a fan, you do have a reason to celebrate because this is going to be a free skin. All you gotta do is log in and play, and you're going to have a free Kufra skin called Curse and Scroll. By the way, that's an epic skin. All you gotta do is to claim the rewards after you play.
Yeah, and just in case you didn't know a lot about MLBB history, the Philippines has always dominated in the M Series, and when MCGG, that's Magic Chess, Go Rising Stars, arrived last September 12th, this could be the next stage of domination. And remember, everyone can join, no restrictions.
Yep, and for a lot of people here, you may be a kid. If there's no age restriction, maybe a 13-year-old could possibly win this. But you know, as always, before all of the heat started here inside this battle, game number 1 was definitely an intense one. Let's go back once again to see the moments before this best of 3 with a smart 5G ping test in the tournament for tournament integrity.
Saan kuya ko? Mix! Boss! Magsalita ka nga! Ang message mo yan, pre? Kay TZ. Nga pahinaan nga si ano. Tahimik.
Low. 1, 2, 3, mic check.
Meron akong nais malaman. Low. Bawi tayo, guys. Momentum. Isang panalo, momentum na to. Sunod na. Kalbo ka daw. Rap kalbo ka daw.
Ikaw, Dad, salta, Dad.
Nanap ko yung kanta ni Rob Daniel na nandito ako. Ay, wala pala. Sana maging kaboses ko din siya. Ang puso kong ito'y para lang sa'yo. Everybody sing, andito ako. Time pala yung mic. Naririnig pa yung boses ko. Ito message ko kay MP Daking. Good luck sa aming dalawa at pakitaan natin ng magandang laban yung mga nanonood at mga nanonood sa mga bahay at nanonood sa mga kanilang.
That was our smart 5G ping test, just making sure that this tournament, the tournament integrity of MPL is intact. A lot of these players, this is their time to relax, time to get in the mindset where they're ready to play. And right now, it really does feel like they're all ready to just bring it all out. Oh man, I just still can't leave the bad taste from my mouth, man. Like,
what do you mean? I'm chill.
No, for Falcons, dude, because these are former world champions. We're talking about the M5 world champions now in the brink of a possible 8-game lose streak. Holy.
I mean, I said it at one point during the game, but then it still stands true. In the long run, Twisted Minds were just fighting better than Falcons. The little things. At that point, it was like the micro capabilities of Sean and Nosha.
Well, we're now gonna look for our clear-head super fan of the day. Who has the best hair?
Wait.
Yo, that is insane.
Those are our faces.
Those are our faces, and looks like we have our clear-head super fan of the day. And hopefully he does the signature swirl here, where you just get a handful of your own hair. There you go. The clear-head super fan of the day. Power up your dandruff-free scalp, supercharged with clear. Those are very cute cutouts of our faces.
I saw them. They are also very, how do I say this, accurate down to the pore. It is a little bit unnerving.
Hope off.
No. Now I really want to do skincare again. Because if people are going to make that, it could be better. It could be better.
Yeah, you know, drop your favorite skincare. I feel like Naisu has the best skincare, but I feel like it's not even skincare. It's just jeans.
Yeah. And make sure that
Rock hard.
Yes, Rock hard is insane skin. That guy is a vampire.
Yeah. Dude, he's a living example of what a perfect man could be.
Yeah.
Yo, dude looks like he's 21.
Yeah.
And what all of them have in common is perfect hair care with Clear.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, that's true. I've been to Rockhart's room. He has a lot of Clear.
I've been actually showering with Clear for the past few days.
I'm glad that is the sentence that you ended up saying.
My regular.
Are we thinking about the same thing?
Yeah, my brain was like, wait a minute. Okay,
sir.
My regular routine.
Were you that close?
No. The showering with maybe with Naisu, I would say
with Clear.
With Clear.
Stop paraphrasing.
Okay. Let's stop the conversation. It's Twisted Minds going for red right now, but Falcons did choose blue.
All right.
I'm just gonna tell everybody what happens in this desk. Braemar just died.
Yeah.
Yo, you know what?
Don't worry, he has immortality though.
Just saving water, dude. Saving water.
No, you're not. You're gonna make him spend water.
Speaking of water, Rivers again.
Rivers?
We get Rivers again.
I thought you were gonna say reverse sweep.
All right, my pick is I'm a broken walls enjoyer. I like it when my walls are broken.
Yeah, this might be a broken walls game though.
I hope so.
This might be a broken walls game.
If it's a back-to-back river game, I will get out of the desk.
It's grass. It's grass.
It's grass.
God. Dude, haven't we had enough of the grass?
Grass and rivers.
I'm done with the grasses in my RGs.
Just like the Philippines. Rivers and grass. And now we're heading on to game number 2 with Twisted Minds now on the red side, which means that, oh wow, this is really interesting. Coach Trebor on the blue side banning out potential first pickables as well.
Yeah, I am quite shocked with the Lancelot first pick ban. But is that because they don't? Okay, now they can't box your first pick.
YSS?
So yeah, I'm not a big fan of the YSS anymore. I feel like.
Really?
Yeah.
In dangerous grass?
Oh, dangerous grass, maybe.
Because it's still dangerous.
I feel like he's one of like the highest commodities you'll ever get.
Okay.
Because you get vision.
Up against a team that has a Gatotkacha Uranus on their pocket right now.
Okay, okay, you're making a good case.
Yeah, because even the Uranus, I think I've seen enough games this MPL wherein the YSS gets first pick blue side, red side has a Uranus Gatot, Uranus Bada, any of those big dudes, and it's just like, okay, this YSS will not farm.
Yeah. To be fair though, Twisted Minds, if they don't go for the Uranus here, Falcons could just get both, like Uranus, YSS. So best case scenario for them would be just to go, I would say Harith Uranus or Granger Uranus. But that does get blocked by like non-meta picks like Lunox.
Oh yeah.
What about Farsa, by the way? Twisted Minds could just get Farsa.
We have not seen Farsa the entire day.
Not at all.
Uranus.
There it is.
They get it from themselves.
Yeah, which is good. That's how you make this YSS work in dangerous grass. So it's up to Falcons. Now I'm wondering, it's like, okay, you decided to give it. Were you prepared for this? Do you know what answer you're gonna have? You're gonna have to match the farming speed of this.
They're locked with the Fred and Lapu probably.
Yeah. But what if? Are they gonna give out the Granger though?
They might have to. They might have to, because if you go Granger here, then you lose the Lapu option.
Oh yeah.
And then Twisted Minds could just go back to the Harith of Nausea.
Oh,
okay.
They're gonna go for the classic only dash Arma trio.
Against Uranus, that's crazy. I mean,
maybe that's what they need. Maybe crazy is what Falcons need right now.
To be fair, they had two options. I think Lapu was just the better one because it's a good option versus the Uranus. It's a good answer as well against the the YSS. But now you have the Arlet. You have to protect this guy from the Uranus.
And they're gonna go for the Eve. Wow, this is a very early Eve pick. I did not expect this, but I feel like this is one of the more stable answers against the Zushin right now.
Yeah, it's okay. Because I think the value of the Eve pick here is that you also don't reveal like the next two picks, and it's also like, again, as you've said, it's a good value against the Zushin and the Ardent as well. Once you've exhausted the final stash, that's basically it. The Eve could just set up the reload manipulation.
And I feel like it's extremely uncomfortable to play as a Fredrin. The moment that this Eve holds like a glowing wand or maybe an ice queen wand, if he forces out that build as well.
It's a disgusting matchup for
and the cooldown on that Void Crystal is just so low right now, around 1 second.
It's not fun.
Yeah, it might be that Eve build that has like hella cooldown reduction and he's just constantly popping up the Void Blast as well.
Yeah.
So let's see if that's what we're gonna end up with. Twisted, I want to see them consider pair up this Eve in the middle with the Gatotkacha.
Yeah.
Because I think this Eve pick is sort of Twisted Mind saying, hey, what if that Arlot decides to go roam instead of EXP instead? So when... Yeah, you could say that in team fights, if you look at it, the Arlot might be able to easily reach the Eve. The inverse of that is if Gatotkacha and Eve get into their places first, and the Arlot gets spotted out, one big real-world manipulation turns off the idea of Ogun being actually able to set. He'll be able to use that final slash as a counter set instead.
Yeah. Now for Team Falcons, there's a big problem for them. They're not gonna get the Harith option. So you might as well just ban it out. But even then, Twisted could just go for the the normal Granger on red 4. So their last ban is gonna dictate what they're gonna have to deal with. Again, both Harris and Granger, those options are really good for Twisted Minds, but you're not getting any. You're not getting either.
All of the best options available for Falcons, if it's not if somehow they don't end up with a Granger, are all heroes that need to pack and play around crit.
Okay.
So that's actually a good ban that they took out the Gatot, because they're minimizing the heroes that could use Vengeance.
Yeah. The Harith is still available here, plus the carry as well, in case they do want to have some sort of zone control.
Yeah.
But those are very different play styles. If they go for carry Yi Sun-shin, there's just a lot of money needed for that to run.
Yeah, I think you go Harith here, because you win versus the carry, you win versus the Granger. Whoa. Okay.
Yeah. That was the other options in my head that I was honestly thinking about. Good. I like seeing the Badang going up against a lineup that has like a Fredrin and an Arlot, mainly because that Fist Break actually messes up the team fight a lot, and now you're committing dashes when not as effectively as you want to, because you have to use it to get out of the wall, to get out of the zone, and it pairs up really well with an Eve.
Honestly, if we don't see Harith from Super Marco here, I'm gonna lose it.
I think they can go Roam Arlot, XP, Esme open, right? Yes.
I feel like that's the best option.
Honestly, you know what? Deroth.
Yeah, Deroth.
That's okay too, yeah.
Deroth is okay.
And hell, you can even go... No, don't go gold. I was thinking gold Esme, but no.
All right.
What?
I mean, I respect it. Maybe it's still hot, but they're going to go for the XP lane Arlot in a Franco on the hands of Ogwin here.
That's kind of weird. If you're going to go with...
It's just anti-Yi Sun-shin, I think.
Yeah, but if you're going to go with Franco, might as well have gone with like... something like a carry or a Beatrix, but now...
the carry Kaja was open.
Yeah, this Franco is gonna get interrupted by a lot of stuns. Like the Mountain Shocker, the stun, mini stuns coming out from the Badang. Honestly, for Twisted, again, just get the Harith. I don't even know why they had to leave the Harith to the last pick.
Yeah.
What?
But they want something else. They're gonna go for the Beatrix instead against this Granger.
I think this is just comfort flexing for Twisted Minds. They'd rather go for the Beatrix versus the Harith.
Yeah, I think it was also Twisted Minds that picked up the Beatrix Joy at the same time on first base, blue side. Yeah, this is probably comfort. Hopefully we see the shotgun. I miss seeing that weapon.
Yeah, problem with this Beatrix pickup is that you're susceptible to the final slash of the Ard. With the Harith, you don't really much care. Even if you're taken out of the Zaman Force, you can just go dash back in.
Yes.
So this setup coming from Twisted Minds is sort of like telling Team Falcons, we can fight you with these set of heroes.
Let's see how this will pan out, because for Team Falcons, this is probably one of the most important drafts that they've ever laid down here in MPL regular season 16, because this will dictate if we see a Game 3 or not. Are we going to see Falcons fly their lowest? Are they even flying if they end up with an 8-game lose streak? We're about to find out. Twisted Minds versus Falcons. Welcome to game number 2, where Twisted Minds was able to mount a one-way push to end game number 1.
So the only one with the Purify is the Uranus, acknowledging that the Uranus might be the one spending a lot of time holding down the front. But then, a part of me is thinking that Franco might just be laser focused onto... Okay, focusing mark. I thought he'd go for PYT. Yeah. Because I thought he'd want to commit the flickers a lot so that he can potentially just bite down onto Sean during the real world manipulations to suppress down the Eve.
Yeah, I think he realized that even if he does get a lot of like battle spells, already forced one, he does need to prioritize the movement speed on the river first and foremost, because there's an Eve on the other side, so the battle spells aren't gonna help him that much.
And I feel like since you're playing on dangerous grass, it's also nice to have that iron hook to check out bushes if ever they are able to hide in them. But so far, we are going to see our first glimpse at the new Finals MVP skin here for the Beatrix. Woo! With the Kelra Sun name on the top of Beatrix. We can't see it in game, but we can see it in the splash art. Make sure to get it right now on discount. That's 30% off on its release.
Yeah. I'm actually thinking if there's any reason why they changed the draft here for Twisted Minds, maybe because of the map. But still, it's not like It's not like a game-changing or draft-changing map. It's dangerous grass, and then you prioritize Beatrix versus Harith.
Yeah.
So it's still kind of weird.
Well, let's see what's the payoff here, because right now we're all still in the dark. We haven't seen the real reason as to why they're pulling this off, but Lansu, significantly low in HP, still has that Consecration passive, or Radiance rather, able to regen just before this turtle starts. Sean in a great position for a potential real-world manipulation, but half HP in the turtle here.
Level 4 already on this eve. Lansu with the Zona providing a lot of Baptiste misses the final slash, but a hook from Ogwen, not yet level 4. Fist break, fist crack, punish on the miss, and that is not how you want to start things off of your Falcons.
Terrible engage here coming in from Flapteasy in a very disastrous start.
You saw how quick Sean pulled the trigger there with the RWM, right?
Yep.
Again, every time no final slash, RWM. It stops the team fight altogether here for Team Falcons. It prevents the Fredrin from re-entering. It also forces the Zushin to keep just checking the front lines. No Crimson Beacon backline shenanigans for a few.
Oh, wow! Oh, Flicker and the Bloody Hunt to secure the kill onto Nosha. Massive trade there for Falcons. That's one.
Wow. That's really good for Team Falcons. At least they could breathe easy. That Super Marco, even after that blunder in the turtle, is able to farm up better than this Beatrix.
Two members.
Oh! Flicker! And committing the fist break, fist crack as well by Kaloy. A weird angle. He threaded the needle so that he can get behind that Franco.
Dude,
wow.
Sexy.
It's a maximized, it's a maximum range flicker too. Sometimes you do that from the wall, that you get extra distance with the flicker, and it was able to land behind Ogwen, and Ogwen did not see that at all.
Man, the micro coming in from the rookies right now. It's really interesting to see how the veterans are reacting to these kinds of players entering the league. And now with Nosha playing it safe, they know that Ogwen and TLPH is just in the vicinity, but Kaloy ready to help out any time that the dive comes in for Falcons. Twisted Mind still ahead by 1,000, but because of Falcons' rotation down bottom lane, they're able to mitigate that almost 2,000 gold lead post-turtle.
Yeah, they're also pressuring the, I would say, the weakest side of Twisted's side lanes. Honestly, as much as they want to, they can't do anything against this Uranus. They don't have the damage, so they just let Flapteasy clear the wave. Okay, he still got that crab for Lansu, but now turtle fight. This is gonna change everything, though. Look at the Beatrix. He's rotating towards his turtle.
There's going to be a big 5-man team fight. Mountain Shocker already revealing the vision there. Lansu popping up the Purify so that he can get away alongside the Consecration. No more ultimate for the Uranus. Easy Super Marco providing a bite down onto the Uranus. That's -1. That's Kaloy popping the fist crack as well. No more ultimate for the Badang. Here comes the real manipulation. That's Sean being able to zone out, deal damage. Few closing the gap while Super Marco walks away with a double kill.
Wow, what a clean bloody hunt coming in from Ogwen. They knew the Consecration was about to be down. They were able to burst down that Uranus with the focusing mark as well.
It hits the mark for Flapteasy. Flicker final slash.
Okay, now we see Team Falcons finally ramping up the pressure. Couple of misplays though from a Twisted Minds. Lansu, even after burning through the Consecration and also the Purify, still tried going back and got met with the Bloody Hunt coming out from Ogwen. That allowed Team Falcons to just have full control of the Turtle Pit, and then Flapteasy still having that flicker is able to snipe Sean in the middle lane. Putting some pressure in the tower, but not yet taking it though.
Well, it's still good. Still something for Team Falcons. Now ahead by 300 gold. Big rotation coming in from the Falcons. Going in for that bottom lane turret, but Flapteasy up top goes down in a 2v1 plus a turret for the side of Team Falcons and a cross-map turret as well for Twisted Minds.
Yeah, that looked like an ultimate committed by MB the King to secure the stun.
Yeah. Okay. Mountain Shocker. Skypish is up, by the way, for Super Marco, so this is gonna allow, again, Team Falcons to play under their timing. This is usually the window where you see their lineup just blow up. With the Fredrin, Arlott, Zushin, and Granger. They need to group up though, but they're gonna met with the, they're gonna be met by the Uranus, so they have to be wary of the targets that they try and picking off.
No. Renner's Apathy doesn't miss. Renner's Apathy misses there.
Hey, it didn't miss if he was aiming for grabs.
I agree. That's
true.
100% true. You know, it's not about your aim. It's about the target.
Yeah. It's the utility of it all, you know?
Now, all of you in the chat, now you have excuse.
Yeah, that's a bad.
I'm not trying to hit the enemy. I'm trying to hit the mark.
Yeah.
What's the bush?
I was providing vision.
Exactly.
I'll copy that excuse even when I'm using XP laners like Lapu Lapu. What, my land shaker didn't land? Well, I was aiming for the place that I think they will flicker in, and it seems like it's going to be a free turtle for Team Falcons.
It's kind of like you telling me Flapteasy didn't miss the final slash flicker earlier.
He did? Earlier. No, he missed that. He missed that. That was 100%.
No, he 100% just forced the real world manipulation, and he
exactly.
did.
Unfortunately,
no, I'm not making an excuse for that.
It just didn't work out for them.
Nope. Now I'm making an excuse for that.
Kaloy!
Oh, Kaloy already committed that dash in.
It's just a dash, though.
Yeah, just a fist break dash.
Yeah, plus a Crimson Beacon. In terms of cooldowns, though, that's a massive cooldown for few. But it seems that Lansu pops the Consecration. The Iron Hook doesn't land. In terms of waves, Twisted Minds has to fix up their top lane wave. And the next big objective is going to take a while to spawn. Looking at their Infinix in-game equipment, Midnight, there's anything interesting to point out right now?
Well, I would say MP the King's itemization is doing okay, considering the fact that there's a lot of pressure from Team Falcons with the Fredrin. He's still getting a lot of farm on the YSS.
And this YSS is currently level 12 against a Kyle TZ level 10 Fredrin, which we really expect in terms of matchups. And Team Falcons,
it's almost like 5 pixels.
That was really close, too close for comfort. But now 5 people on the side of Twisted Minds rotating around that purple buff and the top lane turret as well. What are we waiting for? If you're Twisted Minds, what are we waiting for? They haven't pulled the trigger even if they have the tools to do so.
To be fair though, for Twisted Minds, to answer your question, they're just waiting for items, honestly. They're playing the scale in this game. They don't care if this game goes late. They have a Beatrix. They have a lot of ways to actually deal damage.
Hook and a bite onto Kaloy, and that's going to be the roamer of Twisted Minds gone. A sudden surprise. Kaloy was just providing vision. Oakland committed the hook and the bite.
And man, that feels bad for Twisted Minds because one of their main tanks just gets bursted down to 100 to none. And now that's going to be another turret down bottom lane as well. Nausea does have available ultimates, but it's not going to burst that down yet.
It's a good thing there's a bush here, but few checks it.
Yeah, good check. Oh, using the Retribution as well. Overly greedy. A little bit of a disconnect there. Real world manipulation gets brought down. Kaloy back onto the map to zone and front, but he gets taunted, blasted, Flapteasy with the final slash. Flicker as well. Nausea still miraculously able to dash away despite being displaced by Flapteasy.
That is insane.
All the while, MP takes a tower top side. Now they send Zushin towards that area. This just means, you know, MP the King could just use the Mountain Chakra right now, get vision, and know for the fact that there's limited numbers of Falcons here.
Oh, the stun by MP the King! Flapteasy with the final slash! He's still alive and he can still fight, but he decides to back off, slowing things down. Renner's apathy to check.
Just to check, you know, just hitting the mark.
Didn't miss.
Didn't miss. This Lord will be started here with Team Falcons, but Lansu available to give that vision as well. Kaloy bursts down the ultimate too.
Flapteasy getting bursted down. Kaloy gets taken, not the hook, and the final slash. Freaking TZ! Despite all the errors, despite all the mishaps, he finds the one to turn things around. Marco gets the flicker away from Lansu. The Uranus is the last one standing. Falcons will finally be able to go for the Lord.
Huge final slash for Flapteasy, and the jungler is alive for Falcons. This might be a free Lord.
Yeah, it is a free Lord. MP the King out for 8 more seconds. Appraises Wrath by Kyle TZ just to be able to get the Lord much quicker. But top lane though, Lansu is doing some work on the minion waves. So that Team Falcons has to address that. This just means that, you know, this take is going to be a lot slower, but they still get a free Lord for Team Falcons.
And so far for Team Falcons, this is their biggest lead yet in this game. 11 minutes in, they're able to mount a 3k gold lead with a Lord push down bottom lane as well. Looking at the items, we are actually seeing a Bloodwings built here for the side of this Zushin. A bit of protection as we go on to this potential inhibitor run here for Team Falcons. I feel like for Twisted Minds, they still have enough wave clear here to potentially defend against this one.
Yeah, I don't know how they're going to defend this though.
Oh, he gets blasted, taunted. CC Mean pop to Purify, suppress, and a bite down onto Kaloy. Starfield is brought down by the Eve. Final slash is... Oh, he was a toss up. Now it finally connects. What a surprise play by Falcons and a surprise twist for them as it looks like they're on the way to securing the 4th kill. A triple for Marco. Make that a maniac. Make that a game number 3 for the series.
And it's not over yet. Team Falcons with FLCN with back-to-back game-winning final slashes extends this series to a game number 3.
That vengeance into the minion wave, followed up by a final slash into the flicker, onto the stun. 2 people were locked down by FLCN, and there was no hope left for Twisted Minds. Unfortunately, again, FLCN, he landed the final slash on the Beatrix.
Yeah.
2 times in a row.
2 times.
Yeah.
So yeah, and after, imagine how good it must feel. You could even see it in the celebration. Few was like tapping FLCN in the back, and I think he was like giving him words of encouragement because it was the captain acknowledging,
Yeah,
bro.
good job, good job.
Good job. You actually did that. And that started because FLCN went flicker final. Wait, no one's here. Oh look. Oh no, sorry
I'm
guys.
inside the pit.
Yeah, and then he missed another one, but then now eventually he got the 2 game-winning ones.
I told you, he didn't miss the first one. It was a warning shot.
It was a warning shot.
This is what's gonna happen later on.
Foreshadowing even. And that's our Game 2 MVP, FLCN, wiping it all off. Buffing up as well. Look at that. Arlet plays left to right. And that's also the direction where Sean and Nosha went in this game number 2. 2-2 and 9 on this performance in this Arlet.
Real quick, can someone tell FLCN to slow it down a little bit on the gains? Man is getting bigger every week.
Yeah.
Every week.
Dude,
he is terrifying now.
I thought he was already big and decent last season. Now he's just getting closer and closer to the buff territory.
Yeah, he is a unit.
Yeah.
This picture is old.
Yeah,
that's how you know. That's how you know, dude. This picture, that same jersey is no longer fitting like that.
Yeah, dude, this picture was taken like a month ago.
Yeah.
Now
he's still bigger.
I'm assuming he's wearing a different jersey now, like a different size jersey.
Yes.
And he was
one size up.
not just a tank in real life, but a tank inside the game. The Filipino cannon making his presence known. These final slashes have been deadly, I'm telling you. Team Falcons, Ogun as well on the Franco, very deadly on the hunt and very bloody as well. And after winning the first few skirmishes of the game, it felt like, all right, Team Falcons, they weren't really waiting for anything. While Twisted Minds, they were happy if Team Falcons was waiting because they were just getting farm. They're getting farm on the YSS, they're getting farm on the Beatrix. But it all changed when it came down to the first story because both of you had to fight that. And then the final slash was just, the X factor. Every single time they see members here on Twisted Minds. First of all, if you're Twisted, you can't really fight if the final slash hasn't been used. Especially for the Beatrix, you cannot stand in the front line because if you exhaust your bullets and you dash, you're just susceptible to the final slash flicker of FLCN. You're basically under his reach every single time. But even without that, Team Falcons, they're the ones forcing the issue. They're trying to force Twisted Minds into a situation where if you don't fight, we just win. If you do fight, then final slash.
Amen. And then when I look at this game, I think about this lineup coming in from Team Falcons. I feel like they function the best when they have tons of displacement in their lineup. They have a taunt, they have an Iron Hook, they have this Zushin plus this FLCN Arlet. They just love just breaking the formation of Twisted Minds here, even with the real-world manipulation. And I feel like we go back to the thing you said earlier, Midnight. It's completely correct. They have to wait for the final slash. The moment that the final slash is brought out, that's when you bring down the real-world manipulation. But sadly, the positioning coming in from Nosya in this game wasn't really...
That's why
I hate to bring it out, but was bad.
I gotta be honest, man. Like, I can't even blame the player. I absolutely hate this Beatrix pick. It's countered by Arlet. We've seen this matchup so many times. Even when the first time Arlet came to the picture, he was being picked into a Beatrix. Because what do? Like, if you show up, waste your bullets, you dash in, you're dead. Because every single time, Arlet players would just jump on you.
Yeah.
And even without jumping, just the vengeance alone is enough to disrupt you from team fighting. Because what do you do as a Beatrix if the Arlet vengeance is on you? You dash away. So there's literally no answer coming out from Twisted Minds. unless if they had a Harith.
Well, the Harith was open and they chose the Beatrix and...
It was open, right? I'm not crazy.
Oh, so you're not crazy. We can go back, we could check. Harith was completely ignored, snubbed the entire drafting phase of this game. Of course, our carry and BPI rich guy, none other than Super Marco, with the wingman being Flap TC as well. This was a classic Super Marco game, still on this Granger, and dealt a lot of damage in this game. It is, I feel like, something, a continuation of sorts from his Game 2 performance that, if actually Game 1 performance, that was honestly really good. It was 9-0 at some point in game number 1 until they dropped the ball. And now, speaking of the ball, they have it again. They successfully get the rebound in game number 2. And now in game 3, they have one last shot to break the streak.
I don't know what to say anymore, except other than that, hopefully this game will test everyone's blood pressure and patience. Also, that is now the 4th straight 3 games in MPL. We had 2 yesterday. We are now at the 2nd one today.
Hell yeah.
We are spoiled. We are spoiled.
We are spoiled, yep. And we still have TLPH versus ONIC.
Yeah, we still have the Golden Rivalry later tonight.
What changed from week 3, week 4 versus week 5?
Brigida came back from Germany, bro.
Yeah.
Brigida came back from Germany.
Brigida comes back. No. Brigida goes to Germany. A tournament there, went to Max in the Grand Finals. She comes back here, and we're going Max every series.
Well, right now we're experiencing the effects, and I'm just happy that we're spoiled with so many games. But we're gonna go back to a short commercial break here where we talk about Project Next with Wolf in the Howl.
Welcome to the Howl. Ako nga pala si Wolf. I'm bringing you the Infinix keys to victory. Welcome to the Howl. Ako nga pala si Wolf, and this time i-break down na natin ang mga pangyayari ng Week 5 Day 1 dahil may bagong patch. In fact, itong si Super Yoshi ng Omega prior to their match versus APBR in day number 2 ay pinakamagaling agad when it comes to highest gold per minute ng mga roamers. Okay, so let's break this down. Dahil may roamer boots na bagong changes ngayon, siya actually ang may pinakamaraming na-revealed na kalaban with 127 heroes na na-reveal niya. Ang ibig sabihin niyan, in translation to gold, ang average vision gold per minute niya ay 161. Kukumpara yan sa ating number 2 na si Light with 138 and Chakno din naman, ang kanyang mga nakuha ay comparable sa 1 or 2 assists in terms of gold per minute. Ibig sabihin, yung worth na nakuha niyang gold sa pag-reveal na kanyang mga nakatapat ay equal na agad sa 1 kill or assist. Ganon kaganda ang ginagawa ni Super Yoshi at ganon din naman ka-effective kapag active ka as a roamer. And hopefully this is some trend na makikita natin in the future. And speaking of the new patch, let's talk about yung mga maps natin. Ang mga favorite na heroes na masasuggest ko para sa inyo when it comes to the new patch ay ito. Sa Dangerous Grass, aking mga paborito is Arlott and Khalid and Chong, Lapu, Lunox, Lancelot at Hilda. Most of the heroes na makikita niya sa Dangerous Grass ay may mga one-hit knockouts na klase ng mga heroes. Katulad ng Lancelot, diba? O kaya naman yung Khalid na kahit roamer or XP lane ay kayang mga one-shot. Ganon din naman yung Lapu. At syempre yung Arlott, napaka-effective lang talaga sa mga situation. Next naman sa Broken Walls, Hilda pa rin dahil wala siyang actual na dash, napaka-effective na isang Hilda roam sa panggugulo dahil dun sa mga Broken Walls. Diyan din naman ang Khalid at yung mga utility junglers dahil mas madali silang makapunta dun sa mga jungle camps. At the same time, hindi sila ganun kadaling guluhin. Andyan din yung chip na napaka-importante sa ating patch ngayon. Now, Flying Clouds, one of the most weird, kumbaga, nakakatawa kung titingnan natin, pero hindi nakakatawa yung pwede maging effect dyan kay Arlott dahil pwede siyang pumunta from one lane to another at pang surprise dahil dun sa Flying Clouds. Also, yan din yung mga Lunox at Parsa, pati na rin yung chip. Bukod sa may teleport yung chip, meron pa siyang Flying Clouds, ang dami niyang tools na pwedeng panghawakan. Andiyan din naman ang Crack at pati na rin ang Chong. Ang Expanding Rivers naman ay nagbe-benefit ang mga nag-double lane katulad ng Claude at Granger, pati na rin yung Chip at Hilda na sobrang lakas manggang with that movement speed bonus at syempre, nandun pa rin ang Khalid. Ang daming times na nakita natin Khalid at Hilda at Chip at expected na yan dahil sa ating bagong patch. Bating nga breakdown, let's get back to the casters.
Thank you so much, Wolf, for that small breakdown on the best heroes that we could see for each map. I'm seeing a lot of Arlots, a lot of Khalids, maybe a lot of Hildas too. Yeah. I don't want to see that in my RG. Shut up, Wolf. Shut up.
Yeah, stop giving ideas to people, you know?
Yeah, shut up. Why are you doing this? Keep it to yourself.
Don't tell everyone.
Give it to us! No, just kidding.
But we have been seeing a lot of Khalids. Since yesterday, we've seen non-stop Khalids all the way from our first series. And I'm honestly surprised that we have not seen a single Khalid in this game number 2.
Yeah. Considering it's the...
Yeah, this is game number 6 now. We've seen Khalids in games 1, 2, 3. That's our first series. And now everybody's dying from a cough.
No.
Shout out to Midnight.
I broke Midnight. My bad. That was my fault. You okay?
It's okay. I needed that right after seeing Beatrix game 2.
Yeah, you were very unhappy about that Beatrix popping up. Yeah,
dude,
I get it.
It was very evident, like, that was gonna happen in game number 2. Maybe sometimes teams, they do learn some of these weird matchups like, along the way. And I think for Twisted Minds, they were eager to pick up the Beatrix for Nausea, considering that it's one of his signature heroes. But it's just bad. It's just bad against Arlet.
It's
real talk?
Yeah.
I mean...
Yeah.
It's a
real talk, bro.
Real talk.
All right.
Even without the neck pillow. Now, what kind of map are we going to see? Hopefully it's broken walls. Please.
No, we're finally going to get walls.
Broken walls.
I said it. We're finally getting walls.
Please.
Broken walls. Hey, they got the message wrong. I said walls, guys. I said walls.
Flying clouds. Hey, Nets has a core memory with this one. Netsky probably has something to say about the flying clouds. But
yeah, we got Wise from the Cyclone Eye. Now we got Nets with the flying clouds.
Yeah. Yo,
the first victim of men and then many more in the future.
Yeah, there should like people don't realize there is a there's an interesting timing of when you get down from the cloud. You can press it ahead of time to go down earlier, and there's also a very tiny delay before you actually get down from the cloud.
Okay, this is interesting. We go back to the Selfless King. The box shot on MPL, or we don't know, but it might just be the jungler pick here for MPL King, and then we go to the Fredrin Zushin again for Team Falcons. Now the question is, do they steal the Granger here?
That's a big question, guys. I feel like Team Falcons right now, I feel like after that Arlet game for Flap TZ, kind of want to just go back, run it back, go for that Zushin, Fredrin, and Arlet. And for Twisted Minds, they could potentially steal that away. Kaloy had played the Arlet role from time to time.
I would say best pick here is Granger Arlet or Granger Lapu. That's their best choice.
Kalea is open too.
Kalea, it's kind of weird because again, you have to play against the Zushin, but they still go back to the Kalea, which is fine. It's it's a Kaloi signature.
Yeah.
You'd be surprised how many people actually think of Kaloi as one of the stellar Kalea players.
Yeah, and 100%, yes. This is going to be...
You sound like Cody Rhodes right now.
No, I'm kidding. There's only one. I mean, there's more than one.
More than one. No.
Okay, so for Super Marco, just someone with a Purify.
Yeah.
It has to be someone with a Purify that you can put on the gold laner.
Just not the Moscow, please.
Yeah,
go for the Harith.
Something faster. That's where my brain was going at too. I like the Harith, and I want to see Falcons consider actually picking up the Badang this time for Ogwin.
Oh.
So this time it's going to be there.
Not the Arlet?
Pick up the Badang. The Arlot for Flap, Badang for Ogwin.
They're still going to go back. They're going to run it back. It worked out.
That's good.
And then Red for Badang.
Yeah, Red for Badang, then save your gold lane pick for last. If not Badang, then maybe you can settle for... if you see the mid laner already, oh wait, no, you're not going to see the mid laner. Should they risk it to pick up Gatot? But you know what? Yeah, no, I'll stick to it. Pick up the Badang Red 4.
Yeah, honestly, I can get behind the Gatot pick, considering that it's one of the most popular answers against the Kalea, because it does provide some counter engage and some counter jumps onto the backline if if Kaloi finds a target in front of Team Falcons. And other than that, I think aside from the Harith, you go for the carry for Super Marco. So Twisted Minds, if they are thinking ahead, banning out the carry here might just make sense. You let Team Falcons pick up the Harith, So that if you win the early game tempo for Twisted Minds, you just basically snowball off of that, and then there's no late game answer.
Yeah,
It comes down to team fights, basically.
And in terms of team fighting, right now I would say that Twisted Minds, they do have a slight range advantage with this Kalea and the Granger. But in terms of prolonged team fights, this trio coming in from Team Falcons is just one of the most devastating prolonged team fights trio in this meta. The Hylos is also available to take for Falcons if ever they keep it open.
They ban out the lap.
Magic is my life.
So
Okay, they ban Harris.
Oh wait, no, yeah. Oh, the Phobius. Okay, there was something I'm missing in this. What's up with the sequence? And then I saw the Phobius was actually banned out. I saw that late. So I'm still gonna stick to my guns and say maybe consider the Badang or the Gatot. One of those two.
Yeah, it's a Gatot.
And then your gold lane. It's tough because if Twisted Minds ends up with another EXP laner that can just pack another Vengeance, you're gonna think twice about the carry. Anyone with a strong basic attack. But that's why with the Harith also gone, yeah, no matter what happens, I feel like Super Marco's pick is gonna struggle a bit.
Yeah.
They might just settle for lane matchup in like what?
Maybe a
Irithel?
No. I would have preferred a Bruno, honestly.
Yeah. Oh yeah, the strong burst, chunky burst right away.
I hate this so much for Team Falcons.
Yeah, you now have to deal with Vengeance on the CC.
There's so many overloads that could happen in front of the Fredrin, and you know it sort of creates a divide for what Team Falcons want.
Yeah.
Now the Arlet has to just constantly find the CC. Now you add more layers to the problem. You have a Kami on Sean once again.
Yeah, and Sean is looking to be one of the more, I would say, top-tier Kimi users in our league right now.
Okay, one way you can fix this is you give Ogwyn either Hilda or Hylos. I think one of those two. If you go Grok here, you're just gonna gonna suffer against the CC. Okay, they go for the Badang. That's a good call.
Yeah, still a lot of crowd control here. If you look at the composition here for Team Falcons, it is very, very obvious that they're going in for prolonged team fights, crowd control, and eventually global pressure via this Moskov. But for Twisted Minds, just a lot of artillery damage able to sustain in the front line on this Kalea and this Baksha. A lot of survivability and range for Twisted Minds.
Yeah, my concern here for Team Falcons is that this draft suddenly became this lineup should work in early game, because if we don't, then we're just losing mid game because we have to wait for the Moskov to farm. And the problem is, Twisted, they're gonna have that luxury of if they win enough of early game, they can just constantly kill the Badang and not have to worry about the final slash because there's a CC in this game.
Well, we're about to find out. This is game number 3. This is where the story ends between Twisted Minds and Team Falcons. The last time that these two teams met in week 1, we saw Twisted Minds sweep Falcons. And now Team Falcons, after that game 2 victory, able to have another shot at breaking the streak. Let's see as we enter the land of Dawn. Twisted Minds, they had a stellar game number 1. The team fighting coming in from Sean and Nosia. They have to see that again as we enter game number 3. And this is perhaps one of the most, if not the most important series so far for Team Falcons here, because the moment that you hit an 8-game lose streak, that says something, dude.
Yeah.
And that does something to you.
Yeah, honestly, if you ever reach that point, like you lose 8 games in a row, you suddenly feel the crippling emotion of that might have been it, you know?
Yeah. Good to see the fans here in the arena, and it's a packed house for this series. And as we head into the golden rivalry,
hey, come on, we already saw you earlier.
Does the cameraman have a crush on that woman?
I'm not sure, bro.
Filipino sniper, bro.
He's the real Filipino sniper. And meanwhile, we look at the Falcons nest right now. That's our Clearhead Superfan of the day.
Hey, it's Brigida. It's Brigida.
It's Brigida.
Clear picture, Brigida.
And oh yeah, we got the bros right in the corner too. And ain't that some guy?
Some guy.
Oh, he's gonna buy the Beatrix.
Oh. Okay.
He has money.
He has money.
Sir,
give me some skin.
Give me more bullets. There you go. that's the Beatrix.
Yeah.
The Skyforce Maverick.
Yeah.
Locked in for this dude. What a good commercial break we had. Let's go back here.
All for the Beatrix skin.
All for the Beatrix skin in the Land of Dawn, and perhaps one of the most important games in Season 16 Falcons history.
Okay. Slow, steady start for the beginning, and of course, as expected, aggressive chase, but Oakland, deep dive cut to check out MP the King's rotation. He showed himself up. Now he's gonna get caught out.
Honestly, I don't agree with that move.
Be careful, Oakland. Now the CC's gonna come down.
Okay.
Cyclone, Lansu jumps in, and he'll be able to get away. But that was a deep cut, bro.
Yeah. Deep cut plus a flicker bird as well on the side of Team Falcons. And that just means that for first turtle, it's going to be a flickerless badang on the end of Team Falcons.
The reason why I don't agree with that move is that it did not accomplish anything for Ogwin. He basically just had to walk over the jungle of Twisted Minds. Didn't even pressure the Baksha at all. It did force out some movements, but that's just gonna naturally come out from a Kami and a Kalea.
Also have to acknowledge, this is only the second time MP the King played this Baksha this season. First time was that victory earlier in this series.
Maybe just had a lot of reps in the scrims before this week, and honestly speaking, MP the King on utility jungle, it's not looking so bad. We are very used to him using a lot of assassins, but right now, the utility jungle that we've seen from Twisted Minds, and it seems that Nostia will still be able to get that. But top lane fight here.
Topside Kaltizi getting blasted, and that's actually first blood for Sean. Meanwhile, Flapteezy and Ogwin seeking to get rid out, but they get bursted down by Sean. Flapteezy will be up next. Vengeance, everything. He's trying to make magic, but no, it's just too overwhelming from Twisted.
Brother, if that final slash landed, this timeline would have been different.
Yeah, unfortunately, didn't have the level 4 yet. He got level 4 right after he died. But Team Falcons, questionable decision there. Why would you fight into a winning XP, a surge of life? Oh, wait.
They have a slight advantage here. Kaloy stops Kaltizi, but Kaltizi takes out too much damage. Final slash yet again by Flap. Well, Lansu, Sean, and MP trying to provide, but the SOD barely misses. Kaltizi trying to hold on to get the retry, and he does, while the rest of Twisted Minds continue to fight into it. Sean on this Kimmy is still a massive problem. Ogwin pops the fist crack, trying to get away from Lansu, and things finally simmer down.
And now Twisted Minds holds a 1.4k gold lead against Team Falcons. You were talking about why Falcons fought that fight, and now on that turtle, they were able to secure it, but it seems that they lost so much.
Yeah, MP died because of the slashes coming out from Flapteezy, constant vengeances, and he didn't get the retribution in. It was Kaltizi that took down the turtle, but as Renmar mentioned, this Kimmy is becoming a big problem. Not rushing the Sky Piercer this time. I think he's going for the what is this, concentrated first. So more sustain for the Kimmy, because there's a lot of spill damage coming out from Team Falcons.
He's 3-0 and 2. We're getting a little bit closer and closer to the time where mids are the carries.
Yeah, and we are already seeing a lot of savages from the mid lane itself. And in terms of damage dealt overall, it's not so far from happening, honestly. The Eve deals a lot of damage right now. The Zushin deals a lot of damage plus crowd control. So right now for Twisted Minds, they're still ahead by 1.4k, and Kaloy waiting for his flicker 20 seconds before that's up, and right before that turtle, they'll be able to have complete battle spells. Same could be said here for Team Falcons.
Okay, he's gonna try something. Final slash. Okay, Sean able to sidestep and the punish. Sean on this Kimmy continues to be a problem, and he continues to survive. Remember the name and remember the game. Sean has put himself on the map.
Dude, the way he played it too, he saw the mark came out, so he tried dodging right before Flap actually used the Vengeance, and then used the first skill the moment Flap dashed in, and then did the sort of ankle breaker move against the Arrod. Final slash misses from Flapteezy, and he was stuck under the tower.
Insane play coming in from Sean, and now Twisted Minds trying to take this turtle for themselves.
Okay, zone in. Here comes the Tsunami Slam entry there by Kaloy. He finds Flap TZ. Meanwhile, the fist break, fist crack by Ogwin. Stopping the tempo of the team fight for Twisted Minds, but Twisted Minds is still fighting. Look at Nosha, look at Sean. Kyle TZ trying to provide damage with the ultimate, but he gets taken down. Still too much damage, still too strong. It's the front line of Twisted.
But it seems that the game here for Falcons is starting to be the split push coming in from Super Marco as he brings out SOD defense with the outplay.
Wait. Double stun! Not enough damage just yet!
Dude, I was gonna say, no way. But Super Marco finds a way.
That is insane angles coming in from Super Marco. Accomplished two things. Not only did he get a turret up top, but he was able to defend the mid lane for a bit more.
Yeah.
And that bit more could be that push that they need in the early game.
Yeah, this is enough, I would say, time bought by Team Falcons. Even though that team fight in the Turtle Pit was kind of horrendous for Team Falcons, Super Marco, again, keeping the game intact for them. Twisted Minds, they still have to send heroes here in the mid lane to take down that mid lane tower.
And in terms of battle spells, Sean and Nosha still has their flickers available already in case a fight breaks out. And meanwhile, for the side of Team Falcons, Ogren will get his flicker up in less than 2 seconds. I feel like this is going to be a free turret on the side of Twisted Minds as we enter the 6-minute mark. It's 40 seconds before we see the final turtle of the game. And it seems that looking at the map right now, Twisted Minds is still able to hold control over this game.
Yep. Roll in from the Baksha, trying to find something here in the middle lane. But they're just going to try and scare off Team Falcons. But they find Ogwen.
Finds an angle. That's going to be a Tsunami Slam locked down onto him. He gets a flicker out of there. Meanwhile, Flap final slash! But the damage is still not enough from Falcons. Super Marco needs to back off. Fuel gets caught out. This Kimmy continues to be a massive headache for Falcons alongside the Granger of Nosha.
100% KP on this Kimmy. Perhaps one of the best Kimmys in Season 16.
Yeah, dude, this is what I've been saying earlier from the draft. Now they get enough momentum. They have a luxury of just picking targets for Twisted Minds. Anybody that shows up near the Kalea would just be taken out. It can be Flap, it can be Kyle TZ, it can be Owen, it can be anybody. Meanwhile, you have Team Falcons. You have to wait for the Moskov to output the damage, but also you need to find that final slash setup. Everything has to be perfect for Team Falcons. That's the problem that they're facing right now.
Yeah. Just goes to show here in the history of MLBB, Kimmy Granger is undefeated. Not statistically, but like the concept together as a whole. This is an old combo from way back. And of course, with Kimmy's readjustment coming back here. Huge fan of Kimmy Granger.
And look at this, very different itemization or item path here on the side of this Kimmy in game number 2. A rush in the Divine Glaive, plus that concentrated energy. Kaloy tries to find an angle. Kyle TZ, significantly low.
Tsunami Slam already locked down. CC immune, but they're all linked up together by the curtain call. Final slash again by Flap TZ. Super Marco in the thick of it all, and he's gonna get blasted by Sean. Kyle TZ is gone. Make that 3 down for Falcons, and the wings have been clipped. These Falcons are no longer flying. They're crawling down to earth as Twisted Minds, Sean and Nosha are bulletproof.
Ogwen looking for 10 seconds to save it. And it seems that the shields will buy him that time.
It's 8:30. It's still too early.
It's still too early.
It feels like Twisted Minds is just rolling over the dead bodies here of Team Falcons. But we did mention this during the draft, so this is a problem for Team Falcons. They will have to wait for the Moskov timing. Problem is, even if you do reach that point, your team fight has to be perfect. Your final slashes has to be perfect. Fredrin has to tank so many damage against a CC, a Kalea, a Baksha, Kimmy, and Granger. And guess what? You might not even have enough damage because there's 2 damage leaders on the side of Twisted Minds.
And that's scary if you're Team Falcons. And looking back at week 1, the first victory that Team Falcons got in Season 16 was against Aurora. In Game 1, they were down by 10,000 gold. At one point, people thought Falcons were out during that time. But Super Marco on this Moskov pick, able to defend it twice, make that thrice against Aurora Gaming in that Game 1 victory. they were able to come back and get that series for themselves. And right now down by 7,000 gold in a scenario that they cannot lose. Super Marco throws out that SOD, misses the mark, and now Lord is secured for Twisted Minds, and another defense yet to happen for Team Falcons.
That was nothing but a Hail Mary toss there by Super Marco. Twisted Minds were slowly dragging that Lord take. And once that SOD was seen, that's when they decided to go all out. All right, what are the chances looking here for Falcons Midnight? Because right now it looks very bleak.
I would say if there's any measurements to this game, probably 90-10. Like Twisted Minds, 90% of the times you play this game, they're just naturally gonna win. 10% is those situations where Flap lands a beautiful final slash. Super Marco, pushes 2 heroes with a Spirit of Misery, and then Kyle TZ gets an amazing Appraiser's Wrath. But that's a big ask of this lineup, especially being under 8,000 gold.
Well, with all the momentum in the world, here comes Twisted Minds with a Lord push in the mid lane. Kaloy finds one!
Flicker, Tsunami Slam as well. Flap Daisy brought down really well. That's the Arlot gone. One of the major win conditions that they could use to win it. And time runs out. Space. Ogwen with a flicker. Combo entry. Super Marco in the back with the angle. It's awkward. No damage. Not enough. Falcons can only watch as Twisted has one more minion wave coming in. MP the King taken down. Minions are in. Is it enough? It is not. Falcons survive.
And just in the nick of time, Flap TC's alive. They're able to breathe. One inhibitor turret down. Team Falcons still down by 7k, but they are still not out.
Yeah, MP the King thought game was done. Yeah. He was trying to chase Kyle TZ to dissuade the defense from Team Falcons. Unfortunately, both MP and Lansu died, and because of that, they couldn't really push the base of Team Falcons. Both teams might have to wait for the for the next Lord, which is going to be spawning in a minute. Twisted Minds, however, they still have a huge lead, but they have to worry about the scaling of the Moskov. This is still, again, as you mentioned, a Moskov from Super Marco that has turned so many games in the late game.
Yeah, and we're going to wait for Equilibrium. I feel like at this point for Team Falcons, time is not their ally, but they're making sure to get as much as time that they can. But 30 seconds from now, that's going to be the next Lord of the game. Twisted Mind still has a clear advantage with the mid lane pushing ever so slightly against Team Falcons. It's going to be a hard task for Falcons to potentially win that team fight unless that big ask coming in from Flap TZ with a beautiful final slash is able to come in clutch for Team Falcons.
Yeah. Slow push built up here on top side. Team Falcons, they will have to address that at some point. They will send the Moskov towards that area. They pop the vision as well. They see 4 members on the side of Twisted Minds in front of the Lord area. Yep. They're gonna have to do this blind, however. They don't see the Lord HP.
Now the Lord just yet. Kaloy already jumped up in the air, but they're not going to be able to get close enough to the Lord. Lansu with the zone out curtain call, and here comes the damage, but Ogwen in the back. Here comes the SOD. It's going to land. Is it finally going to be a turnaround for Falcons? Super Marco! Nasha down. Flap TZ down. Super Marco still alive. And Team Falcons are fighting into it. Double kill for the bulletproof. MP the King is holding on, but he gets taken out. Triple kill for the man they call Marco.
The Spears of Vengeance come in clutch for Super Marco, and just like what he did in the first victory of Falcons in Season 16, he is able to defend once again against this Lord twice in a row. Clutch defense for Team Falcons.
Amazing angle that he finds with the SOD, jumping outside of the Lord pit, using the Spear of Misery to take out Nausea. Unfortunately for Sean, he couldn't follow up because he was inside of the Lord pit as well, and he was being hit by the passive. And Team Falcons, off of that one Lord play, they're able to clinch their way back to this game, now down by just 2,000 gold. Super Marco is getting big.
equalized at 14 minutes. This was a 9,000 gold lead 5-6 minutes ago. Twisted Minds had all the opportunities to end this game. They were at the cusp of eliminating Team Falcons from this series, but one crucial defense led to another, and now Team Falcons has a valid, a solid chance at winning, at snapping that streak. Let's watch this replay.
Yeah.
Perhaps one of the most clutchest Marco plays in this season.
Yeah, once he goes in, that SOD, and the wall from the Badang, the pick that I said would show up here, coming in big time because it pairs up so well with the Moskov and pairs up so well against teams that you want to try and outsmart in team fighting. This is a pick that I feel like acknowledges, oh my god, Twisted Minds. And look, Marco was cold-blooded. He was just like, hey, cool, I did something cool.
Stone cold.
Stone cold Marco.
It was like, all right, 3 down. Next.
Job's not finished.
Okay, Basha. Oh, I couldn't get it. This is Skype. Wait, is this Sky Piercer on the side of Falcons? No. Okay, there's not.
It's not.
So it was just few taking down the Basha earlier.
Yeah.
Yeah, no room for error though for both teams.
Yeah.
For Twisted Minds, they're currently number 4 in this league, and securing a win against Team Falcons might just be able to secure a better position entering the next few weeks of MPL.
Yeah, we have to acknowledge though, Twisted Minds has been in this situation many times this season. There's a reason why at some point they were ending the week's top 1, why they were eventually able to defeat ONIC in a series that Sensui was playing the jungle at. This team is so good from the clapback, and if you discount Twisted Minds, if Falcons overstep and they cannot get Sean and Nosha, this story is going to end with them losing this. They need to respect Twisted Minds' ability to make a comeback.
Yeah. This is going to be the 3rd Lord of the game. Team Falcons already setting up around their purple buff, but a big group up here coming in for Twisted Minds. Still no immortality here for MP the King, and this might just be the most important Lord for Kyle TZ to be able to secure here. They're going to hold it down for them this time around. Few sent out to clear out the mid lane. This is going to be really hard to keep them in balance, but they do find Lansu, but that's not going to land so far.
Guys,
another reset on the Lord.
There's a Wind of Nature in Akemi, by the way.
Oh, okay.
Adjustments, bro.
Oh, it's a quick adjustment there by Sean. Let's see if the Wind of Nature, the wind chance going to come in big time. Ogren with the conceal already. Spotted out by Lansu. Twisted Minds still slowing things down. Want to acknowledge it. They take away a big resource from Ogwen. Entry. Few gets caught out. CC immune, but he survives. Crimson Beacon as well. But look at the Lansu into the back. But the turnaround might be real as Ogwen. But Sean lives. Kyle TZ tries to go to him. Marco with the win chant. Marco trying to hold on. Lansu with a kill out to Flap TZ. MP the King going after Marco. Few helping Marco survive.
A 2-for-2 trade and nobody takes the Lord. The jungler for Twisted Minds is still alive, but Kyle TZ is out for 25.
Dude, this is becoming a marksman battle between these two teams. Unfortunately, there's 2 on the side of Twisted.
Yeah.
So the odds are still stacked against Team Falcons here, even though the game has equalized. We've hit equilibrium for both sides. It's just that Twisted Minds, they output more damage, and they also negate more damage because of the couple of the blade armors on the lineup of Twisted Minds. But again, these angles that they keep finding on Team Falcons are what's holding this game. That jump from Ogwen allowed Kyle TZ to snipe the Granger with just one Appraiser's Wrath.
And entering this next Lord fight, this might just be the biggest shot for both teams to end it all. It's going to be an Evolved Lord now, come 18 minutes. And looking at the immortalities right now, you mentioned the Wind of Nature on this Kimmy. We're yet to see that in big action as of now, but Twisted Minds now going to hold this Lord, this Evolved Lord that snubs everything else, that wants to end the game.
Look at Marco though.
Marco on the other side.
He's providing space. Falcons getting zoned out here by Lansu. A one-man zone out by Lansu. This CC has saved it for Twisted. Marco, SOD. It lands onto Nosha. Witcher Crown. Immortality also built up, but the double stun. Oh, Marco. Kaloy goes in. Marco survives. But look at this Kimmy. Still fighting. Falcons alive. Double for Marco.
And they're going to clear out this Lord. 5 people still alive for Falcons. They have waited 4 weeks for this moment. Half HP on this Lord. Marco in the clutchest ever he has been. But 30 seconds left on Lansu. Twisted Minds could still be able to defend this.
He wanted to cut it.
What are you doing here, MP?
This might be a massive error. Why would he try to cut it? Why is he trying to buy time? What for? He pulls attention. He gives a kill. Is this going to be worth it, MP the King?
Why did you have to go out? The waves were far pushed in to the side of Team Falcons. That's a waste of a hero over on the side of Twisted Minds. They're still going to have 4 members though, but top and mid, they're going to get shoved.
But this is... But I feel like with what MP King did, 4 people now still alive, defending against Team Falcons. The Lord was in their favor, which meant that Falcons couldn't get anything out of it.
Multiple carries. The fact that Falcons are dealing with multiple carries, it's still too tough of a mountain to climb. They are slowly climbing it, but even though they spend so much to get multiple kills, as long as either the Kimmy or the Granger still stands, they cannot end it.
Yeah, and because of that, Team Falcons for the first time ever in this game has felt that they are in the lead with the gold lead going to their favor.
Not the Cloud, not again. Final slash, but the entry by Kaloy. He finds the mark, but Super Marco able to get away. Everything decides to go after Super Marco.
Oh, the vengeance!
Kyle, Ogwen, find Kaloy, find Sean in the back. SOD lands! Super Marco gets the kill onto Sean, while Marco still alive. Tight. Flap CZ with a final slash.
And they're gonna continue the onslaught, and they finally take them down! It is a wipeout for Team Falcons, and the drought is finished! It descended for the Falcons' nest!
Moskov is a hero, often connected with comebacks and redemption. When you thought their flight has ended, they continue to fly on the wings of Super Marco!
Oh my, it feels like a celebration for almost everybody. We saw an amazing game from Twisted, but finally, after a handful of games, Team Falcons claw their way back and ready to soar once more.
And the super rookies of Twisted Minds put up a great show. They almost took down the Falcons in one fell swoop. They have such bright futures ahead of them with that type of performance against former world champions Team Falcons. Now with their first victory after 4 weeks, they have finally found what has worked for them. It's no longer a story of almosts and what ifs. It is a story of what's next to come. And we're gonna talk to Team Falcons with our hosts in the main stage.
This is the great comeback of the Team Falcons! Team Falcons, congratulations on this win. Grabe ang naging comeback nyo. After so many weeks na kinailangan yung bumawi, I wanna talk to you, Flap TZ. What a performance with your Arlot. Ano ba muna gusto mo sabihin sa Falcons Nest?
Maraming salamat sa pagsuporta nyo kahit nasa ano kami. Nasa baba kami. Sana patuloy nyo lang kaming suportahan. Mas gagalingan pa namin.
Ano yun? Classmate buff? May buff daw kayo, sabi mo few. Anong buff nyo ngayon?
Dito po yung girlfriend ko pati yung mga kaklase ko.
Wow! Ang dami pa rin sumusuporta sa Team Falcons and second half na nga ng ating regular season. Mukhang ito na nga ang inyong pagbawi, Flap TZ. Ano ba yung mga ginawa nyo the past few weeks to encourage each other na makabangon, na moving forward?
Iniisip namin na hindi pa huli yung lahat na kayang-kaya namin bumawi. Tsaka nagpo-focus kami sa sarili namin. Hindi namin pinapasok sa utak yung mga sinasabi ng mga ibang tao about sa team namin.
And we are aware of that, diba, Flap TZ? Nakikita natin yan. And good thing na even all from those na nakikita niyong criticisms, you're able to bounce back. And now, meron tayong bagong patch with the Project Next. Tingin niyo ba factor to sa pagbangon ng team niyo ngayon?
Feeling ko hindi naman masyado. Talagang yung progress lang talaga namin yung parang all in kami sa tiwala sa progress namin na paunti-unti lang makabawi kami. Hindi kami nag-expect na isang mabilisang bawi talaga eh. Kaya inunti-unti talaga namin yung pagbawi namin.
And nakita namin yun ngayon, no? Reverse sweep ang nagawa nyo against your opponents. And now, ano ba yung pinaka-paborito mong map as a mid laner? Pinaka-paborito mong map sa ating bagong patch?
Ang para sa akin, ang gusto kong map yung Flying Cloud eh. Kasi ang bilis bumalik sa lane kapag nagre-regen, mga ganun.
Maganda nga yung map na yan. And gusto ko din makausap tong si Super Marco. Doon sa Game 3. Ang dami mong fan, Super Marco. Doon sa Game 3, sobrang laki ng gold deficit na kailangan yung bawiin. Sabi nga din ng ating mga casters, I think umabot ata ng 8,000 gold league kung hindi ako nagkakamali. At nakuha mo pa ng triple kill doon sa may Lord Pit. Ano ba yung tumatakbo sa isip mo during that Game 3 na hindi kayo bumitaw?
Siguro mindset lang namin nung time na yun, gusto lang namin makabawi. Parang tumray kung sakali makabawi.
And you did that, guys. Gwen and Kyle TZ, do you want to say something to your fans right now?
Hindi tayo nga thankful kasi nakapunta sa gitna ng hindi nagbabaw. Napag-interview din.
At ngayon, ito na ang time nyo para magbow as winners. Once again, your winners, Team Falcons! Congratulations! Natapos din ang losing streak ng Team Falcons for how many weeks? And they are coming back stronger with our current patch. Nagkaroon nga sila ng comeback win against Twisted Minds and we are excited to know kung ano nga bang nangyari lalo na sa Game 3 na yun.
Maraming salamat, Odin. We are back here in the desk with perhaps one of the best series to watch if you are a Team Falcons fan.
Yeah.
And for Twisted Minds, they could afford that loss. If Falcons took that L, that would have been devastating for the entire, not just team, but the org.
Yeah, it was Owen himself who just said in the interview that he was grateful that finally he can go up to the stage, not just to bow, but to actually have an interview with Odin because they won.
Yep, and our MVP, none other than the man himself, Super Marco, on this Moscow performance. We saw it from week 1, and now in week number 5, they get this victory once again at the back of this performance.
Dude, this is a cracked version of a Moscow if I've ever seen one. He did so many things in this game. First off, that defense in the mid lane, like I was gonna say no, that's not possible, Marco. Don't do it, but he did it anyway. Put 2 heroes in one Spear of Misery, was able to land it, defended mid, and forced 2 heroes away from that lane for a couple of minutes. And it allowed Team Falcons to again buy more time. And then, all right, Twisted Minds came to play in the next few objectives. We thought they were gonna end the game by 8:30 because of the team fight. But Super Marco, sorry, not Super Marco, but I would say MP the King and Lanzu made a mistake of jumping in, even without minions, by the way. And after that, we got this beautiful Lord fight where Super Marco found 2 good targets behind the enemy lines. And those 2 targets were the important ones. The Granger, first off, he landed an amazing Spear of Misery onto Nausea. And then he snipes the Kimi with the passive. Didn't die to him, however, but he got so many kills in this team fight that he equalized the economy between them and the 2 marksmen on the side of Twisted Minds. And after that, every single team fight that we saw was just perfect execution from Team Falcons. Layers upon layers of crowd control from Ogwin, from Kyle TZ, from the final slashes of Flap. Granted that, you know, the layer is what matters for Team Falcons. They were finding creative jumps. Like Ogwen had 2 amazing jumps in the late game. One was on the Granger when he sniped the Granger behind the enemy lines, and the SOD connected from the Moscow. They were able to snipe Nausea off of the team fight before Twisted Minds could react. And then this play from MP the King was super weird. The waves were pushed in, and he still went out. And because of this, Falcons had to force the fight inside the base of Twisted Minds 5v4, and they were able to get the map advantage. And here, Super Marco almost died to the blade armor damage. He stopped hitting the Baksha after the roll because he knew he could just outrun the Baksha. And once again, the layers of control behind the enemy lines. That Ogwin, that Badang pickup was the key factor as well for Team Falcons. And then the SOD landed from Super Marco to finish up this game.
Brother experiencing victory after 4 weeks, and that's the most he could give.
Dude, we got smiling, laughing Marco before the 6th sequel of a popular video game series.
Well, it is a 21-minute game. I honestly felt that was around a 28 or 29-minute game with how many things were happening all around the map. It was a spectacular start from Twisted Minds. At some point in the game, they held the lead all the way to a 9K gold lead. It was looking hopeless. It was looking bleak for the side of Team Falcons, but 3 times they defended back to back to back, and they're able to close it out the same way that they got their victory against Aurora in Game 1. Week 1.
Dude, if somebody asks me if I regret saying the 90-10, no. This was Twisted game to win. Again, they were almost able to close out the game by 8:30. And Super Marco held on. Falcons held on. They found good team fights. They found good initiations. But the cream of the crop is these SODs from Super Marcos, the target selection as well, the timings on the jumps, the dashes, the Spear of Miseries. It was all beautiful. It was almost like picture perfect from Team Falcons.
It's literally poetry in motion. Whenever he went in and out on those fights, when he stopped attacking at the perfect time, this dude was in the face of a Baksha in a CC in the first 3 seconds of that crucial team fight. It was perfect coming in from Twisted Minds.
Dude, Sean and Kaloy played their absolute darn minds out. And then after that, there was a scene where Lansu was doing a one-man zone out onto 4 members of Falcons. Insane. Sean and Nausea were just taking trades of like, all right, which one of us is gonna die? But Nausea was like, nah, I'll be it. Don't worry, Sean. You know, I'm gonna sacrifice myself for you. So Twisted Minds were insane in this game. But besides Marco, my secret hidden MVP that will fly under the radar is Captain Few, man. That juice in. There were times where you would see the readjustment of Few in team fights where he'll be like, I will give up trying to control the main damage dealer because I need to protect mine.
Every single follow-up from Twisted Minds that tried catching up to the Moskov was being met by the lanterns of the Zushin. You know, he was just protecting the BPI rich guy of this game, which was Super Marco, which effectively was the super, I would say the super guy in that game. Super guy, if that's ever a thing.
Well, right now for the side of Team Falcons in their roughest flight yet, and after a long drought of victories, they finally find their first one in week number 5 in leg 2 of this regular season. I wonder how their communications went. Were they out of their minds? Were they relaxed? Were they hype? Well, we're about to find out. We're about to look at the winning calls from Team Falcons with our Infinix mic check.
Antay kami, Mike. Antay kami.
Nice one, Mike. Ito, ingat ha. Gumagulong ha. Talon na. Talon pare. Binush. Nice, Mark. Meet. Nice. Good shot.
Boy, hindi na kayo maano dito.
Pansinin mo ako.
Hindi na kayo maburst dito.
Kung nasan si Mike, nandun lang ako.
Papas kayo, pressure kayo na.
Labang back siya. Di ata gagawa ng play itong mga to.
Yulay
tayo. Sige.
Pag-winter ha.
Kaya Mike, andito Mike. Huli, patay na hindi mo. Bayo na rin.
Oh yes.
Valid.
What's an opposite of a crash out?
It wasn't a crash out, dude.
Yeah, no, what's the opposite of a crash?
What's an opposite of
crash in? No,
crash in?
I'm just kidding.
Crash in.
I don't know, man.
But that was a valid response.
Well, day's not over yet, because after a spectacular start of 3 games in our first series, we have this very emotional second series for Team Falcons. We are yet to see the golden rivalry of TLPH versus ONIC Philippines. Any final thoughts before we move on?
I love this new patch. I like how it's bringing out some things that we haven't seen before, and Filipino teams are on a whole nother level, man.
Hell yeah.
We're on a whole nother level.
I mean, honestly, going to week 5, week 6, screw the standings. Yeah, screw the standings, man.
Anybody could take it all.
Anybody could beat anybody.
Wow, so far one of the most, if not the most competitive seasons of MPL so far. Former world champions are downstairs. Current world champions are in the middle of the pack, and rookies are currently top 4. This is looking to be the most insane regular season of MPL Philippines just yet. We have been your casters. It has been an honor to be one. It's Umi, Renmar, Midnight. We're going to send you over to the Howl with Wolf.
Wow! Sabi nga natin, never underestimate the heart of a champion. This is the first step para makarecover sa slump ang side ng Team Falcons. But GG's to Twisted Minds, I think they brought so much dito sa series na to. Really liking yung drafting pattern nila at gustong-gusto ko rin kung paano nila kinokontrol yung early game, pati na rin sa mga situations na nalulugi sila. So this was a great battle. But when it comes to what we learned in this game, tandaan natin, the heart of a champion, never say die. Ramdam na ramdam natin. And I would say, siguro dahil sa experience na rin na meron dito ang side ng Team Falcons, hindi nila nakalimutan kung paano ka ba manalo. Nagkaroon ng maraming tsansa etong si Ogwin na gawin yung kanyang gustong gawin with his badang na sinabi natin nakakaibang pick mula dito sa side ng Team Falcons, but in the end, it worked out for them. Also, ang ginawa ng side ng Team Falcons ay inayos nila yung mga early game mistakes nila by winning the next play. Kumbaga, pag natalo ka dun sa mga unang Lord fight or mga turtle fight, galingan mo na lang sa susunod. Evident yan kay Flap TZ, missing and important initiations but having so many ways para makabalik at makapag-initiate para sa kanyang team. This is what we are seeing from Team Falcons. Alam nila kung paano ayusin yung mga nagiging problema nila sa mismong in-game. Kumbaga, in-game adjustments yung ginagawa nila. Hindi na sila maghihintay ng next game pa para ayusin yung kung ano kailangan nilang gawin. They have to do it on the next play. And lastly, yung Super Saiyan, Super Marco, ang naging susi talaga. Ang daming beses na ankle break niya. Yung kanyang mga nakakatapat, yung kanyang pagsibat on the right targets, surviving for so many times, shuffling yung mga items niya, Wind of Nature, Immortality, outplaying at outwitting yung kanyang mga nakatapat. At i-remind tayo, nandito pa sila sa ating liga. Maraming salamat para sa Team Falcons at pati na rin sa Twisted Minds. Pero hindi pa yan ang aabangan ditong Sabado. Meron pa tayong star match. It's TLPH going up against ONIC Philippines. A rematch of the Grand Finals once again. That will be after this break. Kaya huwag kayong alis. Magbabalik ang MPLPH Season 16.
GG bro! Don't worry, the Unli with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus Unli Facebook or Unli TikTok. Load now!
Enemy alert. Your scalp gets 1.5 times greasier, causing dandruff. Get triple anti-dandruff power. Supercharged with Clear.
Pang-marinade! Pang-gisa! Pampasarap! Ang daming ititimpla!
Luto mo yan with Knorr Liquid Seasoning.
Mula luto tong plato, sarap panalo! Luto tong plato, sarap panalo! Luto tong plato, sarap panalo! Luto tong plato, panalo ang luto mo!
Kung isa ka sa mga player na napiling matatag sa MPLBH, anong sekreto ng presumptive?
Para sa akin siguro yung passion ko sa gaming talaga. Kahit anong game kasi gusto ko maging maging magaling eh. Yung passion ko sa gaming is nakuha ko siya simula nung bata pa ako eh. Parang sobrang saya ko sa mga nilalaro ko and sobrang saya ko lalo kapag nananalo ako. So, piling ko din ko nakuha yung passion ko.
Nabanggit mo din na superior yung goat mo.
Kasi nung MPL season 1 nakita ko siya mag-funny, sobrang nagalingan ako sa kanya.
Tropa natin dito. At nakita mo naman si Pew.
Tapos sinasayawan lang dito from wall to wall si Angela pero he still got the kill para dito kay Karina.
Tapos ngayon naman, kaya siya yung goat ko kasi sobrang tagal niya na tapos nasa top pa rin siya.
Nabanggit ni Cartesi na ikaw daw yung player na iniidolo niya at tinawag niyang GOAT.
Siyempre masaya kasi yung lahat ng tao na parang nag-ML, ang sasabihin ko na si Carl talaga eh. Lalo na siya ng international and masaya pa rin na nakikita niya na ganun.
Siyempre pinagdaanan ko, marami munang talo bago nag-champion, ganun. Ganun naman yung cycle eh.
From child prodigy to the face, and now MLBB's greatest of all time, Cartesi!
Paano nito nabago yung buhay mo at yung pananaw mo sa tumay?
Sobrang dami nagbago sa financially, tsaka yung routine ko sa buhay, yung ginagawa ko sa buhay, tsaka pag lumalabas ako ganun, may mga nakakilala na sa akin.
Feeling ko, habang tumatagal, parang napapansin ko sa sarili ko na mas madisiplina ako and mas mature.
Siguro yung biggest lesson ko lang yung balance lang sa lahat ng bagay.
Tapos ngayon talaga, ito na talaga yung feeling ko buhay ko eh.
Siya, sino yun? Si Gary? Esmeralda? Edith. Si Edith. Edith. Arnold. Edith. Edith niya. Ano? Edith. Grabe. Edith. Yan si Grak. 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 Uy, naunaw kanina sa Edith. Sige, all one. Pinagbigyan kasi nila ako eh. Lancelot! Lancelot! Lancelot. Si Lance. Lance! Sabay tayo, bar. Yan. Granger. Granger! Granger. 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 Si Lucian. Granger. Ay, nawala ako. Okay, sabay ulit. Competitive. Florin! Florin! Florin? Florin? Ay, Florin. Florin. Una. A4. Lapu-lapu. Ano yan? Sino yan? Kalea. Bruno. Lapu-lapu? Lapu nga. Ay, Palakol. Parang bagong hero yan ah. Hindi si Popol. Wala, hindi ko alam yan. Sino yan? Ay, Palakol! Ay, Palakol pala yun! Ay! Sumatik. Siya akong nagmamatilde. Matilda. Ate. Yay! Ano yun? Matilda may Palakol?
Gising na ako nang di wala ako sa swerte. Sabi mo, mag-win streak ko to. Dahil sa'yo, tambak na ako!
swertehin, basahin mo na ang current patch notes. Andito na ang Ready for Next, the biggest gameplay update of the year. Break through boundaries with the new Broken Wall map update. MLBB, we are ready for next.
Kung bakit nawala? Basahin na ang current patch notes. Andito na ang Ready for Next, the biggest gameplay update of the year. The all-new Dangerous Grass Map update. Use it to your advantage. MLBB, we are ready for the next.
Napag-iwanan ka na rin ba? Andito na ang Ready for the Next, the biggest gameplay update of the year. Get a head start with the new Flying Cloud map update. MLBB, we are ready for the next.
Hoy, ano ba, mga bulag ba kayo? Hindi parang mga bulag kasi wala ba kayo nakikita? Mga bulag! comes rushing in. Parang bagong expanding river sa Mobile Legends. Andito na ang ready for the next, the biggest gameplay update of the year. Navigate the river with the new expanding rivers map update, MLBB. We are ready for the next.
Guys, nandito na yung bagong update sa Mobile Legends. Yung dangerous... Hoy!
Okay, guys, yung sinasabi ko nga pala kanina yung bagong update. So una, yung dangerous grass at yung broken walls. So sa broken walls, guys, meron mga iba't ibang butas yung mga walls sa mapa. So mas magbe-benefit dito yung mga jungler kasi mas magiging mabilis na yung pag-gank nila kasi mas mabilis na yung pag-roam nila sa mapa dahil may butas na. At guys, magbe-benefit din dito yung mga heroes sa walang mobility dahil di na nila kailangan ng mobility para humakbang sa mga walls na to kasi may butas na nga. At sobrang magbe-benefit din dito, guys, yung Johnson kasi mas marami na yung shortcut so mas mapapabilis yung pag-roam niya sa mapa. At yung pangalawa naman, guys, is yung dangerous grass. O yung dangerous grass, nagdadagdag si Muntun ng mga iba't iba pang grass sa Mobile Legends para mas maraming opportunity para mag-gank at mag-ambush. At marami pang iba, guys. So, yung pangatlo naman is yung flying clouds. Doon sa flying clouds, pwede kang umapak sa base at mapupunta ka sa lane mo na mas mabilis kapag ginamit mo ito. At yung pangapat naman, yung expanding river. So si Muntun magdadagdag daw siya ng maraming tubig sa river kaya mas magiging mabilis yung movement speed nyo kapag umapak kayo sa river. At yun lang, yung mga bagong update ni Mobile Legends kaya i-check nyo na.
Payong mo.
Meow, 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 meow.
Pawat kaya. Ang tanong.
Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas, kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas, face the golden sun and repping for the 3 stars. Look at us, to the top, no ifs, no buts, winning any game para to sa PINAS. Di mo matitinag aming boses sa new level. Nasa kalye man o mobile, you know I become a legend. Listen, open fire, we unite, we winners. But with pressure, like diamonds are made of. Switching the lane na parang gera, HP racing made a setup. But kakatang buhat ni Hilda, full dome SS parang Laila. Susundan ko ang iyong wakas, kasama pataas, tagumpay natin to dahil tayo'y malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi to atas, kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi to atas, kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas, yeah. Laging MLBB, no surrender, no retreat. Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve. Laging MLBB, no surrender, no retreat. Giving 100 on my all, cause we just cannot be defeated. We are unstoppable, immune and invulnerable. Ready ang equipment, lahat frozen, mala, crowd control. Pakito on the jab, east to the southeast. Taas ang matawag, proud and loud, cause every enemy we devour. Susundan ko ang iyong wakas, kasama pataas, tagumpay natin to dahil tayo'y malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi to atas, kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi to atas, kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas, yeah. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas, kahit anong monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas, face the golden sun and repping for the 3 stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
Welcome back to MPL Philippines Season 16, and after 2 intense back-to-back series, we're down to the last one in Week 5, Day number 2. We'll be your casters in this golden rivalry matchup. Omi here with Brigida and Renmar to bring you the action between TLPH and ONIC Philippines.
I can't believe we're on the road to actually getting 15 games in just 2 days of Week 5. So imagine that, we just headed into the second half of the regular season and teams have just been stepping up all the time.
Yep.
By the way, guys, you should not miss this out. Be featured on the next, or as the next MPLPH Super Fan of the Month. All you have to do is join the MPL Philippines official group, engage with the community, and just keep all these interactions, of course, possible.
We've been, there were a lot of events earlier. You could certainly talk about the emotional series from last, series number 2, and those comebacks from series number 1. Brother and sister, we have seen so many things happen today. We've seen Ryzen single-handedly extending the series with a fanny backdoor in game number 2. We've seen Super Marco do unspeakable things in game number 3. What is going to happen here in the Golden Rivalry?
I just hope that it gets capped off with what will feel like a grand finals match, where if you cover up the names, cover up the days, you're going to be thinking, hey, this looks like the MPL Philippines Grand Finals. Nope, it's just another Saturday in MPL Philippines.
And that's true. This Superfans Saturday, we are in a sold-out, jam-packed MPL Arena right now. We have 200 plus seats in this venue and more than half of them standing right now with all seats occupied in this game. The Golden Rivalry has brought in the Filipino fans in this building right now. And what happened so far for series number 2 is historic for Team Falcons. Finally, after 4 weeks, they have found their first win.
Yeah, you could see how their fans were all... I feel like the same level of hype was carried over from the first series all the way to the second series, especially as we all know how high the stakes were for Team Falcons. They definitely need to get as much wins as they can if they still want to get a chance at making it to the playoffs.
Yeah, look at where Falcons is right now at the bottom of the standings. They beat the team that beat ONIC earlier this season, that are currently 4th in the standings, that at one point ended the every week as top 1 in Twisted Minds. That's the 8th seeded team. That is the team that has world champions on them. Well, in their case, they have two-time world champions. And that just goes to show how crazy the level of competition is right now in MPLPH, and they are still behind. So the climb for Falcons begins. But now we turn our attention to the upper portion of the standings, where ONIC and Team Liquid Philippines will fight a revenge match if you're looking at it from the perspective of Team Liquid, because they started off the season getting swept and dominated by ONIC.
Yeah.
And ONIC Philippines, hot after many victories for the past few days. It's going to be a matchup between the defending MSC champions and the defending M-Series world champions. The Golden Rivalry continues tonight here in MPL Philippines, and surely the world is watching and waiting for top-tier MLBB content.
And I'm pretty sure the respect is really up there for both of these teams. Admittedly, ONIC, when they first went up against Team Liquid in the season, they knew that they were coming off a break and that there probably were a bit of adjustments still going on. But today, they think it's different. They know that Team Liquid are heading into this match not from a break, but from that streak themselves that they've been able to show us, where they've been performing really well too.
Yep, both teams are hot, and in this Golden Rivalry between Team Liquid Philippines and ONIC Philippines, we have seen the best out of them whenever they come across each other. And for the boys in yellow and the boys in blue, for the last few weeks of MPL, they've found a lot of great wins to push them further towards the top, where Aurora stands right now.
Yeah, and the weight of these two teams, no one in the history of MLBB esports has ever completed the mythical Golden Road. ONIC as an organization in 2023 were close with their Indonesian squad. SRG last year were close. Now this time, Team Liquid are at the precipice of potentially reaching that, while ONIC are looking to be another team looking to secure a chance to defend their M-Series title.
And that defense for that M-Series title is something that they are working hard for. They have to be at least in the grand finals for that to happen. But right now, looking at the teams around them, Aurora Gaming currently #1, and now TLPH right next to them in the infinite standings. Both of them are really, no, all of them, if not all of the teams here in MPL Philippines are worth flying out for that M-Series in M7.
Yeah, because it's crazy. I mean, both of these teams have only lost twice, respectively. Like ONIC, Team Liquid lost to both ONIC and Aurora, ONIC both losing to Aurora and Twisted Minds, but this is what reminds them of what they were able to recently achieve.
And they just bought it right here, right now in MPL PH. You could celebrate ONIC's victory in M6 as well. The Joy ONIC PH Pass will be available on September 20. That's today. The starter pass will include the M6 Championship skin Joy ONIC PH and more exclusive in-game items. Join Joy ONIC PH with a 30% discount. It's not only that, we also have a Beatrix skin. The FMVP skin Beatrix Skyforce Maverick will also be available tonight for 30% off during the first week. The M6 Finals MVP Kelra added a personal touch by including his son's name, Slake, printed on the outfit. So get ready to fight alongside Beatrix Skyforce Maverick and claim your own MVP. Both skins mythical in this lineup.
Yep, and if you have coupons in your game. You could get it for 579 if you have the 50 diamond coupon, and depends on you, like what are you able to stock there in your inventory. And you can get it now because it just recently got released, and the pass, you can get so much more from it, not just the Joy ONIC PH skin. There are so much other rewards that you could also claim. I think if you get the upgraded pass, you also get either a recall or a spawn alongside it as well. I just recently got it, by the way. So you guys definitely have to get it now.
Yeah, and for the GOAT himself, Carl TZ, sitting across his competition with baby cakes right in the background.
He just had to be there.
He just had to be there. Oh! And he's showing off. And he has one too.
The first Filipino to ever be made a skin for. It's that man right there, his M2 Lancelot skin. The journey that he went on, standing across him is of course someone who may be overlooked by our community, but at one point was one of the most feared junglers and mid laners in the history of our league.
And look at that. The highest GPM in the game in MPLPH history. I do feel like this is something that's going to be extremely hard to beat, especially with the changes that has happened in modern MLBB. And number one is Hate, still in the ONIC lineup. We haven't seen him play, and I feel like during the active season, we won't be seeing him play that much. And second would be the GOAT himself, just inches away from that 1,219 with that lane.
But these are such high numbers, and both were achieved in 2020.
Yeah, season 5.
Yeah, it feels like the strategies were a bit different back then, which makes it a lot more easier for these kinds of numbers to be achieved. Because if I'm not mistaken, you did mention something along the lines of it being a funnel strategy back then. So these numbers are something that might have been a bit more common during the day.
Well, before we head on to this very heated matchup, let's ask our communities, which is your favorite M-Series skin in the matchup TLPH versus ONIC? The choices are there. You have M2 Lancelot, M4 Cho, M6 Joy, and CM6 Beatrix. Wait, there are 2 Bs in this one.
It's all right. I'm gonna say this now. For a personal story, my heart lies in the M6 Joy skin, mainly because it's the first time in game that something I came up with is reflected in game. It's because at one point in the animations, Joy will actually call out the monikers of each player, and the fact that I now hear Monster Mage and the Bruiser being said in game, brought a small tear to my eye.
Man, I wish I saw that tier, but you could talk about it in our community groups on Facebook or wherever social media you're watching. Of course, comment them down below as well, and make sure to keep those comments positive. We are about to begin in this golden rivalry, the last match of our Superfans Saturday. This is perhaps the most anticipated series globally right now. This is the second time that both world champions will meet. Once again, last time it was ONIC Philippines taking the dub against TLPH, and Carl TZ ever since then has sworn to take down every other opponent that they will face in leg 2.
Yeah, I mean, you could see it in the way he just sat down there. I did not even expect him to pull up his M2 Lancelot skin, but he did, and it does feel like this match, alongside this jam-packed arena we have right here, if only we could show you guys and we could pan the camera a bit to our right.
We will later.
Later, actually, you will. And you will see that mainly we had to add a few more seats. We used to not have the audience right beside us here in the caster's desk.
Yeah, no, they expanded seating to accommodate, of course, within safety regulations, to accommodate even more people into the arena. So we are maxed out.
Yeah, we are maxed out quite literally, and this is like playoffs level in terms of seating capacity. And by the way, playoffs tickets are still out, starting at $250. You could still buy your playoffs tickets. It's live in Cuneta Astrodome, which means that we're gonna have thousands upon thousands of fans watching our playoffs. But right now, we're gonna talk about something special, something that the finals MVP will talk about. Let's watch this video.
Actually, yung parang naging usapan lang dun sa skin na FMVP. Basta lagyan ni Monton yung beya ng pangalan ng baby ko na si Slake. And maglagay sila ng voice line na kasama yung pangalan ni Slake. Sa buhok, gusto ko kapares ng buhok ko yung wolf cut. Nung nakaraan pa yun naka-wolf cut pa ako nun Kasi gusto ko yung beya, pag tinignan mo yung beya, may isip ng mga tao na ako talaga yun. Or andun din yung anak ko. Yung sa pangalan ni Slake, kaya gusto ko talaga siyang ipalagay kasi Dati pinapangarap ko talaga mag-champion sa M-World no, simula nung nagka-baby ako. Lalo na nung nalaman ko may FMVP. Tapos ina-assume ko na pag nag-MVP ako, matik, hindi mawawala yung pangalan ng anak ko para ipagmamalaki ko sa kanya, paglaki niya na ito may pangalan, sa'yo yung skin na yun. Parang andun ka sa skin na yun, sa hero. Kasi hindi na matatanggal yan sa ML. Andiyan na yan habang buhay. Ayun talaga yung pagmamalaki ko sa kanya na sa pag-ML ko, nagkaroon ako ng chance na magkaroon ng sariling skin and malagay yung pangalan niya sa larong yun. Kaya, ayun, pag nakita niya yung skin na yan, I hope na talagang matutuwa siya paglaki niya.
Already dripping in gold and with new skins to boast. It's the Kirkitech, it's the Beast, it's the Monster Mage, the Bruiser, and the Gold Standard. They are the reigning champions of the world, ONIC Philippines!
What time is it?
ONIC. And their golden rivals. This is the Cavalry, the Apex Predator, the GOAT, Daddy JP, the Rich Guy Oheb, and the Lone Stallion Sanji. They're the MSC champions and the defending champions of the Philippines, Team Liquid! To oversee and uphold the tournament's integrity, it's Joshua, JJ, Patrick, and Jeff. And the coaches. For Team Liquid Philippines, Coach RC. For ONIC Philippines, Coach Hayes. MPL Arena, this feels like the grand finals. Make some noise! It's a sold-out MPL Arena tonight. Let's welcome TLPH. We have Sanford, Carl Teasy, Sanji, JP, and Oheb.
Definitely got goosebumps watching that intro, but this again, as mentioned, the defending champions of the Philippines, Team Liquid Philippines, may have had a bit more of a rougher start in terms of entering this season as compared to how you would expect the recent champions to do so, but it wasn't too long before they eventually found their way back, and it's nice to see how they have been constantly adapting. But speaking of adapting, we have ONIC Philippines who have introduced a few more iterations in their lineup as well.
Well, we're gonna see. Let's welcome ONIC Philippines, the defending M-Series World Champions. We have Kirk, King Kong, Super Fritz, Brusco, and Kelra.
I feel like a lot of the pressure right now is going to be on the shoulders of two people. First, Super Fritz, considering that the changes to the meta have sort of shafted the mid laner in such a way that now you have to be able to perform as a secondary carry for the team while watching out for all the threats of the map that could mess you up. While Kirk is returning after multiple weeks and games of Ryota being at the helm in the EXP lane for ONIC. How will Kirk fare in his return match?
Massive gap here for the first blood ratio. A lot of aggression coming in from Team Liquid Philippines, but the rest of the hexagram, you could see that ONIC Philippines is actually either controlling the Lord more or just having a better control over the objectives so far, except for that tower take. TLPH and ONIC, it seems that we might see a lot of overlap in terms of our upcoming drafting phase.
Yeah, it's mostly in the early game that we see the most difference, I'd say, between these two teams, especially in terms of the hexagraph, but it's not something that you cannot entirely recover from, especially if you're basing it from the recent games which took place after the patch.
Well, before we head on to this golden matchup between two world champions, let's go back in time and check out the moments before the game in the Smart 5G ping test.
Sayong paa, sayong na. Wait lang, message pa JP. Ano maganda? It's me you're looking for. Ang message ko kay JP, galingan mo lagi. Kasi gagalingan ko rin. Eh, yung mga takot, matakot matalo, or...
Di na
talaga ako sanay ng wala.
Message ko kay Bruce ko. Ito ang sabi ni Alston Pabico. Good luck sa atin at sana ay kami ay manalo na sa inyo. Di ba? Lakas mo, G! Bruce Goat. Idol kita, Bruce Goat. Sana manalo kami sa inyo. Alston. Angas din, no? Pang ano? Alston Pabico, pang mayaman, G. Super Prince, ito na yung masabi sa'yo ni Alston.
Wala akong sinasabi.
Anong wala akong sinasabi? Bubulong ka kanina eh. Ano gusto mo mapa, G? Mamaya. I-request natin yan.
Flying clouds.
Okay. Mga boss, gusto namin ng Flying Clouds.
Gusto daw nila. They want the flying clouds. Sorry. That was out of habit.
No, you were quoting him. You were quoting him.
I was quoting JP. He wants to see the flying clouds.
Yeah.
But other than that, that was the calm before the storm. These players are now locked in when we saw them in the entrance.
Yeah. They may have been making fun of Sanji's real name and doing all that, but I just know they're locked in.
Well, we're about to find out the Infinix keys to victory. Let's find it out with How.
Welcome to the How. Ako pala si Wolf, bringing you the Infinix keys to victory. It's TLPH going up against ONIC Philippines. At alam naman nating Grand Finals rematch to, Part 2, dahil leg 2 na nga ng ating regular season. Now for both teams, wala nilang gawin. Yung XP lane hero matchup, hindi dapat matatalo sa 1v1. Marami ng mga ganyang klaseng matchup. Kunwari yung mga Uranus at Esmeralda, well, it's a bad example. Pero I do hope that in this scenario, Kirk between Sanford, sana makakita tayo talaga na even sila up until the mid-game and the late game. Now, for ONIC Philippines specifically, kailangan hindi sila maging greedy sa mga course nila dito sa patch ito. Kadalasan sa mga pagkakatalo ng ONIC Philippines ay kapag nag-draft sila ng mga heroes na kailangan ng sobrang daming farm. They just have to avoid that. And now for TLPH. Yung hero pool ni JP ang feeling ko magiging keys to victory nila mismo. Dahil yung different playstyles niya, pwede siyang mag-catch, pwede siyang mag-sustain, pwede siyang mag-utility, at magiging malaking factor to dun sa drafting. Mas magiging madali ang drafting ng TLPH dahil dito sa scenario na to. And I have a feeling that this series will be JP's fault once again. Yan po kabangan natin sa napakagandang bakbakan na to. It's TLPH versus ONIC. Back to the casters.
Oh, there was huge emphasis on the XP laners out there. Cannot lose that 1v1 lineup. And I feel like when we talk about the game in total, it always goes up to show that the roamers are the ones to make sure that the pacing is okay. But looking at the golden prediction, it seems that Mirko thinks that it's going to be ONIC, then thinks it's going to be TL, or Rose thinks it's going to be TL, but Myrtle thinks it's going to be ONIC PH. Close friends, by the way, with King Kong.
Yeah, and Rose too. Like, she's known as the quote-unquote mom of ONIC PH.
When they're in Malaysia.
When they're in Malaysia.
Or when she's here in the Philippines.
Either, vice versa.
Checks out.
Yeah.
But surprisingly, she does think that it's TLPH. At least it's a 2-1.
Yeah, she still says there at the end, I still love all of you, please don't be mad.
Yes, just to put it out there.
Yeah. Shout out to our friends over in Malaysia. Ongoing right now alongside MPLPH is MPL MY and MPL ID as well.
Yeah.
So everyone's busy working, so the people working right now are missing out on this.
Well, hopefully they have their mobile phones up and they have the data or they have the Wi-Fi. Watch this matchup between TLPH and ONIC.
While they're casting.
While they're casting. Yep, that's true. They are casting, but maybe the production people coming in from MPL MY or ID could watch this matchup as well. But we are going to enter the first drafting phase. But before we head on to the heroes, we're going to head on first to our map
They want
randomizer.
flying clouds. They want flying clouds.
I want broken walls.
Broken walls.
What do you give?
It's finally going to be broken walls.
Finally! There we go! Finally, it's broken walls. And this is going to be game 1 for this best of 3 series. We have not seen a drawn out broken walls game so far. This might just be the first one.
Yeah.
I want Johnson.
Hey, it was mentioned in the Howl that JP's hero pool and different styles of play should be a factor in drafting.
Yes.
But so will the...
there are no
It's funny how they made broken walls with Johnson really in mind.
Yeah.
Because in the art is him in his car form.
Yep. It's like the entire point of broken walls for them is for Johnson to be part of the meta again, but sadly that didn't work out. Mainly because the thing for broken walls right now, it's insane how far you could pull the Lord away from different parts of the map.
Yeah, Lord Dancing is going to be important, so we might see teams really want to bring out a tanky fighter jungler here, which now puts the pressure on to King Kong. Because we know historically, not his best performances when you see him pack heroes such as the Fredrin. So, will we see a Team Liquid surprise with rushing the Fredrin? The Juicin for Sanji is also open, while ONIC is weighing whether or not 1-1 should be banned.
Oh my God.
And now the 1-1 is open for Liquid as well. It's
For the first time ever.
For the first time ever, for the first time in a long time as well. Will Liquid bite the bait and pick up a 1-1?
There you go. The Filipino sniper takes the 1-1 for himself, and for the first time in Season 16, there are a lot of firsts today. Not only did Falcons win after 4 weeks, now after 5 weeks of MPL, we see the 1-1.
Oh my goodness, and King Kong, on the other hand, secures the Lancelot for himself, and even the Jushin. So these are such strong first picks.
I hope he uses the M2 skin.
Hey.
That'll be tight.
That'll be tight.
That'll be tight if we actually see the M2 skin on the hands of King Kong instead of Carl TZ. I'm pretty sure people here have a wish list of being able to see all the champion skins shared between these two, M2 and M4 for Liquid. Well, of course, the M2 skin for Carl TZ specifically. But going back to the draft, let's see if Sanji's going to show already a Farsa, or if they're going to utilize some surprise angles so they can play around the broken walls by picking up a low Yi later on in the draft if they're not going to pick it up in the mid lane just yet. They go for their EXP pick, they get it into the hands of Sanford. So even if Kirk wants to be active into the EXP lane matchup, really wants a duel, not a lot can duel hard into the Uranus, except for a pick that's still open, which is the Esmeralda.
Yeah, the Phoebus is still there too for ONIC Philippines, if they do want to consider that, since it has been a while since we've seen the 1-1 come back into play, but
It does trigger his passive a lot, and Uranus at some point, actually, it's a tough matchup for him to go up against a Phoebus in lane because the Phoebus damage actually outscales the sustainability that the Uranus can bring to the table.
Yeah, and that Phoebus is going to be a big menace as well against this 1-1 and the Yisun Shin. A lot of dashes already locked in, but they're going to go for the Khalid instead. And then when we go back to Brusco's performance in the M series, this was also one of the heroes right in the pocket of Brusco, now back in the rotation of the meta.
So now we have to watch out for the picks of ONIC, especially in the EXP lane, because then they could back it with heroes that can quickly rotate out of that lane to apply pressure into the jungle of Carl TZ. Team Liquid's EXP laner does not have a lot of crowd control. So if ONIC picks up someone who can quickly clear up lane, has strong crowd control so that they can pressure Carl TZ's YSS in the jungle, then that should be the best pick. I think they should also look into banning the Gatot Kaja as an option for JP if ONIC are not going to pick it up themselves as a surprise EXP lane pick.
yeah, I think that's another thing we have to look at, because I feel like for recent adjustments that Team Liquid Philippines did in terms of their drafting patterns, it's by making sure that they get the JP pick and that he doesn't run out of options. But right now, they're leaving him for second phase, and ONIC seems to really be targeting JP down.
And this Khalid isn't even sure that if it's going to be a roamer, because we did see an XP lane Khalid in the hands of James in our first series today in the Superfans Saturday. So there's really no assurance that this is going to be a roam Khalid.
They can further limit it down if they deny any other picks that still can be available. Now even taking out the Hilda.
Yeah, could have been a roam choice there for JP. That's just straight up massive respect for JP. But there is still one pick in the roam that, if ONIC aren't careful, will actually mess them up. If JP shows up with a Kufra suddenly, it's going to be a different story here a little bit for ONIC.
Yeah, now what do you use against this 1-1? The reason as to why this 1-1 is so strong in lane is it's just so independent. It's so safe, and it dominates lane the moment that you give it edge.
Yeah, I would have thought of an Earthel, but will it be that reliable in this lineup?
I was thinking that too, but I don't think the Earthel will be as reliable as we want it to be, considering that if they show an Earthel here, then they can pack a Gatot Kacha Roma, Uranus EXP. Both will have vengeance, and both will make the Earthel cry.
And I guess the choice here for now would be the Lunox to reset that crossbow of Tang with the brightness, the brilliance. Sorry,
it is bright.
It is bright.
It is bright. You know, sometimes it is what it is.
And it's a great answer to the Uranus, I still feel like.
I think Sanji gets his Farsa. If it's not going to be the Farsa, I reckon it's the low E. Then JP gets either Gatakacha or Kufra. If they want to match the rotational speed, they can go for the Cho as the roam. But then again, single target lockdown, you'll need to pair it up with Burst. Oh, Sanji can even go Kadita as an option.
Hey. Oh, wait.
Okay.
Wow.
Still pick off.
All right, actually, no, yeah. Oh, very greedy is the lineup of Liquid.
I agree.
Very, very greedy.
This is a triple marksman setup for Team Liquid Philippines, something that we have not seen since week 1 of MPL, or if I'm being honest, the last time that I saw this was in MSC 2025. And with a Franco and a Uranus, they do buy themselves a bit of space and a bit of protection if ever this Lancelot does have a field time puncturing in and out. But it really depends on how JP plays around his positioning and lands his hooks. Right now with the final pick here, ONIC Philippines, that Phobius is still available to take if you are Kirk.
Yeah, I just want to see something either that can pack Flicker really well or Vengeance really well. Swerve it around, Gatot, Badam, oh, Glue, alright, okay, yeah. This I really, really like. The team fighting for Team Liquid Philippines isn't going to be as straightforward. However, since they have a triple core set up, ONIC really need to be on top of being able to help Kirk out when he decides to initiate alongside Brusco. If their timings are off, it'll be easy for Oheb and Sanji and even Carl TZ to get away from harm's way, and now ONIC are fighting a scrambled team lineup, which they do not want.
And so far here in game number 1, we're already seeing a lot of peculiar lineups set up for each other here. For Team Liquid Philippines, we are seeing a triple marksman setup with Yeeson Shin, Kimmy, and a Wanwan for the first time ever in Season 16. Meanwhile, for the side of ONIC Philippines, no marksman at all. And you're going to give Kelra a Lunox to fight against off that Wanwan. Welcome to the Golden Rivalry. It's a battle between the two world champions, the defending MSC champion TLPH goes up against ONIC Philippines, the defending MS Series World Champions. Let's enter game 1. What can we expect in your game?
We're going to be looking first at how well the matchup is dealt between the Lunox and the Wanwan, because there is a small margin of error where if Kelra messes up his first trade in the minion waves, then Oheb's going to be able to push him back. He'll force the Inspire on himself to bring Kelra low, force out the regen, and then bring it for round 2 where the Wanwan will have an advantage. That's why you actually see the Lunox holding close, while JP, great disruption onto King Kong, being able to hook him back.
Both roamers have successfully caused some sort of disruption towards the enemy jungler. An iron hook from JP, and Brusco actually forced Carl TZ out of his purple buff, but they were able to secure it still nonetheless. And I'm liking how careful these teams are so far, because you cannot be putting yourself in a dangerous position knowing that there is a Khalid roam on the opposite side.
Both of these teams are rabid dogs. The moment that you slip up in the early game, they're not going to let up. They're going to bite you down, and then they're going to force the narrative against you. ONIC Philippines and TLPH just playing it carefully right now in the first few minutes of the game. You do not want to slip up at this part.
Yeah, you see, quite conservative, but now with Kelra finding a little bit of an inch of advantage, now we'll push in the pressure there. This is actually a debut pick, 3 of them for Team Liquid, a debut pick on the Franco for JP, the Wanwan, and the Uranus.
Yeah, surprisingly, JP's being a really annoying Franco here though. Like, those iron hooks which he gets to land on the creeps already allows them to reset. And I don't know if the broken walls have something to do with it, but he gets to always bring them out of range. So somehow it does affect King Kong and how fast he's able to farm up, but at least for now, they're still pretty much equal.
And this is going to be the first turtle of the game. No clear advantage yet so far for both teams here, but great poke damage coming in from King Kong. And maybe after this purple buff for both junglers, we might be able to see a big turtle fight. It looks like they're going to go for Sanford first.
Okay, that's the Purify. That's the ultimate already used, rather. Doesn't have a way out unless, there you go, he has the flicker still, and he will remain alive.
Yeah, and the turtle. And the turtle is continued here for ONIC Philippines, despite just being an extended team fight. Carl TZ with a mounted shocker as well.
Look at these broken walls, greatly affecting the flow of the fight. King Kong gets the turtle and Carl TZ will fall. The grab is also committed on to multiple members here of Team Liquid Philippines. No one left except Sanford. And of course, Oheb, who's just alone up top.
Massive gold swing though. ONIC Philippines now ahead by 1.5k. Sanford trying to look for something here. Might just find King Kong, but King Kong finds him first, and that's going to be a 4-0 lead.
Yeah, massive trade there. It actually began because Superfans was able to find the perfect angle for the Crimson Beacon. Team Liquid Philippines slipped up on their positioning after Sanji got a beautiful traction pulse to what looked like start things off very well for Team Liquid. But great assessment of the situation by Superfans. The moment he committed the Crimson Beacon, that was immediately 3 under his feet, which forced ONIC to respond to that, which they rightfully did, and Team Liquid had to back. Sanford was a bit too deep with that cut.
Yeah, I mean, it's understandable that he is the guy who's capable of doing that because he's the Uranus. He is the guy who should be standing in front of the enemies because JP should be a bit more further back. He will be a bit more reliant on the Iron Hook unless there is a really isolated member for them to commit the Flicker Bloody Hunt onto. But if ONIC are able to play this kind of team fight every single time they see Sanford all alone, then it might not be that great of a start for Team Liquid.
And that was a close call for Sanford too. The first few seconds of that fight was Sanford just trying to tank 4 people away from that team fight. Was able to eventually dash away with the ward, but it was already so much so that he couldn't regen enough back in time to fight again with his team. And eventually, King Kong finding him the moment that his regen was up just meant that even after 3 kills and a turtle, ONIC Philippines able to secure a bonus kill on the side of Sanford. As we head on back to this game, ONIC Philippines still in the lead at around 2,000 gold 3 minutes in.
Yeah, I think that's one of the hardest parts about this lineup of Team Liquid, at least for the early to mid stages of the game. So much has to be done by Sanford for them to last long enough in a fight. And so much still has to be farmed up by Carl TZ, Sanji, and Oheb.
Yeah, because of the very greedy nature of the lineup of Team Liquid Philippines, it's also understandable to see that ONIC will be taking the lead as long as that they can give the Uranus problems early on and then find Carl TZ early. ONIC can just continue to play this very cleanly, very methodical. At some point, though, they're going to have to respect the potential turnaround factor around the 1-1 and the Franco together. And if ever Sanji does become a more difficult target for ONIC Philippines to catch, but it's going to be a while until we get there. ONIC can just keep this up.
So maybe for now, it's really just limiting what ONIC could potentially get in the early stages. It's limiting the snowball if you're Team Liquid Philippines because there's not much you can do. Oheb finds the stacks on Keller though, but doesn't use the crossbow of Tam, or he actually doesn't have it. Now Brusco, will he get to finish the kill? Maybe not for now.
Yeah, there was already a trade-off between these 2 marksmen up top in the gold lane. And I feel like the crossbow of Tang was used, but that did force out the brilliance coming in from Keller as well. And with this, the second turtle is already spawned. Slight advantage for TLPH, but Sanford might just be caught.
Once more, will this mean that Sanford doesn't get to survive? JP though finds an Iron Hook, but it's gonna be on Brusco, who still has the flicker and the quick sand guard.
Yeah, Liquid needs to let go of this. ONIC are just gonna be able to get this without a problem. Carl TZ backs off.
The Apex Predator a bit too forward there in his XP lane. And this is the nature of the lineup between a Glue and a Uranus. I've recently found out from a Glue expert around the global tier that a Uranus matchup isn't really a winning matchup against a Glue, but you just wait for your allies and you deliver that Uranus to them.
Yeah, and it seems like Kirk has manipulated the laning phase so that Sanford would just keep thinking about pushing forward. And with those 2 early deaths, Liquid and Sanford need to readjust how they play this game if they want to make sure that ONIC doesn't run away with this with like a 7,000-8,000 gold lead in the next 4 minutes.
Yeah, this is such a great start for Kirk and his return on the Glue, limiting so much of what Sanford is able to do. But Brusco goes in though, gets to dodge the Starlium Beam, but not the Bloody Hunt from JP. That is going to be a pickoff for Team Liquid Philippines, but Superfans and Kirk are still trying to fight this. There goes the Traction Pulse once more, and the damage gradually being enough. The grab is committed onto Oheb, but he's just going to bring him further behind. Brilliance also forced out by Sanford on Kelra. There goes the Chaos Assault, but will they still go for the chase? He's under the turret already, but JP, he finishes off the kill with an Iron Hook.
And JP from downtown, but King Kong going in for the flank. That's 3 punctures in, make that 4, make that 5. He's gonna find JP with the Winter's Crown. Saves him for a while. It seems like he's gonna be able to stay alive.
He still gets to walk JP, even despite that perfectly positioned Thorned Rose, but then again, who would have thought that he already had the Winter Crown?
JP, oh my god, you had that and then you still got away? Bro, that was 3 key hooks in that long sequence. And this is exactly what I was talking about. ONIC Philippines just slipped up at one moment. But even more so, JP found 3 brilliant hooks.
Yeah, and I don't know if it was also the passive that came into play that allowed him for JP to deal that much damage.
Yeah,
But
Wasteland.
it was the Wasteland Force maybe that helped them get to take the kill on Kelra.
Body didn't even move, but look at that. King Kong might just be in trouble. Ohab, half HP.
Oh.
JP misses that hook, and looks like Sanford looks to be the next target here.
He did miss it, but barely. I feel like King Kong also got a bit nervous there. But Oheb will still have to regain some of his HP back if they do want to fight this 5-on-5, because these are 5 members of ONIC Philippines and Carl TZ is not anywhere near. So they might have to let go of this objective and we'll just try to fight a bit more instead. Sanford might be the target here, but will just be able to return under the turret. Oh, wait, they actually want to go for more! Hold on, Sanji doesn't survive! King Kong used the retribution just to take the kill, and even the tier 1 in mid will not last long.
And just when you thought that the fight was over, ONIC Philippines, they find another angle and they go in with a Raging Sandstorm.
Perfect entry there by Kirk. I thought he wouldn't commit it, but he even uses Flicker as well. If you're gonna commit a play like that, you have to get a trade, and they did. Sanji even forces Flicker out to survive, but he didn't. He caused his death. Big win in the middle for ONIC as they were able to push the tower there as well.
And so far for TLPH, the gold lead against ONIC Philippines, they're still down by 2,000. This was up by 3,000. Minor slip up there meant ONIC Philippines went back to 2,000. But throughout this entire time, this man, Superfans, has been able to calm everything down for the side of ONIC Philippines, and that's the Infinix GT30 experience victory for every Madlang gamer.
By the way, quick item update. Kelra already has the Divine Glaive. He decided to rush into it. So now Team Liquid Philippines will, hopefully one of them sees that. Because Kelra, with that item, means that he'll just be able to completely shred through Sanford very quickly. And even the squishier members of Team Liquid Philippines will feel the pain. That's the power spike that you're looking for if you're the Lunox. So, Team Liquid, they now have to start really talking amongst themselves, JP and Sanford mainly, about when to engage. Because if you decide to engage in one, you have the Khalid and the Lancelot to watch out for.
Oh no! Speaking of engage, the Bloody Hunt is committed onto Kirk, but the Raging Sandstorm will be there too. However, the damage from TLPH is seemingly overwhelming for ONIC. That's a double kill for Sanji right there.
And yet another clutch Winter's Crown comes in from Daddy JP. Cancels out the glue ultimate, but King Kong is looking for more. The Iron Hook doesn't land, and finally the First Lord spawns. ONIC is still up by 1.7. Renmar, what's the game plan here for both teams?
Oh, JP is cracked. So for Team Liquid Philippines, you have to move forward. Someone has to hold the shrubs up top near that BPI logo, while Sanji is holding perfectly. Just keep that there. You're fine. Hold on to that bush. So now later on, ONIC, let's see if they're going to open the map or decide to full commit. It's a full commit. They can't just all be here. They need to try and send someone through mid so that they can pincer together.
Yeah.
Wait a minute, Kirk!
What a well-timed hook! But the answer from Brusco, yet the crossbow of tag from Oheb is gonna land. Sanford will have to flicker out just to survive, but Carl TZ and Sanji are dealing enough damage. Traction Pulse will not connect. The Flicker Iron Hook 2 will not connect, but ONIC are able to run away, yet TLPH are in full control of the Lord.
And that was a 1K gold lead ahead for ONIC Philippines, but they clutch hook secures the Lord for TLPH. First Lord of the game goes to the head of the GOAT, Carl TZ.
Oh man, JP, he just continues to shut the hitters up. Hook after hook. And then that even forced the Thorned Rose out of King Kong so that he gets an iframe. Oh my goodness, JP, what is going on?
Man, a lot of players have stepped up today, and it seems in game one, JP is the man to look at for TLPH, and this is going to be the first Lord push of the game. For majority of the early to the mid game, ONIC Philippines has held the lead. It was a 2,000, 3,000 gold lead, and with this Lord push, they have not only equalized the game, but they've went in and dealt damage on ONIC Philippines.
Oh, are they actually going to fight this? Look at how Carl TZ, without hesitation, just threw out the Mountain Shocker. JP will not get to find a target there, but it was enough to push ONIC back, and potentially Team Liquid Philippines to really take control of the map right now.
Yeah, Team Liquid Philippines did a terrific job of just being able to farm up. Sanji's 5-2-1. So now ONIC Philippines, as we were discussing earlier, a lot of options to go for.
That was an iron hook which landed, if not for the spread, I feel.
Yeah.
So, fortunately for Kirk, he survives that. Okay, so ONIC might be able to breathe a bit more for now.
And finally, both junglers reach level 15 here by 11:40. And after 10 minutes of suffering for TLPH, they finally get the gold lead to 1.5k in their favor. But looking at the Infinix in-game equipment right now, Renmar, looking at the two top-tier junglers that we have, it's still King Kong up top by 200 gold.
Yeah, Glue doesn't have the Radiant Armor yet for Kirk, as he decided to go for a bit of a chop suey build. Dominance Ice was his rush, and then he went Dreadnought, and then he built the Robe as well. So there's no real full component to deal with the damage of the Kimmy. Later on, we're going to start seeing our Radiant Armors and Blade Armors on the side of ONIC, which actually shuts down those 3 carries for Liquid. However, it just sort of mitigates what the 1-1 can do. One of the problems is ONIC doesn't have that surefire burst that can easily get the 1-1. Kelra has to put himself in harm's way. King Kong has to put himself in harm's way just to make sure that they can get damage off on Ohem. But Team Liquid are holding the formation so well every team fight, and Sanji so hard to reach that it's so tough to do.
Good seal play here for ONIC. Nice Mountain Shocker coming in from TLPH for some information. King Kong forced to go out with a Phantom Execution, and it seems that Sanford will be giving vision for TLPH 30 seconds before the second Lord of the game spawns. In terms of objectives, Turtles have worked out for ONIC Philippines, but for TL, the Lords have been in their favor.
Yeah, you're really starting to see this formation of Team Liquid Philippines. They're holding on to this, and JP is just so reliable. He needs to stick to the members who need to survive. That Bloody Hunt can potentially set a very important kill, or either be the reason that their members or one of their most crucial carries are able to live.
What I like about the item build here of Sanford is that he decided to rush the Oracle. Wait!
Oh, hold on, JP though. Really low now. The grab will land. The Phantom Execution too. Will Ohem find his stacks? Will he still find his stacks? JP will fall, but Sanji! He finds the kill on King Kong! Sanford decides to go in, and my oh my, ONIC, they lost their jungler!
And that's the worst part. They have a Lord fight upcoming, and they don't have the Retribution, which means that the GOAT once again secures the Lord for TLPH.
What's up with the Kimmies in the Philippines lately? Sanji on the way to a potential MVP performance for himself as well. 6-2-1. Again, we in the previous patch and heading into this one, we talked that having multiple cores might be a bit too greedy. But with how well Team Liquid Philippines have played around their condition of if the iron hook lands through, make sure you commit, then these cores actually got to get their farm so much faster, which meant that now ONIC are overloaded with choices. Because if you are the members of ONIC, who the hell are you going to target? You take out one carry, there's 2 more to deal with.
Well, the answer begins to be all of them all at once, and it's the hardest thing to do because TLPH has one of the best formations in terms of team fightings, and now the Lord crashes up top. That's going to be one inhibitor turret down. It's not going to land.
Ooh.
The Iron Hook as well. It looks like they're going to use the Thorn Rose to go in for the pokes. They find JP.
Oh, now the Bloody Hunt was forced. Immortality already popped. Sanji gets taken down by King Kong, but King Kong might have to sacrifice himself as well. Brusco will be the next target. Ohem still dancing around the members. Quick Sandguard just trying to force some sort of sustain, but it's just a double kill for Carl TZ. Sanford still tanking the damage, and somehow, someway, 2-for-2 trades take place across the map.
3 people left to defend here for ONIC Philippines, but you still have Kelra and Superfans. You still have the wave clear, but all of the resources inside the jungle of ONIC Philippines will be surrendered to TLPH.
Yeah, you gotta appreciate the killer mentality there of Superfans. The moment he saw that the hook was used by JP, he decided to commit his Crimson Beacon in damage to the center.
Wait. Flicker from Kirk.
He got him!
He got away!
But he couldn't do anything! There's the stun from the Mountain Shocker and the damage from Ohem and Carl! Now they're trying to fight back once more, but they have to respect Kelra too. He has damage. Crimson Beacon in from the Prince, but Carl still finds the kill before eventually getting shut down by King Kong!
It looks like Sanford and Ohem, they want blood! They want blood! Kelra is the first victim, but the light is there to guide him back home! And the hook lands on one! He eats the 2! And the 1 remains!
Brusco, the only one left! Quick Sandguard, but he cannot last long! A Winter Crown from Sanji to survive, and with every single member alive except Carl, TL
couldn't believe it. They were once hailed as gods, but they looked like kids in front of the hook of Daddy JP. What the hell?
And that flicker Bloody Hunt as well, paired up with the traction balls, just ended that push. Clean execution coming in from Team Liquid Philippines there in game number 1. ONIC Philippines, however, they almost brought back that team fight. King Kong finding Carl TZ. If OHEB and JP did decide to go back in that fight, that would have been a completely different story.
Yeah, the sudden decision to say, let's still fight into this. Actually, Carl TZ getting that double kill was a massive swing. Then I think that was the condition that Liquid decided to go, hey, I think we can end this here.
Yeah, I really can't believe these are 3 debut hero picks at least for this season, because the way they played it did not feel like they were debut picks at all. From the 1-1 to the Franco, absolutely not.
They probably practice this a lot in their scrims or whatever, because with a 100% ban rate on 1-1, it's quite insane to think that the moment that you give it away, it's going to get its first dub in the hands of OHEB. And we're about to see the MVP of game number 1. I don't have any bets, but it's still going to be Daddy JP on that performance on the Franco. Pulls in the cameraman too.
Hey.
Early Winter's Crown, baby. Outplays left and right.
I really did not expect that Winter Crown play though.
First item Winter Crown, by the way.
Yeah, in my head I was thinking, okay, he's building fleeting time. I don't need to look at the items. Sees the Winter Crown. Oh, what? Is that a new ability for Franco? Nope. He rushed it. The hooks. Again, Liquid acknowledge, as long as JP gets a hook and a bite, you play around that right away. Because in the Philippines, advantage -1 against the opponents, most Filipino teams will say, nah, we gotta back off this one. And that's what ONIC did a lot.
Yeah, and we're looking at the highlights from this game number 1. This was a very condensed game. Even if it weren't like a long, run-out game at around 20 minutes, this felt like every second of it was just filled with fighting again and again. And this was honestly the nature of their heroes, and I feel like that began to be bad for Kelra running that Lunox, because the Lunox is not built for this kind of pacing. You do not want fights every 10 seconds if you're a Lunox.
And honestly, whoever decides to go near Team Liquid Philippines when they felt that they were slowly getting activated would not last at least 2 or 3 seconds in front of these 3 damage dealers of Team Liquid. So they either have to get away, and that happened even to King Kong, even to Brusco. The quick sand guards had to come in even when he wasn't positioned at the best spot. So I can't believe you kept saying that this was such a greedy lineup, but look at how things turned out.
Yeah, it's just so many outplays as well from JP. So come to think of it, like I feel like the first 2 or 3 winning plays for TLPH was built around hooks and Winter Crowns. It's not even the Bloody Hunt, brother. It's a Winter's Crown proc that gave them that, I think, that dub in that second team fight in this entire game 1.
I never thought I'd be so hyped to see a Winter Crown play.
Same.
I mean, we've seen some really amazing ones all throughout the history of our sport. But then seeing it here on a Saturday night MLBB matchup in the Philippines is like, wait, that felt special. Because it was, because no one expected that the Winter Crown is just going to be rushed there by JP.
Dude, I didn't even notice that we had broken walls.
Yeah, that's true. I was about to say. Or did that actually help them? Because they had a much easier way to go around the map and group up together, or like find themselves in places which will keep them safe.
Well,
or
maybe a way to approach this is that due to the nature of the heroes that we've seen in this game, plus the broken walls, it was way easier to just engage again and again and again. And we've seen that. The Khalid, the Lancelot loves skirmishes left and right, even the Glue. Even Superfans, it's just that the Lunox is not built for that. Lunox wants bursts of team fights, and maybe the same goes for the Yisun Shin, but then again, the Yisun Shin has more uptime even without the Mountain Shocker.
Yeah, that's why even towards that last sequence we saw up top where Carl TZ did die, but Sanford and OHEB felt like they still wanted to fight because they knew that Kelra no longer had skills. Yes, he had the brilliance, but that's about it. And the other members of Team Liquid Philippines would be able to catch up to them anyway. And that's when they were able to go for this game-winning iron hook and setup and burst damage. Output was just really evident from Team Liquid Philippines there. So I love how they were just so aware of the conditions of ONIC Philippines lineup and how they just surprised us with them fully knowing what their own lineup's conditions were.
Yeah, how ONIC could have found a comeback into this though was simple. If it wasn't for JP just every time seeing an opportunity to start things off, if ONIC were the ones getting into positions first, then Liquid would have been struggling against what ONIC bring to the table. Yes, you could still use the Bloody Hunt as a strong counter. At the end of the day, the damage that the Lunox can bring out is actually quite limited against everything that Team Liquid has to the table. I guess in this meta, even if you're gonna pack a very greedy lineup, as long as you have one pick, which it looks like is a pick-off roamer that can just start things off and turn things around with one ability, that's the way to make it work.
And to add on to that point as well, Renmar, I feel like the Uranus is also a big reason as to why this quote-unquote greedy lineup coming in from TLPH worked out. Mainly because the Uranus takes 0 gold to be effective. And that's really huge when we're looking at lineups like this. I feel like a good replacement would have been the Turisla as well. Historically speaking, we've seen a lot of these greedy lineups work whenever they have XP laners like the Hylos, the Turisla, or even the Uranus that requires 0 gold to be effective, work out.
Yeah, just a meaty dude. They're the EXP lane to hold. It's like, I'm good here.
I'm good here. Oh, give me an elegant gem and I'm good to go.
He didn't have the best time, but it was all worth it in the end. Like, those 2 deaths he had in the early game were the sacrifice that they had to do. So, unknowingly, Carl TZ, everyone else, they were farming up. And I think even in that one turtle fight we saw, Carl TZ was so far away, but they still decided to show up. Like, the other members of Team Liquid still decided to show up, or maybe make ONIC feel like they were gonna contest, but that really wasn't the goal.
Hearing that from you made me think that maybe because of the Uranus getting so much gravity around the early game, with Kirk delivering the Uranus again and again to ONIC Philippines, meant that the rest of the squad could just farm up. Like maybe that was it, you know? But at this point, it's already said and done. TLPH already secured game number 1. The revenge arc for the Team Liquid fans is going online. But before we go that, Moonton and Mobile Legends Bang Bang has been nominated for several categories at the Gaming On Phone Awards 2025.
They have Mobile Games Developer of the Year, Best PR, Marketing Team of the Year, Ongoing Mobile Game of the Year, Mobile Game Community of the Year, and Mobile Esports Game of the Year.
Also nominated for Esports Player of the Year, Team Liquid Philippines, Carl TZ, the face of MLBB. Magic Chess Gogo has also been nominated for Mobile Game of the Year, despite it being a very young game. A little less than a year since the game came out. And scan the QR code to vote now. The last day of voting is on September 21.
That's tomorrow, so hopefully you've already secured your votes.
You're right.
And this is going to be one of the best series that you could watch tonight. We've already seen 2 good ones earlier in this very fast game number 1. Hopefully we see more action upcoming in game 2 and game number 3. Possibly if we do see 9 games total from week 5. We've already seen 6 games, by the way, Friday. Now we've seen 6 games for the first 2 series. And why not make it 9?
Didn't you guys have 9 games in week 4 too? Last Saturday?
I can't remember.
Well,
we'll check.
By this time, we're going to visit the sold-out MPL Arena. Let's go to our host for the All Access.
Maraming salamat sa ating casters. We are here still at the MPL Arena at kasama natin ang isa sa mga MDL teams that's gonna be competing sa kanilang playoffs and play-ins, ang ONIC x Minerva. Guys, welcome. We're very happy that you guys are here. Magpakilala naman ang isa-isa sa atin before we start everything else that's about to happen. Let's go.
Ako po si Russell Angelo Bersabal, CRA, XP lane of ONIC x Minerva.
Ako po si Jericho Mendoza. Ajayin ko yung Ricochet, gold lane ng Minerva. O XM Minerva.
Ako po si Louie Romer ng ONIC times Minerva.
Ako po si Shadow, jungler ng ONIC x Minerva. I'm Reju, multi-role ng ONIC x Minerva.
Ako po si Jello, mid lane ng ONIC x Minerva.
Ako po si Arbay, mid lane ng ONIC x Minerva.
So happy to see you here, mga familiar faces natin from MDL Philippines. Welcome to MPL Arena. And Jello, bilang isang OG sa inyong lineup, magsisimula na yung laro nyo for the next round this weekdays. Ano ba yung mga preparations na ginawa nyo?
Sa ngayon po, okay naman po yung preparation namin. Ginagawa lang po namin palagi yung best namin.
Gusto ko malaman more about the roamers. Louie, sa'yo ko ibibigay ito. Okay, kasi karamihan ng mga roamers, tinanong namin kung ano ba yung effect sa kanila nung bagong update ng Project Next. Para ba sa'yo, habang pinapanood yung iba sa ating mga MPL teams, ano ba yung mga napupulot mo? Are there some significant ideas na pwede nyo magamit sa mga feature nyong laro? Meron ba?
Para sa akin kasi po yung... Hello.
Meron.
Naririnig ka namin, Louie.
Parang yung sa practice kasi namin, parang yung idadrop mo sa sa draft nyo, yung depende sa mapa, parang may tinatype po siya na hero.
Okay, so binabagayan. May hero na binabagayan. Depende dun sa map na pick up nila.
At meron nga adjustments dito sa ating Project Next. Matanong ko lang, since ONIC, Minerva kayo, meron ba kayong favorite player dito sa MPL? Ikaw, may favorite player ka ba dito?
Opo.
Sino?
Sinosha po.
Bakit sino siya? Nasa ibang team.
Nandito naman sa MPL. Pagbigyan mo na. Pero bakit? Bakit sino siya? Bilang inspirasyon mo siya from MDL, ano bang meron kino siya?
Wala po, makulit po siya eh. Tapos, nililibre ako sa sulit.
Yan ang gusto natin, yung may mga libre. Kahit naman ako magiging favorite ko yan, yung mga ganyang kaibigan, no?
Oo, may gusto ko yan. Kaya pala na-shoutout. Pero Kap, imbitahan mo naman lahat na panoorin at suportahan kayo sa darating yung MDL tournament. Okay, sino gagawa? Okay.
Panoorin nyo kami sa this week na sa laban namin sa Wednesday. Supportahan nyo kami. Gagalingan namin.
There we finally have it. ONIC X Minerva, maraming salamat for being here. And I hope you continue to enjoy and watch the show because we're gonna keep going with all of the action together with our casters.
Thank you so much, Hans and Odin. Of course, to ONIC X Minerva as well, one of the top MDL teams in the country. We're back here in the desk, still Womi here with Brigida and Renmar. After that game one, it has been a spectacular experience to watch both teams hook it out. But of course, it's going to be the Franco from Daddy JP securing that win for TLPH.
Yeah, all the Franco games we've had so far have been really fun to watch. Have been very unexpected too in terms of the Winter Crown plays. So I'm looking forward to see more, especially as I think JP and his hero pool was really highlighted in the Howl. But now Team Liquid Philippines are showing that they might have really come prepared in this matchup.
And now with a swap of sides here, ONIC Philippines will be playing in the blue side compared to red side in game number 1. Do you think TLPH would be brave enough to keep that 1-1 open for game 2?
Nope. No. Take it away.
Ban it out.
Or if you're gonna keep the 1-1 on there, maybe at least now you have an idea that Liquid are willing to play a multiple core setup. Then you change up your order so that you can get a strong prio pick for Kelra, who would be great at dealing with wow. What a visual with a lineup that has multi-core. So strong, rapid, basic attacks is what you want from your gold laner.
Again!
Back-to-back broken walls. And this is something that I did not ask for. I just wanted one Broken Walls game. But now we might see the Lord Dance that we've been hyping up for the entire time. Maybe for the third time in the day. Because in this game, we had 0 Lord Dances.
Yeah.
Most of our fights were dominant wins before the Lord started, which meant that it had no business in dancing around in this entire game 1.
We didn't really get to see the new Lord Dance, the Broken Walls version of the Lord Dance. And there you go. No 1-1 for this game.
Oh, man.
That was enough.
Yep. So, good choice there by Liquid, respecting that ONIC Philippines could also have a crazy one-run player on their side. Of course, that is Kelra with them. So, they also respect the chip here of JP. And again, I feel like when it comes to Broken Walls, chip might actually be one of the go-to bans you're going to have to commit. Also acknowledging that the Arlot, Baksha are worthy of banning. So, what's actually open for Liquid is a rush pick on the Lapu-Lapu, and then maybe even paired up with a Juicin right away is going to be available for them in the first 2 picks on red side. I feel like that's going to be a very solid first 2 picks that you can just build around on and you can't go wrong with.
Yeah, but does the Angela get through?
Oh, yes.
this
It's,
game.
it's either the Lancelot or the Angela. You gotta pick your poison at this point. But are you actually gonna give the Angela to Super Prince?
Okay.
The answer is no.
Yeah, and it's always been mid. So
Yeah.
like mid lane. Okay.
And now the Lancelot able to be locked in here for ONIC Philippines. But are they gonna do that? The box shade itself was banned by ONIC.
Yeah, there you see Kirk's lips saying glance.
Okay.
Yep.
we read his lips.
They get a Lapu Jushin.
Maybe even a Fredrin Zushin.
No need to rush it.
There's a
They get Fredrin third.
And the Yi Sun Shin still if they want to consider a similar setup.
Oh, are they gonna go carry again? So ISS Lapu is an option, and then they'll pick their gold laner. Oh no, they can pick their gold laner red 4 considering they're gonna be prio there.
Yeah. And there are so many gold laners open as of now. 0 bans in the gold lane. It's mostly jungle and mid lane. It's only 1-1, and that's mostly housekeeping, if I'm being honest. You kind of assume that the 1-1 is always closed, but looks like they're going to go for the Zushin and the Uranus this time. Back-to-back Uranus game here for Sanford.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm surprised there aren't any Lapu pickups so far.
Yeah.
At least when we're talking about Kirk and Sanford.
I think they kind of want to force Kirk into just picking up the glue again. And knowing that it is a Uranus on that side, actually, you know what? No, it's okay. Again, I still think that Esmeralda could be an option, but the problem with that is if Liquid decide to serve and then go again for a multiple core setup, the Esmeralda will not be happy with that.
Yes.
Yeah. One of the problems of an Esmeralda is that you want a lot of melee matchups.
Yeah.
You want to be able to stick around 2 dudes or 3 dudes at once, just so that shield will be extra thick. But looks like they're gonna go for the Harith this time around. Let's not forget, Kelra is the current #1 Harith all time of MPLPH.
Wow. Already revealing their mid jungler and gold lane. So okay, that's gonna
Very
be
honest.
It's a very honest draft so far we're seeing from ONIC. Kind of like what we saw from Team Liquid Philippines earlier too, because again, the multiple core setups were early and revealed immediately in the draft. But now we go back to what will Daddy JP get his hands on, and what will the gold lane be for Team Liquid, because that might be the target for ONIC PH now.
And they could take away the Granger if they want to. I feel like TLPH, you want to have a lot of burst damage. You pair it up with the Zushin, but also with that YSS, you do have the option to go for double fighter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What if Liquid pulls a page out of the book of JP? Excuse me, not JP, Benny Cutie, and they pick up a gold lane Esmeralda for themselves. Should be able to check out, but then you don't see enough. So maybe you'll pick up your roamer first for JP. Good respect there by ONIC by taking away the Franco. I don't think they're going to go for a pick-off burst. I think they can just play it static and they'll play the Gata Kacha instead if it's available for him to be picked up. I think that's something that ONIC needs to prioritize. Ban out the Gata Kacha of JP first.
And I feel like we have not seen the high loss for the longest time as well in the roam. I feel like in this meta, you could potentially take it off, especially against a Farsa. You know, the Farsa, historically speaking, has struggled against that high loss. And if you are able to drop down that Glorious Pathway right in front of the Zaman Force, that allows for some sort of counterplay as well against that Harith. So that could be an option if you're TLPH.
Especially if it's JP. And there have been some roamers who are slowly getting back. I mean, just now, we saw in the hands of Open, the Badang too. We rarely get to see that anymore, but it seems like it's going to be the Lunox ban still for ONIC. Okay, this should be a JP pick.
Yeah, pick your gold laner last.
When I give the
Oh, okay, so they go for a Khalid instead of a Gata Kacha. Interesting.
Wow.
They'll be able to rotate fast, and that pressures Brusco to be able to pick up something along those same lines, someone who can rotate quickly. You might see them consider picking up the Cho, but if ever Brusco can be the one to just pick up the You know what? I think I'll be okay with him picking up like a high loss. It's going to be slower, but it pairs up very well. A very good synergy with Harris and Farsa.
And we have seen that in history, in MPL history, having that Zam on forwards and the glorious pathway. But the Gatot Kacha should be a very safe option here if you are the side of ONIC Philippines, mainly because that would also allow you to pressure that quicksand guard and the possible traceless. But looks like they're going to go for the Hilda instead to match the presence of this Khalid. And what are you going to give to Kirk, though?
CC.
Comfort pick. I like that.
Yeah, so they're sticking with comforts for now. It doesn't even feel like it's really drafted based on the kind of map that we're heading into. Although I do miss seeing the Hilda on Kirk as well from time to time, but this is definitely going to be on Brusco's hands. So,
Hard matchup here. You can't play the carry against a Farsa and a Hilda. I mean, a Hilda you could tolerate, but the Farsa, not so much.
Might just be stuck with a Granger in the long run. He also can't go for something static. Like, let's say if they surprise and pick up an Iksha. Granger, as expected. So they just are going to be playing for range. Should be an interesting matchup again to see JP's Khalid and then the Hilda of Brusco. We did mention that Cho is a possibility because of how well it can match the rotation of the Khalid. Another hero that does that very well is because the Hilda. Yes, this isn't dangerous grass, but the good thing about this is now that there are a lot more ways for a Hilda to access through the broken walls, so that if he gets in a little bit too deep, he has an easy way out.
Wow, and we might just see that the moment that these roamers go in for their aggressive starts. We're looking at the Khalid and the Hilda for Daddy JP and Brusco, but I'm most excited about the matchup in the gold lane. It's a tale as old as time. Kelra against OHEB, but this time it's the MPLPH all-time leader in Harith versus the MPLPH all-time leader in Granger. Both of them are #1 in their heroes right now, and they're willing to go all out as we enter the land of Dawn. This is game number 2 of this best-of-3 series. TLPH already securing a quick win in game number 1. Can ONIC PH extend this to a game number 3?
Welcome
to Mobile Legends.
It's in this match, in this golden rivalry match.
Easy XP!
Oh, what? Wait.
He literally just went to lane to look at Kelra, and now he's like 2 forts in.
Vision. That's all you need, bro. Just get vision.
He just needed. Oh, now he's level 2.
Exactly. What the hell?
Yep. That's why Khalid's so good right now. Just how fast he can rotate around the map easily get vision. And because of his quicksand guard, that means that if he gets caught into trouble, he uses that, potentially buys time. If no one's gonna come respo, he'll flicker out. There's a reason why Khalid has been really picked up a lot more, and why I started using it when we play ranked together.
Yeah. I mean, also just with the mobility he has through the emblem combination, Superfans already really low. Oh, that's gonna be first blood for TLPH.
Burns the flicker too, a little bit too late for the Monster Mage. That is bad for ONIC.
Very bad. Debut pick for JP on this Khalid. So that's back-to-back debut picks now. And because of it being paired up with Juicin, you are expected to be aggressive and set the tempo through trades in mid.
Yeah, King Kong will try to go for Sanji. Oh, gets to at least land the full combo, but it won't be enough just yet to get a pick off. So they still aren't able to trade what happened just now in the mid lane. It's a really good start so far we're seeing for Team Liquid Philippines.
That's just a 300 gold lead as the first turtle spawns. And it seems that ONIC is able to control that pixel brush. But because of the broken walls, JP has free reign over the bottom lane as well. And both XP laners just hurting each other, looking for that level 4. And Superfans able to have that feathered airstrike right on time for this upcoming turtle fight.
Yeah. Look at the movement speeds. We're seeing Kirk still not level 4, and TLPH are clearly the ones trying to take control. JP is not letting ONIC out of sight. Now Brusco getting some information. Kirk easily gains access to the turtle pit as well, but Carl TZ and Sanji, they seem to be working on this member who can just constantly regain his HP back.
Wow.
So this is a
They're dancing the turtle.
Yeah.
JP already used the flicker, Sanford, keeping his eyes out for King Kong. Oh, flicker already committed by Sanji. They get to spot Kelra, but Carl still still survives! Sanji actually saves him there with a clutch lantern flare, but King Kong, he will be able to secure this objective, and that well-timed feathered air strike from Superfans takes down JP.
And TLPH lost out on that turtle fight, but at least Carl Teasy still alive.
Yeah, great aggression there actually. Carl Teasy, okay, he almost fell down to the buff, but then Sanji just got a little bit of the aggro from it so that Carl Teasy wouldn't get killed by the purple buff. Okay, so for the side of ONIC now, I like how Kurt acknowledged, hey, CC at this point has one simple job. You get curtain call off, man. Someone should follow up. You back off. If you die, it's okay. You got curtain call. Job done. The good thing is it was Carl Teasy that he was able to curtain call and bring down really low, which forced him out of the range of the turtle.
The stun didn't land on Oheb. Superfans really low, but Oheb again still surviving. JP finds the kill, but look at Brusco. He doesn't let go of Oheb, but that's going to be a 3-for-1 trade, clearly in favor of TLPH.
JP looking for Kelra here, but Kelra able to escape, and that's going to be really bad for the side of ONIC Philippines, considering that this is already Superfans' second death within the first 4 minutes.
Yeah, surprise dive there onto King Kong by Sanford and Carl Teasy. Don't think he was expecting it. Meanwhile, Superfans is going to get caught again! Superfans, he's getting his rotation read by Sanji and Liquid so damn well.
Oh man, the Monster Mage being silenced here in the early game. And Kelra already half HP, but Brusco there to help him out. Sanji looking for the stun, and JP, clutch heal!
Quick sand guard into the raging sandstorm, but Kelra at least lands the last hit. Sanji couldn't do much to help him as well, but the energy shields up top, they're nearly gone.
And even after all of those exchanges, it's just a 1,000 gold lead for Team Liquid Philippines.
Yeah.
This is still anybody's ball game.
Yeah, the gold lead is growing between the two junglers, almost 700, getting closer to 1,000 for Carl Teasy. Meanwhile, there's a growing gap between Sanji and Superfans as well.
Yep.
Something that ONIC really need to answer, because if Sanji just starts racking up kills, that's going to be it for them.
Yeah. And now you can see how confident Sanji is, even in terms of positioning, putting himself up front. King Kong trying to look for targets too, but they won't be engaging in any fight just yet. Look at where Team Liquid Philippines have positioned themselves. Everyone, you could expect them to come in at every single angle.
They're dancing the second turtle of the game too. Superfans still being more careful about his positioning. It looks like Sanford is going to be regenning out of this turtle, but the stun lands. The turtle low on HP.
Mountain Shocker already committed the curtain call, only landed on Carl. They will be letting go of the objective, but will TLPH still decide to fight? King Kong dashes in, but that might have made, or he might have made a wrong decision. Fortunately, he gets to escape, but that's a Crimson Beam coming in from Sanji. But Brusco, he finds the kill instead. Kelra still has the 7 force. He's gonna dance against 4 members. Might have enough damage to deal with him, but at least Team Liquid Philippines, they're able to run away, but not for long. Kirk still tries to go for the chase. JP goes back in, but now it's officially a disengage.
In a 1-for-1 trade of a mid laner for a roamer. Who won that trade?
Well, let's start things first off. ONIC Philippines, because of the curtain call that Kirk was able to drop off, that actually was a deterrent for Team Liquid Philippines to continue fighting. It stopped them. Forced Carl Teasy back, and ONIC was able to get the turtle. But then Team Liquid Philippines were able to get some key kills there that it ended up becoming even. Because at this point, ONIC getting the turtle is just as big as Liquid getting kills. It's just things getting balanced out.
Yeah, and just a 500 gold lead for TLPH means everybody's still pretty much in the game. Just a 500 gold lead in the jungle in terms of Carl Teasy versus King Kong, but the rest are pretty much equal. Things are looking to be great here as the turret falls down. ONIC Philippines, they find the turret up top as the game progresses. We are about to enter our last turtle rather, in 35 seconds, and seems that TLPH will be the ones controlling that pit early on.
Yeah, but macro-wise, it's interesting how ONIC are the first to take some turrets away from TLPH, and it's Brusco who's slightly ahead of JP in terms of XP, in terms of levels just now too. So even despite how Team Liquid Philippines have been performing in the early game, ONIC, they know their way around it.
Yep, and now 15 seconds from now, it seems that the TLPH squad still scrambling to get their first turtle. How important is this for ONIC?
Well, if they get this third turtle and they get some kills, then they're going to be pushing their lead. If Liquid get that turtle, should still be a little bit okay for them. However, it's just really boils down to who gets more kills after the fact.
JP Trying to look for targets from behind. Wait, that was a flicker committed by Brusco, but he couldn't find anyone. And now Carl TZ is the one who's able to secure the Turtle Mountain Shocker, landing on 2 members. Crimson Beacon in as well. Sanji finds the kill on Kirk. Better the airstrike. Somehow working them back. Kelra dancing, looking for targets, and picks up a shutdown against Carl. And Sanford is next to fall, but JP still trying to go for the chase. He has to use the flicker to escape, and that'll be it for now.
It became a 2-for-2 trade up, but the turtle is secured by Carl TZ.
Yeah, and because of that, Liquid won the engagement. Warning shot though for Liquid, the Harith is starting to become an issue. However, good thing that OHEB was able to keep himself alive with conservative positioning, and of course, similar to how we saw in the previous game where Few kept protecting Super Marcos Moskov as the juice in, Sanji is quick to readjust his position in team fights so that he can quickly go back to OHEB to give space for him.
Yep, and now it looks like the mid lane turret is the next target here for TLPH. Great defense, however, coming in from ONIC Philippines, able to defend it for a minute longer. And so far for TLPH, they are looking to be ahead in terms of level slightly against King Kong for Carl TZ. But overall, this is still an even ball game 9 minutes in.
Yeah, I mean, Keller is able to deal that much damage to Sanford. So this is going to be really difficult for them. If
Even we
the
felt
crash
that.
out long enough. Ouch, that hurt.
That's just one arrow, but wait a minute.
Now this is really going to hurt. Brusco needs to run away from this. Torn Rose lands onto JP. Yeah, he still has the quick sand guard though, so he's still alive.
Yeah, that looked like a damage heat check from both teams, and the answer is both teams have hella damage. So it's just going to boil down to who'll be able to play the team fights a lot better, and who can check out the key conditions. The problem is, if you're going to be trying to chase down Granger, if you're the side of ONIC Philippines, then, well, you also still have the YSS to deal with.
Yeah.
If Sanji stays alive, he can actually be a surprising source of good damage that is going to be problematic for you. On the other side for Team Liquid, Kelra, even if you dive on him, as long as he's on his Zaman Force and Superfans is in a safe distance to toss out a feathered airstrike, then it seems like that Harith can live on, keep fighting, and actually mess you up.
I agree. I think the Farsa should be given a bit more attention. I know Team Liquid Philippines did already put much attention in the early stages of the game, but all the more now that it seemingly is the way to activate Kelra.
Yeah, they couldn't stop it. The moment that the Zaman Force plus the Feathered Airstrike lands in, they lock in that zone, and it's significantly hard for Team Liquid Philippines to win in that zone. So now Carl TZ has to regen for a bit here, half HP already. They're going to be able to push up this mid lane turret quite easily, but the Lord is still being held hostage by ONIC Philippines, and here we go, the vertical Lord Dance.
All right, Conceal plays, Brusco being bursted down, JP looking for a target, he goes for Super Prince! There goes the Raging Sandstorm, and it still lands! King Kong also gets the Lord, but look at what JP and Sanford are doing down bottom! OHEB also able to take care of Kirk in the other team fight that's going on, and look at how split up everything is! OHEB still fighting, but it's against two, and he survives!
It was a trap set up by Kelra and King Kong, but OHEB has the flicker out. Fast hands by the Filipino sniper.
And now they're going to defend. A Lord is marching down bottom lane, and King Kong is stealing away objectives away from Team Liquid Philippines. Yes, TLPH still holds the gold lead, but right now, ONIC Philippines has the chance to turn it around. They have the Lord down bottom lane, and they could go for an aggressive maneuver in the next 2 minutes.
For now, they are going to take care of the waves. ONIC Philippines, they definitely have had an easier time at handling the macro. And Team Liquid Philippines, it seems like they need to win the fights first before they're able to actually convert. And that's going to be a problem if this continues, but at least they're able to hold on to the slight lead.
They cleanly mitigate the damage coming in from ONIC Philippines, regardless of that Lord. There's only 2 turrets that fell down in the hands of ONIC Philippines. And now TLPH still miraculously even losing out that fight, and the Lord still holds the gold lead.
Yeah, they are. Oh,
ouch.
Keller half HP. They did a pretty great job at poking him down, but they for sure are not gonna fully commit right here. They have limited information, and there is an upcoming objective too.
Okay, so what I like that ONIC has been doing is they've continuously split the fight, keeping the Juice in and the Granger back, pushing them back. So now Team Liquid Philippines, I think they have to be a little bit more conservative with their approaches. Yes, JP and Sanford are applying so much pressure into the backline of ONIC, but you need your Granger and Juice in with you. So wait for ONIC to engage. That doesn't mean be passive, but just be proactive with your reactivity, if that makes sense.
I feel like they are being a lot. They're showing a lot of proactivity right now. Sanji even suffers a lot of damage coming in from that feathered airstrike. And that will signal TLPH to go down for a bit. But King Kong almost finding an angle out of nowhere there. But so far, things are going to calm down once again. 40 seconds before the next big objective spawns. And TLPH still ahead by 700 gold. But that doesn't really matter considering that everybody has the damage that they need. And everybody has the battle spells to keep each other in check the moment that those fights start.
Yeah, the feathered airstrike will be back, or there, it's already back. Sanji didn't use a flicker or a crimson beacon to escape what happened just now too. It's only the mountain shocker that has been used so far. It's Sanford against King Kong and even Carl, but that's a feathered airstrike. Oh no! He finds Carl TZ, damages him enough, but he will not fall.
Right. Good thing that the feather airstrike is being used by Superfans early because it forces reactions and rotations out from Team Liquid. And I'm sure he understands the timing that as long as he has his ultimate and feathered airstrike with him for the objective dances, then it should be good. Should be coming back in just a few more seconds while ONIC can continue to push the envelope. I think JP is actually playing a little bit more way forward actually to try and get vision onto King Kong and Kelra. And at the same time, that allows Team Liquid Philippines to play this Lord take to their tempo because they can consistently have a man marking the jungler and carries of ONIC.
And look at Sanford just tanking the damage coming in from this Lord. This is the second Lord of the game, which means it hurts just a bit more. And King Kong will be able to deal a bit of damage here, but here comes the concealed play. JP on the back as well.
Yeah, Kelra definitely hurt. There's the knock-up. JP doesn't find the target. Consecration already used, but Carl TZ! He gets damaged by Kelra. Sanji too has to run away. Brusco did a spectacular job at zoning everyone else. JP using the quick stand guard, but he will not survive long. Sanford has to flicker out and he cannot! Kelra now on a mega kill!
And now look at King Kong!
Oh no! Greedy! A bit too much, but it forces them back. King Kong will be back in 35, but ONIC have the Lord and can continue to apply pressure. Again, we spoke about the Harith, and Kelra has a perfect game so far. 4, 0, and 2 assists.
And now the push continues for ONIC Philippines. You have 2 seconds on Carl TZ, 5 on JP. Here comes the feathered airstrike, zoning out Oheb and Sanji, and that looks like going to be the turret going down on the hands of ONIC Philippines. Mid lane is down, bottom lane looks to be the next target, but all of the members of TLPH now alive.
They're all working together to make sure this turret doesn't go down. They're able to zone out the members of ONIC PH, and somehow they're still able to defend it. But Sanji, why was he there? Now he uses the Crimson Beacon just to escape. That was a close call, and now they have to work on their waves first.
Oh, feathered airstrike called out here. Keller with Salmon Force. He goes down, and he fights 1-2. Sanford looks to be next.
Oh no, only 3 members of Team Liquid Philippines trying to defend this. Look at Kirk! Already under the base, but he might get taken down. Somehow gets to jump away from danger, but King Kong too, he's already back. He's trying to look for another kill. Keller waiting for the Salmon Force once again, but there are still incoming waves that Liquid has to take care of. But ONIC has their eyes set on the base. We are going 9 games today. We're heading into another game, number 3.
We started week 5, day 1 with 6 games, and we're ending week 5, day 2 with 9.
Saturday night, Filipino MLBB, baby. How many times have I said it this season? And I am happy to say it yet again. 9 games in a day, and what a comeback. You saw Kelra, again, we acknowledged it. Once that Salmon Force is up, he does not care how many members of Liquid are on him. He can carry, and the members of ONIC will back him up. That's exactly what they did.
Beautiful game coming in from ONIC Philippines. TLPH held on to that lead for majority of that game, but through crucial engages, through crucial fights, dare I say, micro-intensive fights. They won that game. Sure, some of the parts were a bit too greedy, but they did force out crucial engages as well, or defensive abilities from TLPH.
Yeah. I feel like there were some times where Liquid weren't fully respecting what a curtain call does to you in a team fight in a lineup that has a Harith on the other side. So again, Kirk didn't have the most statistically impressive performance here, but if you just count how many times did the curtain call stop Liquid from doing Liquid things, that number is a lot in this game, and which is why slowly, little by little, it felt like Liquid couldn't do anything once it came to the big team fights.
And now we're gonna look at our MVP. It's gonna be Kelra doing the chrono dashes and the synchro fission as well. The Harith of game number 2, our game 2 MVP. Kelra, spectacular performance in the team fights, in the laning phase as well. You're looking at the number 1 MPLPH all-time Harith user.
I guess you could say it was indeed a perfect Harith game for Kelra, despite everything that happened towards his teammates in the early portions of the game. Superfans, namely, didn't have that great of a start. He was 0-3, I believe, at some point, and it was really surprising to see that stat line from the Monster Mage, but that did not matter at all when they were already able to execute the team fights, which again, they weren't able to answer.
And this is what you said, Renmar. The curtain call just made sure that Carl TZ was not at all comfortable in every turtle fight.
Yeah, people always look at CCs and think, oh, you're going to have to deal a lot of damage, you see a lot of stats on you. Dude, just toss out your curtain call, you've done your job. If your team doesn't follow it up, maybe you were a little bit too early, or maybe your teammates just didn't acknowledge, or you didn't call it. But once that's out, that's it. And then, for Kelra, job is simple. Well, not really simple. That's okay. You gotta admit, it's hard for a Harith to bring down the Zaman force onto a lot and then just dash deal damage. But he made it look easy. The timings of it. Sometimes he would actually wait to find a better position in the team fight. Sometimes even go around the formation of his own team so that he's coming off from a weirder angle the Team Liquid Philippines aren't completely ready to deal with.
Yep, and the feathered airstrikes coming in from Superfans. At some point in the game, I was asking, didn't this dude die 3 times in the first 4 minutes? Why is he dealing so much damage come 5-6 minutes inside the game? Has he not been able to farm up the entire laning phase? And the answer is yes. The only item that he held was a glowing wand. But for some reason, it hit like a truck.
Or maybe that's the thing. It might have felt for Team Liquid that they were already able to address the problem or the potential problem that Superfans could be, because they were able to bring him to a 0-3, but what they didn't know was that it was not all that mattered. And yeah, we never run out of highlights in this game. Even that one escape just now that Oheb did against the KK connection was crazy.
Yeah, even the sudden burst damage to the Power of Wilderness at not Masha, I'm blanking. Excuse me, Hilda. I mix them up. They're both
wild.
They're both wild
female warriors.
Yes, exactly. So that's what makes them up in my head. As I was saying, just a simple damage burst coming out from Brusco. Even though his stat line wasn't that high here, it was more than enough to make Team Liquid Philippines think twice about some of the engagement that they were taking. We even saw that one moment where Sanji was just trying to zone, poke a little bit on the Hilda, and then still almost getting killed by the Hilda. That was just a massive sign that, the Hilda's also going to be a problem for the formation. Hence why Liquid just had an overload of problems that, yes, they were dealing relatively well once it came to the major rotations, but when it came to the big team fights, that's when they started feeling little by little as if, why can't we do as much as ONIC is doing?
I feel like at that point, TLPH already accepted the fact that the burst damage coming in from ONIC Philippines was just way too much to tolerate unless you could dodge it. But how can you dodge it with the curtain call already slowing down your carries? And moving forward in this 16-minute game, it felt as if that even if TLPH played it fundamentally right, got the lead, got the objectives that they wanted, it all still boiled down to, are you able to defend with people missing though?
Yeah, Sanford had the Radiant and the Athenas, but even with those 2 items, the full build damage output that you could see from Kelra, it was too much to handle for him, and even for JP, where both of them were just actively trying to scout the members of ONIC Philippines, actively trying to pin down Kelra and Superfans, and I feel like on the fly, they realized the problems that had to be solved as well, because there was this one moment down bottom where JP was just constantly trying to chase after Superfans. But even when they were able to do that, there's another problem again, which is Kelra. And who will be there to answer Kelra if even Sanford can't handle the damage output anymore?
Yeah, it was a great pickup there by ONIC Philippines to pick up the Harith onto the 3rd pick. It really just solved a lot of the problems that ONIC was having in the previous game. And it seems like for ONIC, they also have to hold on to that idea that they need multiple carries or one very hard carry that if you put the game on his shoulders, he'll be able to do just that. Oheb eventually became the rich guy in the game, but despite the farm that he was getting, because the front line was crumbling down way too quickly, we really didn't get to see a massive string of highlights from Oheb.
Yep, and that is going to be TLPH falling to the hands of ONIC Philippines in game number 2. And things are looking great here inside the MPL Arena. And you too could showcase your esports skills and passion for gaming by organizing your own local tournaments through eProject, esports for everyone.
Participants in this program will be provided with special access to tournament modes, in-game items, diamonds, and more.
Visit the MPL Philippines website for more information on how to apply. And I'll take this moment to plug in a little thing that the casters have been working on. Watch out for some of our pages, because from time to time you'll actually get to see broadcasted games with us and potentially members of the community from MPL Philippines and the respective teams and fan bases of each team. So watch out for that. More information will be coming out soon.
And hopefully we don't get crushed beneath our own gameplay, but hopefully we do get matched up with community members that are just as good.
Yeah.
And now looking at the stats from people who actually love watching MPL, I feel like for this one it's Jesus, Evan, Bonjibod. Did I actually say that right?
I think you said it too accurately.
Maybe it's Bonhibod.
I'm sorry.
That might make more sense with our local languages.
Yeah.
But Bonjibod might also make sense.
Maybe it's Bonhibod. I agree.
I agree. I feel like the Spanish colonization period lies deep here. It's Jesus. No, it's Jesus Evan.
Jesus Evan
Bonhibod.
There we go.
Okay,
there
we will get to confirm whether or not we're right.
Yeah, but thank you. He's one of the most active stats posters that once I started seeing him post a lot, I started thinking, you know what? I don't need to start posting stats again. We got one guy doing it. It's good. It's great. I love the effort, and I love because of him posting, and of course everyone else in the community who posts. We start to see a lot more things like these, and I love as how time goes on, more people are vocal about how much they appreciate these stats and the effort. So thank you to our awesome community for coming up with things like this.
100%. And these people put in so much effort, and you know the change that they brought up to the community, that people talk more about facts now and not just hearsay or not just maybe personal opinions. Sure, there are still personal opinions and they are completely valid, but the facts remain. When you put down the stats and you have actual numbers right in front of you, sometimes it does tell half of the story. And right now for the community, the story so far is that it's already 1-1. It's the 9th game of today.
15th this week.
The 15th this week. And we still have 2 series this Sunday.
Right.
And wow, I can't believe that we've been part of this day.
Yeah. And
Go
yesterday.
Back to no.
Telling me to go away.
No. We're happy that you're back, but if tomorrow, and you're not working, right? You're
I'm not working tomorrow.
Yeah, it's
too.
me, Leo, and Naisu here, and if none of the games tomorrow go to game 3, I just don't know anymore.
Hey man, I'm just happy that we're being spoiled, you know.
Yeah.
We are. You asked for a grand finals 5 last series. Here we are.
I did.
Yeah.
I did.
And by the way, week 4, Gold Laner of the Week, Kelra, secures the top 1 GPM of last week and the number 1 turret damage as well, and number 2 in KDA. Those are, and honestly, number 2 in DPM. These are the best stats that you can have as a gold laner in this current meta.
Yeah, and it feels so nice to see that he's just that guy who's always hungry to learn more and improve, and it was so inspiring to hear his story about really wanting to incorporate the name of his son in his finals MVP skin too, because he really clearly wants to make a mark and a legacy in the realm of MLBB. But look at these numbers, like he's doing more than enough.
And to be honest, the part that gets me the most is that even if his son Slake right now doesn't understand what's happening, he will in the future soon, and it will be immortalized in the game forever. And speaking of immortalized, we have Carl Teasy, the GOAT, the jungler of the week for week 4, two-time game MVP, #1 in KP, touches everything that he sees.
Yeah. He's the GOAT.
Yeah, he is.
That's why he's the GOAT. The GOAT.
Hey, I have a sudden question.
What?
Is Slake, Kelra's son, the first ever child of an esports athlete who was incorporated in an in-game item?
Perhaps
So,
yes. No.
Like, no, 1-1 was already there before.
No, yeah, no, but exactly. Specifically, something was put in game as a tribute to the child of an esports athlete.
No, I feel like that's the first one.
Yeah.
Because the most related thing that you mentioned is Benny Cutie naming
his son.
His
daughter.
His daughter
Yeah.
1-1, you know? And I feel like if you're Benny Cutie, watching Oheb play 1-1 in game #1 and giving it a dub is a thumbs up for me.
Thumbs up.
And now we're gonna look at the randomizer for this game #3. Which map would you like to see?
Which map do I like to see? Maybe not Broken Walls again.
Broken Walls again! That's what we have. Brigida.
Oh my god.
I'm really sorry. I've been asking for this one for the last few
Yeah, it's your
matches.
fault.
And now we have Broken Walls again for game #3. No big adjustments for both of these teams. And if I'm being honest, that's the best case scenario. You have the best teams in the world right now.
Yep.
Defending MSC champions versus defending M Series champion, playing on the third map on the third time. They're laughing about it, and now they're going to get ready for the draft.
But these were all close games, really, that we've been seeing so far in this entire series, and they probably are so familiar. I know that they've been starting practicing ever since the patch came out, but all the more now in the series and against the exact same opponents, they're probably way familiar with it already. But interestingly enough, the Charlotte fully prioritized as the ban here. Lancelot, as expected, will come out first. Team Liquid Philippines, the Jushin again is there.
The Yishin too.
But will they go for Uranus Jushin again? Because like,
I wonder, because honestly, with that Arlov ban, it doesn't really make sense. If you want to go for that early Fredrin, you don't want to get that on your first two. I feel like we could go back to what Renmar said earlier. Go in for that Zushin. Once again, still a very powerful mid laner. Maybe pair it up with Lapu Lapu. Something more dynamic for Sanford. It looks like they're going to steal away the Harith first. Then, are you going to get the Zushin?
Maybe. I think that can be one way to go around it. So that's a Jushin Harith. A great deny pick. I think you definitely have to deny that pick from Kelra, especially after what happened earlier.
Yeah. 100%.
Yeah.
That dude is cracked on this Harith.
Because Oheb was also top 1 in Granger, as you mentioned, but the
nature of the matchup. It was too different. And as Renmar said, the frontliners was just crumbling way too fast for TLPH. And now for ONIC Philippines, they do have the option to take the Phoebus here, something that Kirk loves to play.
Yes.
And maybe even the Eve. We've seen that go up against the Zushin, but they're going to go for the Farsa instead. Back-to-back Farsa games here for Superfans.
Yep, so does Carl TZ reveal his jungler here as well? You did mention the Fredrin earlier, but the Yisun Shin once more is still open. And I think it will still fare well, given that it's now paired up with the Harith Jushin. And if that's the kind of setup that Team Liquid Philippines still wants to go for, like these multiple cores, they might go for that again.
I wonder what the option here would be for Daddy JP. There are a lot of options, but they could go for their XP lane first. Maybe get that Lapu Lapu.
Yeah.
And there you go, Lapu Lapu for Sanford. We asked for this. We said that we want something more dynamic for the Apex Predator, and now we're gonna get the Lapu Lapu pick that also gave him an M4 World Championship.
Oh wow, Lunov's ban, great ban from TLPH. Although it did struggle earlier, I feel like it's gonna suit the lineup much more now.
Wow. Can't believe JP's performance in game #1 warranted another Franco ban.
2 times in a row.
Hell yeah.
That's respect. I mean, it will work out considering that the burst this time won't be coming from the mid laner or the damage. It's gonna be the Harith. So they still might have room to go for strong damage. Oh, no more pick off here. So we're gonna be trading things for Khalid?
Oh yeah.
Gatot?
Even the Hilda.
Hilda, yeah.
And there's no place for the Esmeralda unless you're gonna put it in the gold lane, which means that you will have no marksman if you're ONIC Philippines. So I don't think you're gonna run that, and I don't think Kelra would like to do that as well. Look at the hero stats here for the side of Lancelot on King Kong. A 78% win rate on a massive 8.10 KDA. I feel like Lancelot has been played for majority of this tournament. Every game, honestly, that he's open.
Especially by King Kong.
Just have a request. Can someone bring out the Cobra, please? Like, please.
The bouncing ball incident.
Yeah. Bouncing ball, very good for whichever lineup ends up with it. Oh, they ban out the Hayabusa.
Wow.
So yeah, because it is broken walls, unless Carl TZ is the bravest Ling player in the world, then he's gonna do that. I think they might have to default into a tanky fighter. Oh wait, Joy, yes. Wait,
no,
pick it last. If ever you're gonna pick Joy, pick it last. You need to pick up your roamer first.
Yeah. So JP, they've been the Khalid's still there.
Yeah, but Gatot, Khalid Lapu-Lapu, I would want something tankier like a Gatot, or maybe even surprising like a Badang in the roam.
We did see that earlier too.
Yeah.
Maybe just if you're gonna go for something safe.
Yeah, the Gatot maybe.
Or the Fredrin. Oh, they're gonna go for the Gatot.
Because there's a Farsa on the other side as well. It's a great answer. Okay.
Oh, what would mess up the Harith and even the Juice in here? Actually, everything is, I would be okay if they go for a high loss in the room. Because you bring down the Glorious Pathway, and if JP decides to jump in at that time, or you use the Glorious Pathway as a response, you mess up the team fighting of Team Liquid, meaning that if they want to answer or help respond to what JP did, then they're gonna have to fight under the Glorious Pathway.
And even a Revitalize to help the survivability of this Phoveus. I feel like if you're Kelra, you would like to get something in terms of like the Claude or the Granger.
Yes. I'm okay with that. If it's not going to be the Granger, something with very strong basic attack.
There you go. Oh, that's a very strong basic attacker right there. They get the Bruno and the Mathilda, which honestly gives me the question of their main engage will be Kirk with a Flicker Dark Wave.
Yeah. We did see earlier a Mathilda and a Bruno paired up together, doing very well. So if that's going to be the case, and I don't mind. We already saw it in action earlier. Carl, this makes it even tougher for him if he decides to go for something like a Fredrin, because they're going to be putting all their eggs under the Harith basket. Oh, this is such a tough choice.
Yeah.
If they go for tanky fighter, it's going to be tough for the Fredrin to fight.
He's on Shin still.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was wondering maybe something unique could come out, but
mechanics, man. This is going to be a mechanics game.
It's still going to be mechanics.
Yeah.
If you're Carl TZ, you wouldn't want to lose a mechanics game against King Kong. He takes the Lancelot, I take the Yi Sun Shin. But what I'm excited about right now would be the gold lane matchup once again. It's going to be Harith in the hands this time for Oheb. And then a Bruno, very popular during the M series run of Kelra in M6.
And it's a Bruno plus a Mathilda too. So
a lot of shields.
It's not just counted as one, I feel, because this is like the combo we are all so familiar with. We also saw it previously. All flickers as well for ONIC. I can only imagine how the team fights are gonna go.
It's gonna be shocking. It's gonna be electrifying. And we're about to see the game 3 of the night. It's TLPH versus ONIC Philippines in this golden rivalry. The last time these teams saw each other in week 1, ONIC Philippines swept Team Liquid Philippines. But after that game 2 win from ONIC, we might just see something different here in game 3.
Look at the Mathilda, look at the Farsa, how they rotate. It's going to be up to Team Liquid Philippines to match that. If they're not going to match it, they're going to have to go for counter juggling and disruption elsewhere. Oh, okay. King Kong with the retribution.
He actually went in for the retribution there.
Yeah, he had to use it. There was a risk that maybe JP could have stolen it away.
Yep. So Carl TZ definitely will be taking this. He just used his retribution now. Surprisingly, Superfans and Brusco are able to really deal with this. I mean, this is what you wouldn't expect from a Mathilda Farsa. Not no less from my Mathilda Farsa in the mid.
Ouch.
But
have taken a lot in lane. Kelra is just dictating the tempo here in the gold lane trading. Regen already popped off there by Oheb.
And this is something that I did expect. I would expect that the Harith would win a lot of the early game, especially if he lands those synchro visions. But it seems that Kelra's mastery on this Bruno and the choice of emblem as well allows him to sustain and outposition Oheb in the lane right now. But let's wait for those team fights later on. It seems that we are setting up for the next big objective in this Broken Walls. Once again, we have seen back-to-back Broken Walls games here for TLPH and ONIC. And it seems that Sanji still looking for that level 4, same as Superfans.
Yeah. Again, no level 4s coming in just yet. Even for the EXP, or especially for the EXP laners, so I feel like that could have been a fight earlier on. Now we most likely will be seeing one take place, especially as the turtle is already up.
Look at the level gap between JP and Brusco. JP is lagging behind in terms of the EXP.
Yeah, he's not at level 4 just yet. Brusco, goes in, but gets down to half HP. Venom Airstrike already committed, but King Kong still gets the objective, but at the expense of Kirk. And that kill will go into the hands of Carl Keller too, somehow joining the fight here in the mid lane.
Wow.
But they'll stop here.
First blood for TLPH and the turtle for ONIC. Who wins that trade?
Yep, pretty even there, honestly, with how Team Liquid Philippines were still able to walk away with the kill, punishing the deep dive that Kirk needed to do there to make sure that they had the space. It depends if we can see a bigger win elsewhere for Team Liquid Philippines, considering they get the kill to get more kills, but at this point that time has passed, the window has closed, and now let's look at the items. Good disruption by Sanford!
Oh wait, he's denying that easy take on the orange buff from King Kong. Also forced out the Retribution, but yeah, King Kong's able to get away safe.
Yeah, and the regen as well.
Yeah, really good steal there. Now you're slowing down the farm of the YSS. Of course, since the YSS was the one who was able to get the first kill, that was a good counter jungle rotation by King Kong. At that point, you're looking to see what resources you can take from the opposing jungler. They understood that the timing was off for Carl TZ to get his orange buff. King Kong decided to steal it instead.
And now we are entering the 3-minute mark where Oheb seems to be the next target here for ONIC Philippines. Big upcoming rotation, but it seems that TLPH are well aware that they are about to go in that vicinity. Nice block from Sanji and the gang, and it seems that the gold lane duel will continue as a 1v1 unless Carl TZ has different ideas. And look at Oheb.
Yeah, there's the 1v1. Worldy already used as well. And there's a separate skirmish happening in the mid lane too, right before the next objective spawns. But Oheb's pretty low.
Yeah.
We'll have to be careful with this.
He took in like 3 extra hits from that Worldy after Kelra threw it next to the minions. And now with that river speed up, everybody's been converging on that next turtle. The first turtle was handed over to the ONIC Philippines squad, but TLPH were able to get that first blood. Wonder how this turtle fight would come in next.
Yeah, it's going to be a full 5v5. It looks like both teams are going to be sending their gold laners unless Kelra decides to go back down. He does. It's going to be Oheb who joins the rest of Team Liquid 5v4, but that forces Kelra to go back to the turtle.
But there's still King Kong. There's still a potential steal from King Kong. And there you have it, a Phantom Execution into the steal. Sanford gets to immune the AOG, and they're still trying to fight back. JP in the middle of everything. Sanji flickering in just to look for a target, but Kelra, he picks up a kill on JP. Kirk might still go for this. Carl TZ has to be careful. Gets stunned! And there goes Kirk for the chase. Carl TZ, he doesn't get away!
And the fight continues here. Sanford tanks a bit of damage coming in from Kirk. Brave Spider used, but he's not going to flicker in. But looks like another orange buff will be stolen away here by King Kong. Thorn rolls out, baby. And he's able to take that buff.
Yeah, the final hit of the Raging Slash actually just brought the orange buff really low. Quick enough for King Kong to use the Thorn Rose. Kelra is taking control of this fight, but you have to shout out Superfans, the Monster Mage.
Sanford's...
The Beast for a reason!
He just tried to avoid the Thorn Rose, but not even standing right in front of King Kong will do you any good because his basic attacks deal so much damage already, and this is going to be a turret that will go into the hands of Kelra.
The King Kong on fire here. The Beast finds one once again, and now a 2.3k gold lead starting to build up for ONIC Philippines as they go for the invade, and it seems that Superfans will be the one taking the purple buff as Carl Teasy tries to steal away the ONIC side. Purple buff is able to take it and stay alive in doing so.
Yeah. So far, they have to be a bit more patient, I'd say, for Team Liquid Philippines. But it's not like they're the ones starting things off, too.
Yeah.
It's just that ONIC Philippines, they're not letting them rest at all, fully knowing that right now is the time that they should really be playing this aggressively. And just as I mentioned it, Carl Teasy nearly fell to the feathered airstrike. They're just not letting up.
Yep, and they're looking for Kirk here. It's a 3v3 down the river, but Kirk is low on HP, able to go out with a guiding wind, and it seems that Sanji will just be giving out that vision as the last turtle of the game spawns, but I feel like they're not gonna fight for it anymore. If none of them touches, and that's the Worldy burnt as well, but the Crimson Beacon will be used for the side of TLPH as the turtle is started here by ONIC.
Yeah, luckily Sanji got to reposition there. Another feathered airstrike from Superfans. It's just causing so much problems for Team Liquid.
Yeah, every time Liquid rotates to the center, Prince is just there to shut it down. Now Carl Teasy, 3v1!
How can you do this?
And the Circuit Eagle Mountain Shocker only landing on Superfans, and he won't even get to take a single kill out of that.
Caught between 3 Sonics, and the gold couldn't do anything. And the gold lead balloons up to 3.6k, and the buffs, I feel like, will be stolen, considering that 10 seconds is a long time for Carl.
All right, the lead between the Bruno and the Harris, 1,500 and plus.
Gee.
That isn't just because ONIC have been dominating the map. Oh wait, oh that's, no, not like that. What a play!
No, the Dark Wave, the flicker. It did happen right under the turret, all onto OHEB. No one from Team Liquid Philippines was able to react.
That was just so off-tempo coming in from Kirk. You wouldn't really expect him to expend his flicker just for 1 kill. But then again, you pin it as just 1 kill. No, it's a kill on OHEB, who's already down by 1.5k.
Yeah, this is looking like a very tough situation. Another feathered airstrike into the Infernal Pursuits from Kirk, but he might get punished here. But there you have it. TLPH finally get to pick up a trade.
Yeah, that looked like a miscom there. It doesn't look like ONIC were completely in the same page of fighting alongside Kirk, as Superfans was able to get the burst off there onto Sanji, so Kirk decided to commit the Infernal Pursuit, jump on him, but Liquid were ready to respond, while ONIC were not ready to fight. So as we look at the items, revisiting the 2 gold laners, massive, getting close now to 2,000 is the gold lead of Kelra, hovering around that. Feather of Heaven and just a Starlium, while Kelra's already on the way to potentially a Malefic Gun.
Yeah, that's the complete power spike for the Bruno right now. And as you remember, the moment that Bruno gets that Malefic Gun, it's going to be a lot of pain here for the side of TLPH, but nice dodge coming in from Sanji.
Okay. My goodness.
Didn't even burn the flicker.
Yeah.
By the way, he had the flicker.
He just trusted in his ability to sidestep his way through, even with the Wings by Wings already committed by Superfans in an attempt to actually take him down. That looked really dangerous there for Sanji, but he's still in this game. But currently, ONIC are in control of the Lord Pit.
Good control over the Lord Pit. Half HP on this Lord. It seems that TLPH will be conceding this Lord out. And that's going to be a Lord secured by Kelra. And as they go in for the fight, they fight one, they fight Carl!
They change targets. They're looking for Carl. Feathered Airstrike lands 2, and the Dark Wave makes it right in time to allow for the Feathered Airstrikes to connect. And King Kong picks up the kill on OHEB. They take 4 members down. He finds a triple. It's only 40 left alone.
And it's the Apex Predator turned into prey. And that's going to be a wipeout for ONIC Philippines.
A
4-man Dark Wave from Kirk.
Cruz go with the knockup as well, and this could be it!
They won't even wait for the Lord to join anymore. OHEB and Carl Teasy get to respawn. The Mountain Shocker makes it just in time, and they buy enough time for now.
The death timers were a bit too short there. That would have been a win for ONIC Philippines, but TLPH, saved by the bell, allowed to defend once again. But JP might just be in trouble. Half HP here. King Kong finds him, but King Kong looks for Carl. Feathered Airstrike lands on 1, and they're going to be able to escape that entire fight as they try to melt down the Lord down bottom lane.
AOG used just to get away, but that was able to distract ONIC Philippines well enough, so they were able to work on the Lord that was able to get into the base down bottom. They will be losing all their holy shields too, however. Can't believe it's just been 11 minutes in this game, and ONIC with an 8k gold lead. They definitely might have an opening here.
All 5 members of ONIC are on point right now. They are fulfilling the responsibilities with every sequence perfectly. Superfans with the zone out and applying the artillery damage. Kirk being another frontliner alongside Brusco, helping him, and both of them helping each other set things up. Well, just wait for King Kong to dash around and damage. Kelra staying alive. Slow, fundamental, a precise execution by ONIC is putting Team Liquid Philippines apart.
Now they're able to take down the top lane base turret as well. JP going in, but just jumping away with the AOG. ONIC knows that he no longer has his ultimate, but TLPH are still holding on to this mid lane base turret. They're not letting go of it. They're trying to defend it as much as they can. And ONIC Philippines will now retreat.
They respected it. They knew that TLPH had enough damage to defend that mid lane, but looks like they're gonna play it safe for the upcoming Lord of the game. That will be the second Lord, and it seems that because of that extremely long Lord push, we're just gonna have to wait for 20 seconds.
Yeah, Malefic Gun and Windtalker already for Kelra, so look at that. It's almost a crit hit. So Sanford decides to build up the blade armor, and I think that should be another one as well. So 2 blade armors in succession, if I'm not mistaken. We're gonna have to double check the items. No, it's just the one on Sanford. Yeah. So no way in hell Team Liquid Philippines would want to contest this Lord, because if they mess up the contention, they lose the game. Yeah. So you see them just playing back, and they will wait for the defense. This is going to be an incredibly tough defense though, as ONIC are stacked up. They have the items, they have everything they need to win in the next Lord Siege.
Lightning Truncheon as well, picked up here by Superfans, which means that you can't be the first target of that Feathered Airstrike, or else you might just drop half on your HP. So a lot of positioning advantage here for the side of ONIC Philippines, and meanwhile for TLPH, as you said, Brenmar, it's going to be a really hard defense here for the Cavalry. The last time that these boys met, it was a massive win for ONIC Philippines, and even if it was a sweep back then, and this is a Game 3, ONIC Philippines is looking for the same result. They want to maintain that #2 spot in our Infinite standings.
Yep. All members complete, but the first target will be this base turret. They go and back off for now because there are bigger problems to deal with, and that will first mainly be the Lord, but ONIC will not wait! They immediately take out OM first, and it's a double kill for Kelra. Sanji trying to deal with King Kong, but there's not much he can do. Kelra picking up a Maniac before eventually closing out this game, and ONIC Philippines in their second meeting once again win against Team Liquid.
And just in time for the release of their M-Series skins, they show off with a win against the MSC 2025 World Champions.
This rivalry is golden for a reason. It goes to 3. Liquid has yet to defeat ONIC Philippines in the series this season, but the reigning and defending champions of the world take down the Titans and the reigning and defending champions of the Philippines.
This was such a globally...
I'm speechless too.
I'm speechless too.
I'm speechless too.
Globally golden.
I don't know, dude. It's just the whole world watched this matchup. And for TLPH to lose this one, the MSC champions still showed up a great game. But that was still the better game here for ONIC PH, the victors of this golden matchup between 2 world champions. Now we're about to find out the thoughts of ONIC Philippines retaining their #2 spot in the Infinite standings. We're gonna go to the main stage and talk with ONIC Philippines together with our hosts, Hans and Odin.
Sonics, I want to hear you. What time is it? Here are your winners, ONIC Philippines! My goodness, it went all 3 games. I just want to know first off, Kelra.
Kelra, hello?
Man, congratulations not only with this victory, pero dahil nalabas na yung ONIC skin and of course the finals MVP skin. Kukuha bang lahat? Kukuha lahat?
Nakakuha na ba?
Nakakuha na, hindi pa.
Sino hindi pa? Bibigyan ko.
Ay! Ayan na.
Naka-live yun ah. Naklip ka na nila, Keller ah.
Joke lang. Pero I want to know more about that kasi those are some of your biggest wins para sa ngayon. Gusto ko malaman, how does it feel to have your personal skin na nandun sa laro mismo? Just like what you said in the interview before.
Sobrang happy kasi kumbaga yung yung skin na yun, hindi na mabubura sa ML Parang forever na siya nandyan. Kaya sobrang happy ko.
Always immortalized and that is what Keller is all about.
And meron pang isa na may signature hero na lumabas din ngayon, King Kong!
Ready na siya, may mic na siya.
Oo nga eh. Ano nararamdaman mo ngayon na lumabas yung skin nyo and today din na nanalo kayo?
About sa skin, na-feel ko, I feel so Sigma.
Oy!
Asan ba? Asan yung jawline?
Paano ba yung Sigma pose? Wow! Grabe naman talaga ang mga fans mo, King Kong.
Mewing God.
And bukod doon sa skin, meron kami mga napapanood na videos nyo ni Keller. Ang galing nyo mag-acting, ha?
Oo.
Paano ba yung sample nun?
Sabi mo sa YouTube.
Acting tips, I wanna know more about it. Ano bang, saan mo ba nahugot ang inspirasyon mo to make that happen? Anong peg mo? Anong inspirasyon mo para magawa mo yung acting na ganun?
Daniel Padilla daw, sabi ni Coach.
Pero babae? Ay, pwede.
Oy.
Next pose. Next pose. Ay, pwede.
Very
Okay.
flexible artist pala to si Keller,
Oh,
ha?
I like it, I like it. Pero going back to this game naman tayo. Team Liquid Philippines, you guys have been, consistently battling against each other. Ano bang nag-iba sa laban nyo ngayon with TLPH dahil sa patch? Ano bang nag-iba sa laban nyo ngayon with them?
Siguro mas nakapag-prepare lang siguro kami. Kaya kami nanalo this game and mas na pag-aralan siguro namin yung patch.
Love the idea.
And now, sobrang daming mga tao ngayon. Full house na naman ang MPL Arena. What do you want to say sa lahat ng fans na nandito ngayon, King Kong?
Sa lahat ng fans ng ONIC, tsaka fans ng Team Liquid, thank you so much sa pagpunta. Sana nag-enjoy ang lahat.
And they obviously enjoyed dahil nakuha nyo ang panalo. Once again, please give it up for Team ONIC Philippines! Ano ba yan? I managed to almost get it quite right again. What a performance coming in from ONIC Philippines. This team really showcased what it is all about kontra sa Golden Rivalry.
And this time, they did it again. Laban sa Team Liquid Philippines. Noong unang round, second round, nagkaharap sila. Successful ang run ng ONIC Philippines.
I mean, I have to say that there's gonna be a lot of stories na papapag-usapan ng ating mga casters. So we're throwing it back to you.
Thank you so much to our hosts and to ONIC Philippines as well. Congratulations on that victory against Team Liquid Philippines. We're back here in the desk. Still Uomi, Brigida, and Renmar here to break down game number 3, our 9th game in this Superfans Saturday with ONIC Philippines securing that dub against TLPH.
Yeah, it was a really good start of a series for Team Liquid, but then eventually ONIC were able to find their way back. Still a much closer fight than the last time they met though, but I can't believe ONIC Philippines are this quick to improve and adjust.
Well, it's gotta be Kirk.
That's
the
gotta be
only engaged tool that they had, apart from the Mathilda, was the Dark Wave. And when it mattered the most, he found 3, he found 4, and he found all of the members of Team Liquid Philippines that he had to hit it with.
Yeah, even when we mentioned that their sole source of engage aside from the circling eagle would probably be the flicker dark wave, he was still as reliable as ever on the Phobius.
Yeah, made the most out of it. And the funny thing is, one, Kirk, I know he gets a lot of flack for his performances here and there, and especially this focus. But it's good to see that when he decides to show up, and when he does show up, he gets an MVP performance. Number 2, did you know, usually, when Ryota comes in as the sub-EXP laner for a team, and then eventually, he gets subbed out, the guy he subbed in for comes back stronger. So that trend continues.
I wonder how Riona feels about that.
Feel about this?
But jokes aside, then.
We call him the new general, right?
Yeah.
General's lead.
General's what?
Lead.
No, that's true. General's
They lead and inspire. So I'm sure Kirk saw Ryota's like, oh, if Ryota's doing good, I gotta do good too.
And look at that. That's more than good. I think that's great. He dared
Better
to
than
be great. in that entire Flicker Dark Wave play. This was such a series to watch, especially if you're a global MPL fan or a global MLBB esports fan. Mainly because these are very familiar faces that you see in the main stage, in the international stages every once or twice a year. And to see them in such excellent form for both teams here, for both Team Liquid and ONIC Philippines, to be able to execute this type of MLBB and even earn a Maniac on Kelra, you just gotta love Filipino MLBB.
Yeah, there seem to be so many obstacles for TLPH in their attempt to maybe get that golden road. Because ONIC Philippines, some switch has seemingly turned on for them. Whenever it's M series, they're just suddenly in this kind of form. And
I appreciate the adjustments that ONIC Philippines did in the series. Game number 1, they saw that JP's Franco is a problem. They proceed to ban it out for 2 games in a row. Then, they start packing up lineups that have a little bit more power to carry through one. Still, it doesn't completely shake off what people say about ONIC, that it's I wouldn't say Kelra team, but a little bit too Kelra focused. However, you have to look at this game as if the rest of ONIC Philippines didn't get to do their jobs, then even Kelra dominating in lane against OHEB would have been an afterthought. So yes, Kelra did his job in lane. OHEB struggled. 0-3-1, almost a non-factor here. But the fact that Brusco went 0-0-14, he was there for a save. 1 kill this entire game. He was all over the map. And Superfans doing what he did at the center of the map to stop Carl TZ and his rotations alongside Sanji as well. This was a total team effort that led to eventually Kelra being able to shine in fights because the rest of ONIC were doing their jobs perfectly.
And ONIC Philippines locked in for this matchup. And Kelra talked about in the post-game interview that they came in here much more prepared. And it feels as if that's the main reason why they won against Team Liquid Philippines. And we know Carl TZ. Carl TZ hates losing. And when we look at this entire matchup, it seems like the next guy that TLPH will be facing, which is, by the way, TNC Pro Team, it's not gonna have a good time. Because after a loss like this one, TLPH usually wakes up, and for ONIC Philippines, they could already rest up for week 5. This is the only game that ONIC Philippines will play in week 5. Perhaps one of the harder games that they're gonna play. And they played it out so well.
Yeah, even that next match you mentioned, Zaida, his mechanical prowess too is something you have to respect and watch out for. And so as we look at the big 4, definitely King Kong still as reliable, the rich guy in this game, and Superfans, okay.
Wow. I think Renmar, you opened up this idea in our first series or second, I think, that mid laners are starting to look like B carries of our games, and Superfans just dealing so much damage here in game number 3 with, of course, our BPI rich guy King Kong earning so much money all around the map. This is something that we've already expected. This was an overall team effort coming in from ONIC Philippines, and now they get another point, secure 6 points total in our Infinix Infinix standings inside our tournament, which means that they have a solid footing in number 2.
That was really amazing to see from Superfans. That was a farce against the Lapu and the Gatot, but he did not care. He was just so good at positioning himself even during games where he did not have a great start. What more now that they had probably one of the best starts to the game in game number 3.
Yeah, that's why Superfans globally has been acknowledged as one of the most difficult mid laners to go up against, because he doesn't hesitate to use his abilities to take control of the map.
Well, we're gonna revisit the Infinix keys to victory. Let's move on over to the Howl with Wolf.
Welcome to the Howl. At ngayon, hindi lang ako ang monster, ang animal na mapapakinggan nyo today. Kasi kasama ko ngayon, a king of the beast, King Kong! What's up?
What's up, what's up?
What's up? Okay, dito sa The Howl, kailangan seryoso eh. Tsaka medyo nang real talk tayo dito eh. Okay lang ba yun? Okay
Let's go.
Okay. So, ang mga natutunan natin sa laban nila going up against TLPH, especially sa pagkapanalo nila, number 1, importante ang trio mid na dapat nananalo sila sa mid lane. Sa mga hindi nakakaalam, ang trio mid, jungler, roamer, tsaka yung mid lane. Bukod sa dapat lamang sa draft, lamang dapat sa early game. Sa tingin mo ba yun na naging reason bakit kayo nanalo sa series na to?
Sa tingin ko, mahalaga talaga yung trio mid. Doon talaga nag-i-start yung tempo ng laro since sila yung nasa mid, sila yung may choice kung saang lane sila rotate, kung saan sila gagank. So yun, dapat trio mid muna yung gumana bago yung ibang flow ng game.
King Kong, isa sa mga pinamalaking criticism sa ONIC Philippines ay yung inyong mga quote-unquote exotic na picks, lalo na sa draft. When we are talking about your draft, katulad ng mga CC Gold Lane, yung kanina na meron kayong Lancelot pero hindi kayo nag-marksman sa my Gold Lane, usually sa mga gantong reasons natatalo ang ONIC Philippines. Would you say that this is your weakness as a team?
First of all, para sa akin, hindi namin siya consider na parang exotic na lineup. Kasi yung tingin namin sa mga ganun, yung mga example, yung mga two-fighter na lineup, para sa amin, siya, parang flexibility siya ng team. So, nakadepende po sa kung paano yung playstyle ng kalaban namin, kung saan namin siya gamitin. Then, hindi po weakness kasi tingin ko kulang lang din sa pagpapractice, ganun.
Okay. So, hindi naman to pipili lang kayo para lang manggulat ng kalaban. You don't have to resolve to these kinds of exotic plays para lang matalo yung mga kalaban nyo. Ganun ba yan?
Opo.
Okay, very good. And now, last question. Active roamers ang pinaka-importante sa mapa kayo. Yung mga nanggugulo, tulad ng mga Khalid, yung mga Hilda. Bilang isang jungler, King Kong, napakaganda ng performance mo this season, pati naman today, even with the new patch. Paano mo nasusurvive yung early game na maraming gustong gumulo sa pagja-jungle mo?
Kung paano namin sinusurvive, sabi ko kay Bruce ko, kung ano ginagawa sa akin ng roamer, yun na lang din gawin niya para hindi lang ako yung naiinis, pati yung kabila maiinis rin.
Okay. So palitan lang. Very good. Maraming salamat, King Kong. Any last message sa mga fans? Ang dami mga nagpakita ngayon, no?
Sa lahat ng fans, mahal na mahal ko kayong lahat. Thank you so much sa lahat ng suporta nyo and kita-kits sa next na laban namin.
Alright, that's King Kong mula sa ONIC Philippines. Ngayon, back to the casters.
Thank you so much, Wolf, and surprisingly also King Kong visiting the Howl segment. Actually, that's the first time that we ever held a Howl with a player from the winning team.
Yeah, and I think we should do it more. Just to keep things fresh with the Howl. And it's thematic that the first version of the Howl, we saw two animals.
Yeah, it's a bit more of a player perspective too that we get to see, and I feel like that's something the audience really wants to hear.
Well, we also want to hear the winning calls from ONIC Philippines, so we're gonna go back and see the calls in the Infinix mic check.
Box lang. Malala tayo. Ito. Piligan sa low kayo dun na. Low kay Clow. Copy, King. Patay na top. Kalma. Okay, mga boy. Chill lang. Top. Pero kinig nga. Ang akin nga muna hilang ngayon. Gamitin nyo na lang mga flicker nyo pang out. Wala flicker rin? Guys, Papi Chulo. Basag lang to. Tapos na. Tapos? Sa atin na to, pre. 10k gold lead. Tikit lang, ube. Hindi ko nakuwarid na. Isipin nyo yung sa akin, pre. Basag muna, pre. Basag muna. Ito magkakakrip. Tingin na. Basag muna. Wait. Basag. Pag dumas ulit, tingin.
I did not understand a single word apart from words from time to time.
Yes. During the last moment, the most I understood was, look, but then someone said, no, wait, let's destroy the base turret first.
And I'm honestly surprised that it was very respectful.
Yeah. Despite the lead.
Just calling out the shots, calling out the game. And ONIC Philippines, because of all of the wins that they did get early on, they will be staying in that second slot. And Twisted, actually, none of this moved. If I'm being honest, like none of this moved, correct?
Yep, it's the...
It's a lot of retaining that has happened.
Yeah.
Up till now, TNC and 5, baby. 2 seasons running, TNC and 5.
It's still the same standings, despite the 15 games we've seen during the course of the past 2 days.
Implication though, if Team Liquid Philippines want to surpass ONIC PH in the standings, they need to win more matches than them. Because if they are tied, ONIC Philippines will win it.
Oh yeah, and maybe that's why we still see those symbols all around. That is also reflected around the game win-lose, where I think it's going to be very crucial if ever the bottom 3 or bottom 4 teams begin to be a bit closer, with even Falcons securing a win early on.
Wow.
And we're going to look at the Week 5 Day 2 standings, and the Mines are still undefeated in the Infinix Fansiklaban, and this is where the community teams could get to shine right next to their MPL teams and play with the Infinix GT30 Pro.
Yeah, I wonder who the players are for the Mines.
We got to interview them actually one time.
How was it?
Yeah. At first, it was 2 dudes who knew each other and were already playing together for a long time. And so they decided to join Fansiklaban. Then they met the 3 other dudes who were like, hey, let's just form the 5-man for the Mines. And then that's how it happened.
And now they're one step away, or the moment that the playoff starts, the Cavalry is currently the defending champions for the side of Fansiklaban. So I feel like it's going to be a big challenge.
Yeah, on average, the Mines roster for Fansiklaban, if it's that main 5, is like on average like around 300 or so stars.
Oh man,
Okay,
that is
that explains it.
Yeah.
that is scary. Well, before we wrap things up tonight, favorite moment so far?
My favorite moment? Any Franco game is my favorite moment, specifically the one we saw from JP. Although they lost, it still was such a memorable moment for me.
Well, y'all know what I'm going to say. It's the win of Falcons. It makes things interesting in our storyline here. And wait, no, sorry, I have to take that. Rise and Split Push. Yeah, there we go.
Rise and Split Push, sure. Rise and Split Push. You know, I'll answer for you. I think the Falcon series was a beautiful watch. And this has been our Superfans Saturday. Once again, Uomi here with Brigida and Renmar. We have been your casters for tonight. We're going to be sending you over to the main stage.
And that finally ends our Saturday triple header.
Streaks have ended this Saturday with APBR during the first series finding their victory sa second half ng ating regular season.
At tuluyang naramdaman ng Team Falcons na lumipad ulit after their victory in so long in that second match.
Mukhang nag-enjoy ang ating mga super fans ngayong Saturday. 3 matches, 3 games each. Shoutout sa iyo, Brigida. And speaking of casters, kumusta naman ang pagbabalik Sona sa ating casting desk?
Quite unusual, very happy about it. I just hope na kagaya ng mga nakita nating unang 2 laban, we get to see more of that very soon.
Mukhang naging happy rin tayong lahat with what happened today, especially sa ating final match na Golden Rivalry, kung saan na-reverse sweep at nanalo ang Team
ONIC Philippines laban sa Team Liquid Philippines. Mabuti nang magkalinawan dahil mas marami tayong makikita na mag-a-adjust ng mga teams, especially with the newest patch na meron tayo, which is Project Next.
At bukas, meron pa tayong isang araw sa ating Week 5. Bukas din ay makikita natin ang tunay na lakas ng Pinas. Ang lakas ng bawat Pilipino na maglalakad para sa katotohanan.
Kasabay ng paglaban ng bawat manlalaro sa Land of Dawn ay ang pagtindig ng bawat Pilipino. Muli, ako si Hans Galeria.
And this is your very own Odin. Magkita-kita tayo muli bukas dito lamang sa
MPL Philippines Season 16.
Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas face the golden sun and repping for the 3 stars. Look at us, to the top, no ifs, no buts. Winning any game, para to sa PINAS. Di mo matitinag aming boses sa new level. Nasa kalye man o mobile, you know I become a legend. Listen, open fire, we unite, we winners. But with pressure, like diamonds are made of. Switching lane na parang gera, HP racing may reset up. Kakatang buhat ni Hilda, full dome SS parang Laila. Susundan ko ang wakas, kasama pataas, tagumpay natin. Alasinding hindi to aatas, kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas, yeah. Laging MVP, no surrender, no retreat. Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve. Laging MVP, no surrender, no retreat. Giving 100 on my all, cause we just cannot be defeated. We are unstoppable, immune and invulnerable. Ready ang equipment, lahat frozen, mala, crowd control. Pakita on the jab, east to the southeast. Taas ang matawag, proud and loud, cause every enemy we devour. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama pataas, tagumpay natin to dahil tayo'y malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi to atas, kinikilala sa taas,